Okay, the stream is live. Good morning. Alright, I have the stream live, tracking some stocks. I hope NSPR keeps going up today. It's a pretty nice stock, and looking over at AMC, it did go up a little bit this pre-market. Gamestop's maybe going down some. Glue Mobile is probably going to stick around the same. Hey, good morning, DZNet. How are you doing today? What are you holding this morning, DZNet? Sundial? Is that Sundial, Rice Man? A lot of people asking about Sundial. Sundial probably gonna go up a lot. I like Organi though. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's a lot of drama with GameStop. A lot of people holding GameStop still. Even after the price went down. The marijuana stocks are doing pretty good. Sundial is going up some though. It may go up a lot today, actually. I don't know what price point, to be honest, Rice Man, because a lot of people have been pumping Sundial. It's already 100% for the 1 day, so a little bit risky. 1 billion volume for Sundial. Ooh. That's scary. I don't like to get in stocks that high, but you're more than welcome to. Robinhood messaged me on Twitter, so gotta deal with that real quick. Because they need to make cash and margin distinguishable. They don't have cash and margin distinguishable. So I'm just replying to Robinhood real quick on the Twitter. Alright, let's get this dealt with. Having Vlad's team message me. It's gonna be a fun day. Sundial is up a lot pre-market as well. There's a huge volume for Sundial, I'm not gonna lie. Sundial 1 billion volume. Does anybody here hold Sundial? Because it's been getting pumped and the average volume's about 1 billion. Huge volume. I imagine a lot of people are going to start selling.
I've got some Sundial. I'll have to check when I get back home. I'm going to Starbucks to grab coffee. Anybody that need anything?
Nope. I have to
vanilla sweet cream cold brew.
Robinhood DM me on Twitter because I was complaining that it's not distinguishable between cash and margin accounts.
What they say?
They just asked me for screenshots, so I'm sending them screenshots. We'll see how long it takes them to reply.
That's interesting.
Because it clearly says margin investing disabled, but then when I went to buy an order, I still had a lot of buying power too. I still have buying power left over, but some reason it used margin, and that's only when I bought GameStop, nothing else. What that tells me is they want people to buy it on margin, so when they can drop the price, people automatically sell and they make money from the margin call.
Yeah, that's what they were doing in the beginning.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Yeah, when they dropped that price, oh my gosh, people lost a lot of money. Hey, Mr. Womp Womp, thank you for the $1 donation. Appreciate the super chat. Womp Womp. I bet a lot of people were scared when they bought on margin and then Robinhood pulled that trick where you can't buy and people sold and they got margin called even though the volume was low.
Now, do you know if your funds have settled on Robinhood?
What are you talking about?
Your buying power, where it says how much money has been deposited. Do you know if those ACH transfers have settled?
It's been in there over a month.
Damn. Yeah. Well, that's terrible. Then I don't know.
I had nothing pending. And it's even weird. My portfolio value now is a lot more than it actually is. I don't know why. My portfolio value is about 50% more than is in there from cash and stocks because of this margin.
Usually that's what margin is, right? Like they let you borrow 50% of what your initial cash value is.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I still have my Robinhood one that I'm just using, but it's still it's doing the same thing. That's doing to you, team. I'm gonna look at it when I get home more closely.
Yeah, let me look at this real quick. The margin. I still have buying power. Like, I don't know why they did that. Oh, this is weird. And it's saying I have cryptocurrencies. I don't have any crypto's currency value right now.
Damn, their whole platform's fucked up.
What the fuck is this shit? My crypto is sold. So I don't know what it's talking about. It says the order status was filled. I don't have any crypto, but it says I have like a few thousand in crypto.
Sounds like free money to me.
No, it's gonna margin call me because of this shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Well, in that case, never mind.
So now you can download trade confirmations on Robinhood.
Meaning like a 2FA type of thing? Like
and it has this new disclaimer on Robinhood when you can download your transactions. But for number 6, it says, if shares loaned for a short sale are no longer available, Robinhood reserves the right to decide by random selection which positions will be subject to a buy-in.
Damn, fuck yeah. That's insane, dude. Fuck that.
Number 9, any good till canceled orders may expire or be terminated by Robinhood in their ordinary course of business after the order has remained open for a reasonable period of time. Please contact Robinhood for more specific details. So they can cancel your good till cancel order anytime.
They've canceled a lot of mine.
Number 14, this one gets interesting. If you request a sale of a non-marketable or worthless security, Robinhood Financial will be the buyer to the transaction in the event a market cannot be located. In such a sale, you are deeming the security worthless, and Robinhood Financial thereby makes no representation regarding the present or future value of these securities. They're getting ready for Gamestop to crash. Why are they coming out with all this stuff right now?
Are these updated guidelines through email or through like the app every time you open it?
So on the app now, you can download your trade confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
It only has this for my GameStop. It doesn't have it for any other trades.
It's so kind of like the paper trail.
So basically, I download the trade confirmation, and then it gives me this whole thing. It's like a 2-page document with all the rules and stuff. Somebody said Reliance is going crazy. I hope so. Which Reliance is it? Reliance Global Group? Reliance? Shug, that's a good point. Make sure you have buying power. I have another account that has a lot of cash for buying power. I'm just waiting on a stock that's low. I'm not buying one that's already pumped up. I already bought Inspire, a lot of Inspire when it was low, and it's already up 15 cents. So that's pretty good. 15 cents out of $1 is huge. I think glue is safe until June. I don't think it's going to go up or down a lot. I'm still setting up the stream, Romeo Wolf. I'll put it up there. Oh, Reliance Group is almost $7. That's pretty cool. Let's adjust this just a little bit. 850 for the width, so it fits right here. So Reliance Global Group is up a lot pre-market, 20%. That's pretty significant. You know what? I messed up. Let me just add Reliance up there again. It might move a lot today. Reliance Global Group. Okay, I have Reliance up there and Ideognomics. I should put Ideognomics up there. Yeah, the GameStop report was all over the place. Let's see what's happening here with the yeah, Rick. Sundial does have a lot of people pumping it and dumping it, so you gotta be careful. It's up huge this morning. Let me I gotta log in TD Ameritrade. So many accounts to use today. Sorry about this. Alright, let's check. Did my cash clear in TD Ameritrade? Current cash. Hey, I have all the cash ready for trading in TD Ameritrade. Not all, but most of it. Just enough to do what I need to do. You guys want to see Sundial on this screen? Alright, let's watch it. I'm not saying to buy this stock. I'm just saying that we're gonna watch it. This stock, I personally know the stock has been pumped for over a week. So be careful. People have been pumping this stock for over a week. You guys be careful with this one. Alright, sundial's up there. Eric Mason, I'll answer your question one moment. Do you want to follow a finance advisor that has the information, Eric?
What is up, fam?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Oh, what's up?
What is this short interest thing I'm reading? What do you mean 200%?
Where are you reading that at? Which part?
General chat. There's a post from Wall Street Bets. There's some.
Okay, that's Wall Street Bets. That's not really credible.
The source is. Wait, I'm gonna open it again. The FINRA markets is an interesting thing, but there's this guy, the Ihor or whatever his name is, from S3 Partners or something like that. His numbers are way lower than that. So I'm like, alright. I'm confused.
Yeah, some people have way lower numbers than that. Just click on the source though.
I'm on it. The FINRA, whatever that is.
Right, FINRA.
Dedicated to FINRA is dedicated to protecting investors and safeguarding market integrity in a manner that facilitates vibrant capital markets.
Alright, so the website was last updated today on this link.
So what do they do? Because this is all use buzzwords.
Did you click the source or the image?
Source. I'm on the website.
So do you see where it says short interest 78.4 cents? I'll screenshot it and put it in general.
Yeah.
Alright, check general. That's where it's going to be at on that website.
7846.
Yep.
I don't know. This is all very, very interesting. Very interesting. What was there any suspicious moves when the market was closed, like last time? We had some.
Nope.
All right.
No huge volumes. Nothing weird yesterday.
This is getting more and more interesting.
Except after it closed yesterday, it like went up to like, what was it, like 55 or something like that, and it was down below
Like
50.
up to 55.
That's not really unusual. Some Some people shorting it probably had to exercise their shares. You have to keep in mind that individuals also had GameStop shorted.
Pop, that's it, mate. Pop it.
You guys gotta be careful with this sundial thing. I know those Wall Street Bet guys have been pumping this for well over a month. I'm talking about some of them got in this stock when it's only like 40 cents. So they'll happily dump it on you guys and tell you to buy it. You gotta be careful.
They're pumping a lot of wheat stocks.
Yeah. Look at teal rate, already $62.
Yeah, was that Afri I think went up too?
Yeah, because they might have a merger.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I got into NSPR early, and that's what I'm holding right now, just to be safe. I didn't buy the marijuana stocks early, and
Yeah,
I don't want to buy it when I'm reading other people's Discord when they're talking about their selling, so I'm just waiting. Harry Lewington. I don't want to put Nokia up there. It's not going to really have a lot of movement. Nokia has over 5 billion shares. You sold 25 shares last week. Good. Pay those capital gains taxes. Oh yeah, that stock price is high right now. 150 employees. Oof. Canopy Growth Group is really high. It's been holding for a long time. My story with Tilray, I bought it a long time ago and then sold it at 300 before markets halted it a long time ago. It doesn't show that anywhere on the charts that it was at 500 unless you look at the highest peaks. If somebody's just looking at the charts on Tilray, they may think it's a good deal right now as well. But
Cannot wait, quit working, man.
Tilray's pretty hyped up right now, though.
So much time wasted. It's 8 hours a day. Ugh! I can sit and study for 8 hours instead of I'm picking boxes.
What is it doing? You're working?
So I had my own business before the corona struck. I had a marketing agency. It was going fine, and the whole thing happened. I went bust because I was new, and I started to work in warehouses and factories and stuff. So now I'm working in the biggest freezer in Europe, and I'm picking boxes in minus 25.
Oh wow, you're in Europe?
I'm in England.
Oh nice. Cold as fuck, huh?
Say again?
Is it cold as fuck?
It is, yeah. And my source of transport broke down as well, so I have to walk an hour one way, walk an hour another way. It's all good. It's all good. I need that to survive. So.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Tilray's up there.
Didn't hear you. Sorry.
Somebody said the merger did go through between Tilray and the other cannabis company, so that's good.
Wait, the merge went through? They're making their own stock?
I don't think they're gonna make their own stock. I think one of the company absorbs the other.
Oh. So would it be like which one would be the top company?
Yeah, I'm reading the other Discord. People got in Sundial at 40 cents and they're talking about selling. So, you guys getting in Sundial now, just be careful.
Are you talking about the Wall Street Bets Discord?
Yeah.
Ding, 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 by the way.
No, you shouldn't be discouraged from selling from taxes. Don't worry about taxes. You have to pay that anyways. I don't want to have to teach you math percentage again. If you're making profit, then taxes are still worth it.
I think we just need to start every morning off with basic elementary math, 30-minute math.
30-minute intermission of math. Simple arithmetic.
I posted a meme from Wall Street Bets. I think it's hilarious. So on the general.
Is anybody going to try to get into Sundial and get out? If you are, that's highly risky today.
I've been in Sundial for a while. I've been writing a lot of puts. I've been making money off of it as it goes up. I also have a bunch of shares, but I got in very low, so I'm holding for now.
I'm about to get out of this GameStop position just so I don't have to pay the fucking margin call. I know they're gonna do something shady.
How much you losing that call?
I'm not gonna lose much. I'll lose like 20 cents per share if I sell now.
Oh yeah.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I have questions about the AMC short squeeze percentage numbers. Short interest. Yeah, that's what it's early. So it seems like the 226 was the number they were reporting from February or January 15th until now, and now it's changed to 78% short interest. How come no one was talking about the 226 for the last 2 weeks, if that was really the case?
Yeah, I was expected to see a dip. With their help or without it?
Yeah, the short interest is only 78%, so it's not worth it.
It's still extremely high.
I know that was kind of semi-sarcastic.
Oh. It's early, like you said.
What you mean is like 2:30 afternoon?
Gee, that's fucking low, dude. I bought it at 85, and that's a fucking. Might as well hold.
Anybody heard of Castor Maritime? It's a pretty cheap stock.
I think it went up like 300%.
Yeah. Yeah, I got in at $1.06. It's 124 now.
So what's going on with OCGN? I hear it's tanking on the chat. OCGN, the vaccine.
Nice.
OSTK still pulling my whole portfolio up.
Which one?
OSTK, Overstock. They're going to be doing a lot of stuff soon.
Yeah, why is that one going up?
They own a company that is been in the news lately, but I don't remember which one.
So there's T0 specifically, but they own like 20 different blockchain companies that are about to IPO.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, they got blockchain.
This is Overstock?
Correct, Overstock.
Huh.
What'd you buy in at?
I've just been buying slowly all the way up on the dips, and I'm making money every day.
Do you see a dip every day usually? Cause I'm trying to buy in.
Yeah, I've seen a dip most days, so I've been buying on the dips. I'm up to 15 shares, so not a ton, but I'm making good money off it.
Nice. Yeah, I see the rise. I'm gonna try to put it on my watch list.
Well, I unloaded about half my sundial at 240. I hope that wasn't dumb.
Seems like the smart move.
Hey, what was said about Overstock just a second ago? They're doing something on the blockchain.
So they spent $100 million investing in blockchain companies, and they're about to launch a bunch of them. They just moved it from, it used to be under what was called Medici Ventures, but they've moved it to Pelion something to launch them. They've done a bunch of stuff like Outlet and a bunch of other companies.
So is it all just going to be under the Overstock ticker? Or are they going to have a new IPO with a new ticker for that, or do we know?
I think some of the companies will have their own, but it's all under ownership. Like Overstock owns a percentage of each of them, so you can just buy Overstock and have a piece of each of them.
So buy Overstock at it's 100 plus now. So buy it, and then you'll have to be in with all that others, right?
It's correct. That's kind of where I'm going with it. But I mean, ultimately, you can try and track the individual companies if you like one of them or whatever.
Right. Do you
I
guys
think
know
the main
anything
one
about?
was T0.
Do you guys know anything about Shopify?
I don't.
I know how it works.
Canadian company.
Talking with a guy, just a friend of mine who also invests, and he likes it just because of it's kind of filling this a space of that online retail that Amazon is not.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other companies who do it a lot easier and cheaper than Shopify.
Are you talking about like selling your own personal items or something like stuff you make or whatever?
What is Shopify about? Like, what's their whole business model?
Shopify is just basically a platform so individuals can make a quick online store.
Kind of like an online yard sale, kind of like.
Orders are not getting filled at all.
I used to have a Shopify store. It's actually pretty cool.
As opposed to going through Amazon and their distribution process and their cut of everything that they have to take and all that, Shopify just allows you to go online, throw up just like he said, throw up a storefront online, and you just start selling whatever you've got. So it's more streamlined. Kind of like Etsy, but a slicker Etsy. But it's kind of dominating that particular online retail space. Now, Amazon dominates online retail in its form. But as far as like the individual online shops, individual online virtual storefronts, Shopify is kind of dominating that space. That's why my guy likes it.
Square now does everything Shopify does, but cheaper.
Yeah, but they smell funny, so whatever.
Was that company you just said that is a competitor to Shopify?
Square.
Oh yeah, okay. A lot of the people in the music industry, they use Shopify a lot.
Yeah, I don't really know much about it. I was just looking into it for my friend, and Square was about $60 a month cheaper than what they could get for Shopify.
Yeah, Sundial's really going down.
They're dumping it, eh?
But it's like earlier I was trying to buy Sundial and none of my orders were filling at all. Like it's weird, like they put a block on it or something on Robinhood, and that's probably why it's going down. Because I bet a lot of people are trying to buy that shit and you can't.
I don't know what Kodak's doing, but I'm making all my money back I lost.
I'm just waiting for the day that Carnival Cruise Lines opens back up.
Yeah, I'm
A
still
lot of
holding
that
mine.
stuff cheap.
I bought it so cheap. It was like on the floor.
Yeah, same here. Hopefully they get back up and running and it goes back to where it was.
I'm gonna have to imagine they're not gonna want to get rid of all those ships, but we'll see, I guess. I mean, I think they ought to just start up now and tell, hey, if you're not worried about COVID, let's go. Come on, man.
Good morning. I'm back now. I got coffee. I took a shower. How's it
Gotta
going
get the
today?
coffee.
Yeah, I had quite a night. I finally saw Wolf on Wall Street. Great movie.
Bro, didn't you go to your homie's house?
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
dude, I had so many edibles. I had to spend the night there.
Nice.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like, I still feel kind of stupid right now, but whatever. Wolf of Wall Street was hilarious, though. I had never seen that movie before.
That movie's pretty iconic.
Yeah, I was dying. It was hilarious. It was like, yeah.
Hey, is Carter in the chat, or did they already send the FBI out of her house?
No, I'm here. I haven't called yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't get locked up, because I mean, it's bad enough nobody's heard from Biscuit in 48 hours. The last thing I need is for all the threats that you were making yesterday for you to end up disappearing as well.
Like, where's Biscuit?
I mean, Biscuit's chilling right now. You know, it's not that easy over there for him. So I'm just assuming he's just laying low. Plus, remember he was talking about when they were mining, how they had power outages.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Hopefully he's on a plane to the United States.
Oh, that'd be great.
Let's hope he got a wifey that quick.
I mean, it can't be that hard. Like, I would honestly sell my sister-in-law for 2 Bitcoin right now. Matter of fact, I'd sell her for half a Bitcoin.
Wow.
My guy said half a Bitcoin.
Damn.
Okay, hold on. See,
That's a pretty smart
it sounds
investment.
bad when you
Half
say
a Bitcoin
half a
for
Bitcoin.
an ex-wife. 10,000 for
I mean,
pizza.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's in order for you to get married, like people pay if they're coming from like the Dominican Republic, Haiti, they coming from the Caribbean, they will pay 10 to 20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pay $20,000. Half a Bitcoin right now is $22,500.
Yeah, that's profit.
But keep in mind, he did say that he would marry a guy as well, so you can make some quick cash.
Sucks. I just got married. Otherwise,
I would, dude. If he ups it to 1 full Bitcoin, I'm just saying.
Might take the deal, huh?
Are you telling me you wouldn't?
Honestly, I'd do it for half a Bitcoin if he offers up his computer skill. I'm gonna be real honest.
Yeah, if he brings
No
a couple
kidding. I'll
computers.
take that.
I was like, can you build me a website? Like, straight up.
Here they pay like 30K if you marry somebody. People do it all the time. People do it multiple.
Well, you know what they say, $20 is $20.
That's right.
Except we're adding a couple zeros to the end of it. It's all good.
Don't forget to like that page, y'all, if y'all are enjoying the streaming. Looks like we got 270 people watching. Make sure to hit the like button, subscribe. Shout out to Tame the Ark for making this happen. And yeah, hit the like button, subscribe, support. I'm also still really stoned from the edibles, but don't mind me. Who's got them diamond hands?
was telling you guys buy Raven coin the other day. It just popped. It went from 2 cents to 5 cents.
What? Nice. Yeah. That was like 2 days
Nice.
ago, huh? I heard about that.
Wish I'd
Yeah, I
kept
want
the
to give
stuff back in
I
the
want
day.
to give a quick shout out to whoever used my Webull referral link. I had a few people whenever I got on yesterday. I had a bunch of free stock to claim, and I wound up with 7 shares of Facebook. So shout out to whoever it was that used my Webull referral link.
Dude, that's crazy. What the hell?
That's awesome. I think I was one of them.
Does anyone know what the FINRA report from January 15th was and what the short interest said for sure?
I just assumed that that was the 226 that we keep seeing in rotation because that was the last number that everybody's able to trace before the 29th of January.
I know, but why weren't we talking that the short interest was 226 for the last 2 weeks?
What is that on?
I think that we were also discussing about that 226 involving phantom shares. So it was kind of a speculation as to what shares there were and which ones were actually real. That's why we were waiting for the report to come out. Or from what I thought was discussed, was waiting for the report to come out to see if those phantom shares are real or were they able to sweep them under the rug.
So, from my memory, the 226, or actually I think it was like 224, came from eToro, like 5 days ago is where we saw that info. But that was the first time we ever saw it that high. If January 15th, FINRA posted the short interest was 226, and not a single one of us ever saw that, and we never talked about it, seems highly unlikely.
It sounds to me that you're saying that that 226 is not even close to a real number, that just magically came out of nowhere. Because if it was a real number and it was posted, somebody would have said something.
Right. If that 226 was there from January 15th, we would have noticed. So if the number was 226 right before the 78, where did the 226 come from, and when was that the case? When was it 226? And why did none of us notice?
Just look up the term synthetic long. Because apparently that has a lot to do with it.
I guess my concern is, when was the 226 on FINRA's website? When did that first appear? And where did it come from? I'm just going to call FINRA, get some clarification. And also ask to sign up for their webinars.
Dear FBI, I do not know this lady.
Oh god.
They might get a phone call too. We'll see how the day goes.
Unfortunately, our institutions are compromised.
Yeah, but sometimes when you make phone calls, they tell you information to appease you that they shouldn't.
Yeah, one time I called the Office of Personnel Management and I had this guy stuttering a whole bunch of stuff he wasn't supposed to tell me.
You scared him.
Did we ever find out about those reports? Did that ever come out? Was that ever a thing?
Yeah, I think all the reports that we were talking about just recently is what we were seeing. These 226s, the 226% short interest. Yesterday there was I want to say around 8:30, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. A report came out and it showed that the short interest on GME was 226%. Immediately within 5 minutes at the most, it became a question as to what that number was. Multiple links went out. Kata was researching and she was seeing a different website. Even when she clicked the link, everybody uploaded screenshots to general, and some people saw that the short interest was 78.4%, and other people were saying 226 still. So we kind of know that the report came, but nobody knows exactly.
Oh, you cut out there.
I hate the sound. Oh, did I cut out? Really? Oh crap! Wi-Fi. My bad. I just got home. Yeah, it looks like it's all a lie. That's really about it. It all looks like it's falsified because there's no way it went from 220.
Don't forget to hit that like button. How's everybody's morning?
I'm gonna smash that like button with my coffee cup.
Do it.
Don't spill it.
So one thing I noticed about Robinhood was that if you have the card, they give you a routing number and an ACH. So then I guess you could use that to transfer all your cash out and deposit it into another account.
I just pulled out cash from the ATM with that actually.
With
Yeah, I
your
think you gotta
Robinhood
sign
card?
up for that.
I pulled out cash, but then you wouldn't have to pay the fee because when you go to the ATM, you gotta pay that fee. But then you could like just like deposit it into Webull or whatever using the routing number and the ACH or to whatever broker you want to use.
Oh, that's true.
If you also use the card number, you can add it to your Cash App and use the card and account number as a way to transfer funds from Robinhood into your Cash App and basically treat it like a standard bank account.
Dope. Now I'm really glad that I got that card.
Well, I'm glad you got it too because I ordered mine over 2 weeks ago, and after this whole storm, it has not arrived yet.
It probably won't arrive till next year.
I don't know if anybody's looking at Marathon Holdings, but they might be worth a look on a dip. I got into them after having missed a big upswing on Bitcoin, thinking that somebody is going to need to process all the transactions as it gets more popular, and their main thing is running like mining farms.
Oh man, GME is stupid.
The Petroleum Corp?
Holy shit, dude.
Will you post the ticker in the general chat?
AMC and GME are back up.
Yeah, they're on a wicked tear right now.
I gotta point out that I get a little bit tripped out every time I hear Miko because you sound almost exactly like one of my local friends that I play games with, also on Discord.
Oh, that's cool.
You're in good company. He's a good guy.
Dope. We'll have to game with y'all sometime because I like to game too, depending on what you guys play.
What do you guys play? FPSs or? I mean,
His big thing is like survival crafting. I'm kind of all over the place. He got me into 7 Days to Die, and I was on that for a while.
Nice.
I haven't played 7 Days to Die for a while, but yeah, what the heck's going on? AMC, GME are just in sync.
To the moon.
Now I'm gonna check my stuff because I've got both of those. I'm like,
Yeah, what the hell's going on?
dang, Sundial Growers is just going crazy right now.
You might want to dump some.
Well, I got in really early with them, so I'm just like, I'm gonna ride it to the top and then boom.
Hey, have any of you guys heard about Fold? It's so essentially, it's kind of like what y'all were talking about earlier with the Robinhood card.
It's gonna hit 60.
I use Fold.
Yeah, man, I really like it, especially. So essentially, what it is it's a cashback rewards card, but instead of cashback, you get Bitcoin, and then you get like
what's this called?
I'll post a link in general in just a second.
Cool, thank you.
But you get like so they have a wheel, right? It's like a Wheel of Fortune wheel. You spin it, and you get all kinds of stuff. You get like more percentage cash back on your next purchase, and then when you use your card to buy stuff, you get to spin the wheel, and you can get up to one full Bitcoin. Now, obviously, they're not giving away one Bitcoin all the time; they would go out of business. But you get back like a couple times. I've got back like 53,000 satoshis. And if you're already, buying gas and groceries and all that stuff, getting Bitcoin back is a good investment for me, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I have an alarm that pops up every.
Yeah, I think I've seen these ads. I just never clicked on it. Sounds
Yeah,
pretty
every
good.
7 days you'll get like 500 extra satoshis. That is. Sorry, real quick. Did somebody say Sundial was merging yesterday, or was that a different company?
Tilray and Etherium, yeah.
Oh, okay. So what was the deal with Sundial? Were they like? Was this just like a pump stock or what?
Someone said that people said they would be dumping it today on Sundial. I don't know. It's kind of trading sideways now around 220, 230.
Yeah, missed out on it. People were talking about it last week on this Discord, and I didn't. I'm really skeptical about weed stocks. So
I think I heard that they were talking about. I'm sorry, because I'm going back and forth from Wi-Fi to 4G. I think they were saying that Sundial was supposedly on the pump and dump list, or it was somebody said something about it in a online forum. I'm not going to say that company's name anymore. I refuse to say their name, but in an online forum, they were talking about pumping marijuana stocks, and Sundial was one of those primary ones that they were looking at. But that was, I think, at the beginning of this week, late last week. But anybody that came in 7 days or later, I mean, this is just this natural growth, apparently.
Look at ACB also. It's going up the same.
It's crazy how I can just about watch the candles on GME and predict what's going to happen in the next minute on AMC.
So with that Fold app, one of the cool things is that like some of my friends that didn't want to really get into Bitcoin, they just sign up for that Fold app, and I think now you get 20,000 Satoshi just for signing up.
How long did you wait on the waiting list? There's a waiting list right now. Or did you get yours?
Yeah. Well, so what you have to do is use it a lot. when you originally sign up, you can buy like gift cards and stuff. So around Christmas time, I was just, I was going to buy gift cards anyway, so I did it through this.
Buy
And
some Starbucks
yeah,
gift cards.
all right, man, anything. Like, see, I shop at Lowe's a lot because I'm doing a lot of stuff around my house. So instead of just going straight to Lowe's and using cash, like back in October, November, I would just buy gift cards off of here. So I got Bitcoin back, and I was going to be spending that money at Lowe's anyway. So I was kind of double dipping on the reward.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I signed up for something on Gemini yesterday that it's like you lend out your Bitcoin and it gains interest. So I signed up for that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there are a lot of coins that are offering stake rewards too. I know on Coinbase there are a few where you can get like 6% interest. The one I was doing, I can't remember what coin it is, but I'll look it up in a second. But so you have to hold it for 90 days, and once you've held the coin for 90 days with no transactions, then I think it's every 3 days you earn interest on it, and they just deposit just a little bit into your account. And over the course of a year, I think that adds up to like 6.87%.
That's
So
tight.
just for you keeping the coin, you get more of the coin.
So you just have to hold the coin in Coinbase? Is that it?
It's Coinbase Pro, I think.
And what if I want to dump more money into it? Will the money that I add into it accrue interest as well?
Yeah, as long as you're not taking any out, as long as you're not selling any.
So if you add money onto that, like, do you have to hold the new money that you just accumulated onto the coin like for 90 days too?
To the best of my knowledge, I think you do. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think every time you put some in, that amount that you put in has to be in there 90 days.
I know Gemini's doing that as well.
Yeah, that's what I got on Gemini. I signed up for it yesterday, put I think it was like $700 worth of Bitcoin into like their interest thing.
So, guys, I left a message. I just got off the phone with FINRA, and I asked them to provide me the report from the 15th and as well as the report from the 2nd so we can compare them and see what the short interest actually is.
I'd like to take this time out to mention that the user who just spoke about leaving a message at FINRA is not part of any group for anybody from the SEC that's listening. This is not
She
a plan,
represents
a
herself.
group. This is an
100%.
individual. This is an individual choice that everybody here in the Discord and in the YouTube chat are making their own independent decisions. We are not a group. We are not a fund. We are not a foundation, and there are no leaders. Everybody is acting
AMC at $6.
on their own.
We're independent amateurs, but we're smart amateurs, right?
We are gathered here today
Questionable on the smart.
to remember the
Occasionally smart.
Breaking news. Elon Musk said bought some Dogecoin for little Ets so he can be a toddler hodler.
What the fuck?
What does that mean?
Wait, did he tweet that or something?
Good morning, y'all.
What's
Nice.
up?
Good morning.
And Doge
Hey.
Yeah,
in the
and
last
Doge
2
is
minutes.
shooting right up.
It's going crazy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it means. Doge just jumped through the roof.
That's weird. He's never pumped Doge weekdays. He always pumps it on the weekend.
Yep.
God damn it! I meant to buy that this morning on the dip and I forgot.
I'm so glad I.
Wow.
I literally just bought that, and then you're like breaking. That's crazy. Like 10% more.
Yeah, that's just going up.
I still have a sell order in to dump a lot of Doge to Ethereum, but really high. I figured it would never happen, but it might actually happen.
What you said it at?
Well, it's 4 zeros and then 5 Doge to 1/8 price.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but the trend's gonna keep on going up all day long, so it's just gonna go up all day long as people see the tweets and
That's how
retweet it.
Elon's keeping Doge alive, man. I'll tell you.
Jeez.
Wouldn't it be nice to have that much power?
It'd be fucking awesome.
No, it would not. If Trump had tweeted just bought some Dogecoin or Dogecoin, they'd be screaming bloody murder in the streets just because it was him. That guy couldn't do anything right.
People would still be buying it, his people.
They'd be looking into the Doge meme and they'd be like, this alt-right meme.
It'd be a Confederate flag instead of a Doge.
So I got something crazy to share. Yesterday, I sold my Doge, or no, I bought Doge and it immediately tanked like 10% or something. And then today, I'm like, I'm gonna.
You cut out there.
Yep. I'm assuming it's a push to talk fail.
Yeah, most likely.
I'm banking on Doge to offset my GME losses. Come on, Elon, I believe in you.
Oh yeah, then I just sold. Sorry about that. I sold some, and then he immediately tweeted. So I think the universe is just telling me to just stop touching it.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone.
But I'm not gonna lie, I sold something else and threw some right now.
806, y'all. It's up to 806.
Wow,
It's
I'm
gonna
really
go
I-
close to 9.
Broke that 7.
Ooh, I'm about to make some money. Hey, bring it, Elon.
This is gonna bring all the other coins up too, you guys, because people like me keep trading between the coins. So
I
your
have-
Ethereum and
Yeah,
everything's gonna
Ethereum's
go up.
a lot.
I have all my I left all my cryptos alone. I left some balance in both, so
Doesn't it cost you a lot of money to do the transfers though, Ethereum? I heard.
yeah,
No.
Ethereum's expensive.
Oh yeah. If you wanna move to different wallets, yes.
$5 per.
Oh, okay.
Transferring some Bitcoin even like a week ago was way more expensive than I remembered it being.
But if you're using an exchange, you can. That doesn't really cost. Yeah, I mean they have a tiny fee for doing exchanges.
Yeah, within the exchange is like a super tiny fee, but outside of the exchange is when it gets expensive.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Yeah, I moved
Yeah,
from like
sometimes they
XT
even
to
offer-
Bittrex or something.
Sometimes they even
Gotcha.
offer conversions for free. Like if you want to convert from Doge to Ethereum, some exchanges it's free as long as you do it in the exchange.
Gotcha.
Dude, the riot chart looks nuts when I zoom out.
That was a quick dip for Doge.
Yeah. 0.02 dip. Quick.
Since there's a lot of people that have sell orders, I bet.
OCGN is down. It's at the $10 right now.
I was literally about to ask that. I was just watching that. I'm considering selling or buying more.
I'm not gonna sell mine because the thing is that with OCGN, the price is gonna be impacted when they're done with the phase 3 trials. In that case, it'll pop up. It depends on what price you bought it at. What did you buy it at?
I think like at $8.
Yeah, I would. I would.
GameStop's moving up too.
Yeah, I might be overly optimistic, but I put an order in today on OCGN at 9:30. I just figured, hey, might drop down. If it doesn't, oh well.
Yeah, I mean OCGN was up to almost $18 the other day. I bought it at like $6, so I'm holding.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
I
I
know
wish I would have bought it like when you guys were talking about it last week, 2 weeks ago, I think.
It was last week Friday.
Yeah, I bought it at 411, so I'm staying. I'm holding.
Did you already talk about Elon's tweet?
We just got over that topic.
Yeah,
Alright,
did you look at the coin, man? It's got like a perfectly vertical graph right now.
That's the same thing that happened to Bitcoin when he invested
When last month?
last week.
when that news came out.
Well, hold on. Well, when the news came out, but there's a lot of speculation that he bought that Bitcoin back at the beginning of January.
Just came out.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, dang. I thought it was because the investment. So it's just all of the news. Wow.
Yeah.
It was news, and it may not even be 100% accurate because the dude that I guess that tweeted about it originally that led to the speculation does not even work for Tesla. They say that this dude was in Germany and like on acid and just like tweeted this out. Yes. I was reading this last
So,
night.
so it's convenient that that happened because it's like he supposedly he tweeted it out. It really did happen that Elon did buy it back in early January, and now that China is saying something about the security, not the security, but the safety of Teslas, and now it's just like, yeah, we bought Bitcoin, and it's like that's going to offset the sales or the share impact in China. So if China's saying we have a problem with Teslas, and Tesla's like we bought Bitcoin, it should basically balance each other out.
China's got a problem with Tesla just to get NEO up.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. NEO, they want to get NEO off the ground, and that's the Chinese Tesla.
Kada, you're making a lot of bread off of Tilray, aren't you?
I think you should.
Oh yeah.
What's the ticker?
Oh, it's shooting up.
Just my style.
Naked's been on a kind of strong upward today too.
Yeah, I see it. You think it's gonna be a dip? It looks like it's going up really fast.
It's gone up to 214 back on January 25th, and then it dipped down to 141. So this is not completely unusual for it.
So, quick side note: GME and AMC, they're just twins right now, aren't they?
I got off the phone with FINRA. Does anyone want an update?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
So FINRA only provides the report from the OTC stocks. The New York Stock Exchange reports short interest from GME comes directly from the stock exchange. So I'm not really sure why they're pulling all that data from API from Morningstar. But
which was I was saying yesterday, like why would they even go through Morningstar? They're a huge exchange. They don't even use brokers. They go directly through the clearinghouses.
But I mean, that's if you guys pull up the code, you can see that the data is being pulled from Morningstar API.
Right.
So I went in last night into the New York Stock Exchange, and you supposedly have to purchase the reports, which I think is the dumbest thing ever because you should have public access. So I placed a so-called order. No idea how much that's going to cost me. And so we'll see if we can get the historical reports from the 15th and current.
Interesting.
We have to get it directly. They get all that information directly from the stock exchange. They're not pulling it from like anything else but the stock exchange.
Nice work.
So how do you get it? Do they like mail it or?
I don't know. I put in a request last night and you have to purchase it, but it didn't like say it costs X amount of dollars.
That means they're going to charge you like 100,000.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just like file bankruptcy or something.
Fuck yeah.
That's what they do, right? If they go broke, they just file bankruptcy. Why can't I?
Oh my God, Biscuit.
Yeah,
because you don't get to choose what you put into the BK. That's the problem.
Technically, my Bolt is under my husband's name. It's not under my name, so No.
Biscuit, you're alive.
Yeah, they'll just take your husband.
Biscuits in the chat, y'all.
Yay, you're alive!
No.
Seriously,
bro. What?
I was like,
Wait,
why
why am I supposed to be dead? What did I miss?
Where have you been? You've been missing in action for 48 hours.
Did you get a wife yet or husband?
We were
a lot
gonna
of
come try to see if
speculation
you were
yesterday.
Listen,
in jail.
the way BNB, you know, Binance Coin bombed. I'm definitely getting a wife now. If it's not for my looks, for my money, you know.
So, Biscuit, so how long was your layover in Europe when your flight to America?
What? Say again?
I said, how long was your layover in Europe on your flight to America? I mean, you've been gone for 2 days. You had to be on a plane.
I mean, I wasn't gone. I was here when during the weekend. There was no one. I think there was like 5 people. Who was here? Miko, Kat.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Bro, I'm
Yeah.
always here, I feel like.
While you guys were, I don't know what you guys were doing during the weekend. You Americans are so weird.
I was working.
You're supposed to be buying GME like from other sources over the counter.
Over the counter GME.
Under the counter.
It's not
Biscuit, I think we need a to the moon.
Well, 69 didn't hold, so I hope, like, I'm praying for you guys. I hope for a miracle.
America's screwed.
I don't know, man. I was about to go to sleep, but like Elon tweeted and my alerts went off and my bags are heavy on Doge. I'm still like, I don't know what to do.
Hold.
I just put some in and I'm deciding to forget about it, and hopefully one of these days I'll look at it and I'll have money in there.
I don't know, man. I'd rather put them in Litecoin or Bitcoin or Ethereum than Doge, to be honest.
I'm also comfortable losing whatever the fuck I put out there because, you know, that's how
I mean, eventually, you don't want to miss the meme. You don't want to like grow up after 10 years. They ask you about Doge. You say, hey, I didn't buy into the meme. That
Yeah.
would be bad.
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was able to buy GME off the meme, so I'm not even tripping.
That's gonna
like-
be such a trend in the
I
upcoming
mean,
years.
it's different. GME and AMC are good companies and good stocks. So,
Who
but
says Doge isn't? When you have so
I'm
many
not
people
dissing Doge. I
backing it,
love Doge. Don't get me wrong.
it's
No,
weird. I know, but
I already pulled 3 times my winning from Doge, so I'm just playing house money right now. That's why I'm choosing to just leave it in there and see what happens.
Yeah, and people are starting to accept Doge, so you never know.
Oh, and it hit.
Yeah.
So you're the whale dumping on us. Stop selling, man. Yeah, it's very good for day trading. It's very volatile.
Hey, yo,
Dangerous
Timmy,
and much profit.
7-2 and sold at 8-1, so I'm good.
Is it possible to put a cap on it? You know how they keep on saying it's infinite. Is it possible to add a cap
Yeah,
to it?
there is on Binance. There is like you can't go way higher.
No, I mean the actual number of coins in circulation. I wish they would cap Doge like they have.
No,
Bitcoin.
it's impossible. Through the algorithm, you can have infinite Doge, so you got to be careful.
Make them rewrite it.
They would have to.
You can have infinite, right? But there's only a finite amount released at a specific time, right?
No, if we get more computers pumping it, you can have infinite amount really fast.
No, that's not how it works. When you're mining, you're
have to mine it.
when you're mining, you're verifying blocks. So it's based upon how many people are actually making transfers in Doge. If you can't just magically create new blocks if nobody's trading it.
No, people are trading it even more now than ever, though. So it's going to keep producing more and more as we keep trading.
But it's not like we
has-
just randomly create it whenever we feel like it, like the US dollar.
Yeah,
and it has a decreasing rate of inflation.
right. That too. Yeah, the higher it gets, the less that will be rewarded per block, and it keeps going down, and you can only have so much per year actually produced.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Where there was like kind of a cap every year.
Also, the amount of people mining it doesn't matter, like, because there's a difficulty adjustment that will just keep the reward amount the same per block.
I swear, I can't take it seriously. Like every time I imagine the dev team behind Dogecoin, I imagine a bunch of dogs on computers like pushing the keyboard for. How are they gonna set a cap on this?
Do we need to rescue them? Are they in slave labor mining Doge?
Do you guys see Biopath? Biopath is like holdings is spiking on some news of a patent.
Ticker?
BPTH. So Bravo Papa Tango Hotel.
Whoa.
I'm not buying it. I'm just saying where it's at.
Holy cow.
The
Yeah.
coin that I was talking about
What's the
earlier,
ticker?
I put in the tickers for you guys.
I'll put it in the
stake
ticker.
coin.
Just posted a picture of the dev team for Doge in general.
That's exactly what I'm just gonna put a ticket and pull the code from GitHub.
Sorry, Tam, you said Torchlight was merging.
Okay, I have a funny one for you in general.
I think with the tweets with Elon is we got to watch too. Of course, we're always going to see a big jump, then we're going to see a big sell because the limit orders are already placed in there. But you got to remember, not everybody watches Twitter at the exact same time, so you can see another big jump within the next 24 hours.
Good point.
Yeah, California has to wake up.
I mean, it's quite the heavy resistance on the 76 mark. So there was like heavy sell orders, and it seems like whatever the bots were set to buy at Elon's tweet were not enough to push that resistance. So this is very alarming to me, to be honest. $8.1, right?
It didn't go past the 8. I didn't see it go past
Oh,
the
you think it's actually Elon who did this?
Yeah, for sure.
He said he
Yeah,
was
it
buying it for his son.
Dude,
Yeah,
he
he
will
tweeted that
market
he
buy,
bought.
no limits.
Yeah, it hit 8, definitely.
Yeah, it was like 807, 809. It went 812 at one point.
Eight's been the ceiling for about a week now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was 3-4 a couple of weeks ago, not even.
Yeah, when I bought
It was 3.088.
I know when I bought it, and a couple of people I know bought it at 3. We put limit sells at 8. If it breaks 10, that's when there's going to be a breakout, I think, after all the sell-offs.
Oh, the FOMO will kick in. It's gonna be crazy.
Yep.
Till rate is booming, man. If you got
I
that,
love it.
you got money.
I love it.
I want it, but I can't even buy in at this high. Like it was already at 30 yesterday.
Afria as well. The thing is that your Afria stocks are going to get converted to Tilray. So
Did they merge already? Or is
the
that
merger has been, yeah, I mean, the CEOs, everything's been announced. I posted a link for an interview with the CEO, I think in news yesterday. He's actually the Tilray CEO. The Tilray CEO is stepping down, and it's the Afria CEO who's going to take over.
And I believe with the Afria, if you have one stock of that, it converts to like 0.8 of the Tilray.
Yes, yes. So it is
Winning.
definitely worth it right now
buy
at the
Afria
current
right now?
at the current prices. Yeah.
So how's it going to work when you have fractional stocks of Tilray?
What's the ticker of to that one?
Alpha Papa Hotel Alpha. I mean, it's dipping right
Usually
now.
they
So
sell fractional shares. Usually anytime you have like a reverse split or anything of that nature, if you have fractional shares, they sell those and they just put the cash back into your account. They usually only convert whole stocks.
Hi guys, how are we doing this morning?
Hey, Mouse.
Good morning, Mouse.
Hello, welcome.
What up?
Dab for Doge.
Dab for
Woo!
Doge.
I went in long on Doge, guys. For, first time in my life, I bought some Doge last night, about $1,000.
Wow.
I'm holding it until one celebrity says "Hey" and gets it to $10.
There you go.
Elon's making his way there. He bought some Doge today. We were just
He
talking
bought
about
some
it.
Doge for his kid.
I mean,
says.
what's the next Elon tweet that could actually bump the price? What do you think he would say that will actually have an effect on the market? We accept Doge now?
Anything he says. Yeah, he's gonna keep doing it. Everything he says about Doge.
You would have to say that Tesla's going to accept Doge, just like you did with Bitcoin.
Yeah, where he could even say like 5% off of a Tesla if you can prove you have 1,000 Doge in your wallet or something.
He is not doing
5%
that.
off a Tesla is a lot.
Anybody else knowing paying attention to the variation on these options with GME right now? We got some of the some of the bid is going for $44, $47, and the normal ask is $52. But then past 5 minutes here, it's one of the reasons I jumped on here with you guys is I've seen it go from $52 on the ask side all the way up to I've seen some 800s, I've seen some thousands, and then I've seen some 1500s.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I've been watching those.
What does that mean?
I mean, it could have just can mean a lot of things when you're getting into options. It could have just been somebody saying, okay, we're hedging our bets for 3 months, 6 months from now. This is what it's going to be. This is what we're asking for it. I mean, it could be the short information that came out wasn't correct. I don't care what the hell anyone says on that one. So, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot going on right now. It's anyone's guess. I mean, it's really weird. Like right now, it just popped up to $3,500. And when it popped up to $3,500 over here on that bid side of it, we got a few $1,200 orders, So, I don't know.
Interesting.
It's just really weird. And especially, like I said, guys, I play options too. And with earnings week last week, it was just weird with the S3 coming out. And that they're saying it's 78% from where it was all the way from the discrepancies in between the FINRA and FINX or whatever the hell it is. I mean, there's just a lot of weird shit still going on, dude. And then you got the news saying, oh, this is all over with. Okay, it looks like it's all over with. It sounds like it's all over with. But then, yet, I mean, I'm more practicality and I look at numbers and science. The numbers don't look like it's over with. It just looks like they're kind of just dragging it along. It's not necessarily what numbers say. It's what they don't say. It's the discrepancy within the numbers.
Mouse just keeps dropping that knowledge.
It's so funny. Every crypto that I know is pulling back, but Doge is just holding.
Right? I've
But
noticed that too.
the
That-
timing, man.
Yeah.
Well, that crypto pullback, that has to do with what's going on today about that whole, I think it's Powell. Powell's coming out today and talking about inflation and everything like that. So everything's pulling back until we exactly hear what's going on with this inflation, when it's going to come out, which we don't have anything to worry about. I don't see inflation starting to pop off until the end of next year. But the market is trying to just be subtle about it and wait for information until they price it in. So you might, as long as everything goes good with the talks today, it should spike within the next 24 to 48 hours back up.
Yeah, I sold my Doge and dumped it back into Bitcoin. on the
that's
dip.
smart.
Hey, Bitcoin saved my butt in crypto, man. I took a stupid hit on Doge, lost $100. Like, screw this. I put it all back in Bit. In 48 hours, I was back in the black. I've just been back and forth from Doge, make some money on Doge quick, pop it in Bitcoin when it drops.
On Twitter?
Oh, that happens. That won't be a demon. That's just like a mention because they're responding to your comment. Yeah,
It's like a reply all.
because you're probably up at the top, so it's like more likely to be seen.
You're trending.
This is not financial advice at all. At this point in time, I honestly, and this isn't something that I just came to today, I was kind of dropping hints as of last week to you guys, but I just didn't want to be that guy that came out and ruined everyone's hope. If you're above Bitcoin, or if not Bitcoin, I'm sorry, if you're above GME of $100 or better, try to average yourself down to $100 or below and just hold it for the next 8 to 14 months. As soon as they start implementing some of these structural plans that Ryan has envisioned for GameStop, we'll start seeing GME go up. GME right now, regardless of what they're trying to do with the shorts, it has been factored in the mathematics behind it. GameStop is worth somewhere in between $58 to $63 as is. That's why we're not really dropping below the $58, $55 mark, and we're not really going above the $65 mark, is because the actual market has placed in what GME is worth. That being said, that's still short. Without Ryan, without anybody else, and without any structural thing, GME, with just talks of the plans, without this even being going through, you can predict GME to be somewhere in between $149 to $425. Now, if everything goes through to where Ryan Cohen's plans actually finalized, they start picking up the digital side of it, which a lot of people talk about digital at GME, and it is a big sector, but it's not a big sector in the way that they're looking at it to be a big financial sector for them. So I would say just hold right now. Honestly, if you guys are in it, law of average yourself down to as lowest as you can get, somewhere in between $60 to $100. Hold it for somewhere in between 8 to 14 months, and then within that time, you can cash out fully, or you can at least cash out what your initial investment was and hold the rest. Honestly, I'm long-term with GME. I can see GME going somewhere, and I'm not saying 12 months. I'm not saying 24 months. I'm saying somewhere in the next 3 to 7 years. I can see GME with the right leadership like it has and the right people on the board keep doing what they're doing. I can see GME going somewhere in between Tesla and Amazon evaluation.
Yeah.
But again, this is all speculation, so just don't take this. I'm not a financial advisor.
Mouse dropping some knowledge.
Yeah. But if you're in the boat, you're like this. Now, now I'm not saying the squeeze isn't going to happen. Again, like I said, with the options and the math behind it, when I do my Google spreadsheets and everything like that, the math is still off. So I would say plan to hold for the long term. Just already have that in your mind. Now, if there is some catalyst that is going to drive to be able to lock up the float right now, because it's not, at this point, it's not even about the shorts. Right now, it's just more so the float that is out there right now because of all the sellers, because of all the new shorts that came in. There's more shorts, or there's more of a float than there was before. That being said, we need to lock up the float. Now, that still is possible, but you're talking more so on a lesser chance of that happening versus more of a chance of you just holding it and it will become profitable in the long term. I mean, honestly, it's GME. Just stick it in your long-term portfolio and forget about it until you maybe pop on your brokerage one morning and see pre-hours that GME is spiky. Then you know something's going on, or just pay attention to the news. You know, if something really is going on with the GME spike and we're going to have a actual really short squeeze to where they're not going to be able to shut it down, because don't get me wrong, guys, that was the short squeeze coming up. They stopped it. What happened on the previous Thursday, okay? That's what we're trying to get back to. Now, it's very, very hard to get back to that without the momentum that we had initially. They shut that momentum down. So honestly, just get away from the mean side and start being actual traders. You know, start thinking, okay, mathematically, start thinking, you know, information wise, and start making your best judgment off of what you feel in your gut. If it doesn't feel right, don't go with it. If you don't know what the stock is about, don't invest money into it.
I had a dream it went to 750.
And then don't worry about it too. Also, the people that don't have the money to be able to average yourself down, just know it's okay. It's better for you to learn this mistake now than when you have $200,000 in your account and you get all FOMO about something that's going on Reddit and you FOMO the whole 200,000. You understand? You guys are going through a learning process. Those that can't get out of their positions, don't worry about it, because honestly, in mathematics, the law of average, if you do this enough, if you wake up every day and throw the stone day in and day out, you will succeed from this. It doesn't matter how much you initially start losing or how much you lose along the way. The laws of average will give you the wealth you are looking for as long as you yourself wake up every day and put in the work.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's pretty much my strategy now. Is I'm just focused on everything else and doing what I can. I learned my lesson. It was expensive, and I will average down when possible. If GME goes down to $20, I'll buy it. You know.
Yeah, I really don't see the $20 mark anymore. I would honestly, as you guys can, just average on down to that $60. I can see maybe them trying to push it down to about $40 a share, but like I said, everything that has happened, they're going to be more careful on their shorts. They're going to be more careful on their numbers. So they're not going to really try to let anything like this happen with GM or any other stock. So that being said, they're more careful to short it too much now. So I honestly wouldn't wait until it's down 20. If that's your last $60, don't put it in there. You know, use it for food, whatever you guys need. You know, put it towards rent or whatever. But if you got an extra $60, instead of it sitting in the bank, go ahead and average yourself down. Now, though, if you find something, some other stock or something like that, so you can say, okay, I can buy in this and I can see 300% return within 3 months, this and that. Don't really worry about GME, because again, like I said, as of right now, with all this BS aside, they're scaling it for somewhere in between $147 to $425. So as long as you can get within that average, you guys will at least break even.
Thank you, Mouse. All right, we got them diamond hands. Can I see them diamond hands on the YouTube chat?
Good knowledge, good knowledge. I like
Yeah.
the fact that he brought it all the way down to like 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm looking at. That's the type of
guys, I'm a value investor. Like, there's some stocks on here I will come on and let you guys know about, where I say, okay, you know, this is a good stock, hedge your bets, this and that type of thing. But more so than not, a lot of stocks that I'm in, I go off of the value of the stock. I say, okay, what are the shorts? What is it looking at? Who's running the board? You know, doing an extensive DD on this stock. And then I say, okay, I'm going to make my decision to either get in or, and that's the thing, is staying. Now, yes, I do play options and I do make some money along the way, but majority of the stocks that I play options for, I also own those stocks. You know, I don't bet against the stocks. I'm not a short seller. I never have been, and I never will be. So, and that's what a lot of what I would tell you guys is if you guys are new to this, I would honestly get into trading stocks and then start getting comfortable into trading options. Look at options like insurance. So if you're into a stock and you say, hey, I know GME is doing really well. It's at this price today, and I can buy it for this. So I'm going to enter an agreement with somebody else, and I'm say, okay, well, GME is trading at $60 today. Well, if you enter into an agreement, I'm going to give you a premium today, but I'm not going to buy your shares until sometime in between the next 3 months when GME, say, goes up to $200. That being said, I only have to come out of my account the premium. The day GME goes up, if it's still within the contractual agreements of that option, I can then exercise my options to go ahead and pull those shares from you and pay you for those shares. But the thing about it is I got T plus 2 days to pay you. So you see, you can go ahead, put a premium down on an option, go ahead, get the stocks, and then turn around and sell the stocks without that stock actually ever having the liquidity in your account.
So have you done that kind of deep dive on OCGN and come up with a value?
For what, OCGN?
Yeah.
No, I don't. What is that?
It's the one that has the other COVID vaccine.
Oh yeah, I stay away from the medical sector, dude. If I'm in any kind of medical, it's more of the pharmaceutical, what's coming up with DMT and psilocybin, and I'm also in the marijuana sector, but I stay out of that. I stay out of the feeling stocks, really, unless it's something I know I can make money on, like everything that's coming on with this with. You guys got to understand this. What's coming out is basically for the news. You guys got a vaccine and a cure that's coming out supposedly, and oh, it's good and great, and everybody's getting vaccinated and this and that. But what the news is not talking about is there is 3 to 7 other variations of this COVID that doesn't cover. That vaccine will not protect you from those other variations of that COVID because it's a mutated version. So I really don't have too much faith in all these vaccines that are coming out. And honestly, again, I'm more mathematics. When you honestly look at the mathematics from how many people are getting sick, from how many people are dying, from how many people have died to how big the media has blown it up, the mathematics behind it, it's less than 1% that actually that people actually passed away from, or it's that severe to where we need to take notice. That's basically you saying that it basically is a step under the common cold of how many people get sick per year. That's a little bit exaggerated, but that's what. But I'm just saying it's in line with just a common cold. You know, when you step outside.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna just stop you right there. I've had somebody that's passed away from COVID, and it was nothing like the common cold.
And
So I'm just saying, like, please just be respectful of that. That not everybody's experience is yours, and that COVID-19 is a very sensitive topic.
Yes,
for some.
it is.
So with this particular vaccine, that company that they were referring to, I've actually done an extensive research on it, and we've talked about it here at length of why that particular vaccine is going to be different. It doesn't require the same packaging needs that some of these other vaccines need. It's also the way that it attacks the virus in the body is completely different from others. So I recommend you just do the research. As you said, pharmaceuticals is not your sector. So let's just keep it at that. I just want to make sure that we don't get into space about COVID-19 just because, like I said, it's a sensitive topic and you're entitled to your feelings and views. And I respect that, but just also want to remind that it's not just a common flu thing for me. So
No. Yeah, and I apologize if I came off like that. No, my aunt passed away from COVID, and I completely understand. I'm in the same boat with you, and I understand it does affect people. I'm just stating from a scientific and mathematics standpoint for how much it has blown up to how mainstream is to what the numbers are actually saying is two different things. I mean, we all have a part or have been played to where we had to stay in the house over the last few months, you know, things like that, this and that with COVID. So I'm not saying it is anything not to be aware of or be wary of. I'm just saying on the mathematical standpoint from how they're trying to push these vaccines out to, you know, what it actually is doing for the public. It's just two different things. And then again, it's also too, I'm not in it because that's not something I'm passionate about. You know, that more so affects you. So that goes back also to being passionate about, invest what you're passionate in. Same thing I said a few, 10 minutes ago or so.
Yes.
Hey man, what psilocybin stocks are you in right now? If you don't mind me asking.
Okay, now this is not financial advice here. Just I'm going to put that out there. Let me bring it up. Okay, these are all just beginning out companies, and they're not trading at a lot, so there's a lot of potential for growth in them. And again, the medical studies have just started, so that's why they're also down and lower. The first one that I'm in right now is MMEDF. That's Mind Medicine. And you guys make sure you guys do your DD on all these stocks also. Just because I'm in them, that might not be what you guys want to be in. The second one would be NUMI, and that is Numis Wellness. And then the third one that I'm into is Red Light Holding, HOLND. And their ticker is TRIP. And that is there's a lot of them out there, but that is the only three basis out of these stocks that I can actually see going somewhere or being somewhat profitable. So there may be some more that will pop up in the sooner, but these, if you guys do your DD on these three companies are the front runner for the medical area when it comes to psilocybin. And
what about Compass? Compass is like one of the biggest ones.
I haven't picked up on that one yet. That's in my DD portfolio. I haven't. There's a list of stocks I still got to look into.
Can you put those in?
Thanks, buddy. Thank you, buddy.
Sorry, guys. I just need.
I sure could use some psilocybin right now.
There was somebody that was talking in the background, but I couldn't hear them.
Saying that I missed these moves that happened on AMC and GameStop. What is these moves? Are these guys slowly closing their positions like one by one or what?
Yeah, I hear that. Hey, Bing Bong, can you turn your mic up or move closer to the mic? You're kind of low.
About now? Is bueno or not bueno?
I just made his volume louder.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was asking about these moves that just happened in AMC and GameStop. I was playing drums, so I got busy. And are these little like moves? Are these hedge funds closing the positions slowly, like one by one? Like what are they doing? Because this is not retail investors pumping that stock. According to the news, this squeeze already happened. So.
I mean, that's why I got, guys. I mean, I got $500, $780, $350 on the ass size right now. I mean, that's not just everyday retail investors asking for that amount. There could be a few, but it shouldn't move the options like that to the size.
Also, these moves happen in lockstep in both of these stocks. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm doing. It's just all fascinating to me, and I don't know.
I just wanted to say, y'all were talking about gaming stocks the other day, and when that whole esports scene starts to come alive again. One of the stocks I invested in a while ago was Razer, which is basically a peripherals company, but they've got a whole lot of things in the works if you do your research, and their stock's heavily undervalued. I basically got into it at 19 cents. It's a penny stock, and basically have doubled because they're up to like 40 now, unless they went down a little bit, 40 cents. But that's a good one to look at if y'all are interested in like those gaming stocks.
Their tickets Razer, R-A-Z-E-R.
It's RAZFF. That's the actual stock. There's also an ADR, but that's the wrong one.
Yeah, I was looking at RAZFF, but that's one of the independent ones, so I have to pay $7 per trade.
No, RAZFF should be a cent stock, so it should be around 30.38 to 40. There's also an ADR that's at like 5 and 7, but that's the wrong one. That's not the actual company.
I got a strong buy on it. Hey, guy that talked about the Razer, do you have any financial statements on this or anything like that? I'm looking on my Brokerage right now. I can't pull up any financial statements on for this company.
Yeah, one of the reasons they've been undervalued for a while is because they haven't reached profit yet. But the last year they broke even. They're expected to break profits this year. So I'm expecting it to reach at the least 50 cents at some point, like mid-year, unless they come out with some news or something that's really good. But I'm actually working right now, so I can't actually pull up like all the stats and information.
Oh, you're
but
fine.
it's a good one to research.
Unless I'm mixing up the companies, I believe Razer is the one that's making the new shiny RGB COVID mask that they're getting ready to release.
Yeah, don't pay attention to their RG, their mask thing. But I mean, it's kind of cool, but that's not really. They're mainly peripheral, like keyboards, mice, and things like that. But they've got other things in the works. If you do some research on it, they're actually working on like a banking system, which is kind of the main reason I got into it. But they've also have headquarters in both Singapore and the U.S., which is also interesting.
About Razer, I will give you a perspective from a gamer point of view. Razer to us is like Apple for the computer people. You know, when you want to buy a computer, you go straight for Apple. When we want to buy something for gaming, we go for Razer. But however, it's pricey. It does okay. There is better components you can buy, but it's still Razer. You know, if you want to be cool, just own some Razer setups and stuff.
That's 100% true. I go for other things too, because I'm like, I look more into the quality I want. Like, for example, mechanical keyboard, I don't buy Razer. But everybody I know between the ages of like 15 to 20 or so, you look at their computers, they got a Razer keyboard, they got a Razer mouse, maybe a different brand headset, maybe Razer. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There is two items. The Razer Death Adder, which was like one of the first like gaming mouses that actually was superior to normal mouses back in the day. The Razer Death Adder and the headsets of the one with the kitty ears, the one that PewDiePie was wearing for a while. So these are very common and people like to buy it. And the Razer Blade as a laptop is very, very successful. It's quite like, if you want the top notch like gaming laptop, you would always go for Razer Blade. But it's quite pricey, but reading the reviews, it's definitely worth it. It's like an Apple MacBook, but for gaming.
So
Yeah,
what
and
about the M1 chip though from Apple? Because that's going to change the space of gaming.
Yeah,
That allows
that's
you
the killer.
game.
Yeah, but like the issue with Apple is not the issue with Apple in gaming is not just the hardware. Maybe now they solved the
Breaking
hardware,
news!
but
Breaking news! Breaking news! Remember, I mentioned Torchlight earlier. It's already $1 up. It's already almost
Yeah.
at $3.
Holy slowly.
Look at that! I already sold because I had a limit at 2.8 cents, but man, just made like a just made
Let's go.
banger 33%.
Yeet.
Let's go.
Let me just say one more thing about razors. Like I said before, just make sure if you are doing research on it that you're not looking at the unsponsored ADR, which is I think it's like $6 or $7, and you're looking at the actual company, which is around 40 cents. So that's RAZFF is the actual company.
Team, what was that stock you were talking about?
And it's already up really high right now. It's already 80% today. So if you're I don't know if you want to get in on a stock that late.
Do you know if it's
Short it. I'm kidding.
Well, they're talking about a possible merger. That's why the stock was going up.
Oh, it's just a possible. It's not like a for sure thing.
Right, it's not for sure. And keep in mind, Torchlight Energy Resources, it says they only have 2 employees. Obvious pump.
Sometimes when they say that, I don't know if it's 100% accurate.
269.
Work under
two employees
subsidy
on the payroll.
They could be working through contract.
or on
Yeah, a lot of times they have subcontractors.
What is the ticker again? It's RAZRFF, like Foxtrot, Foxtrot.
Are you talking about Torchlight? Their ticker is TRCH. But the price is really high. I already sold. I'm letting you know. I already sold at 2.8 cents.
Okay,
Yeah,
got
if
both of
you're
them just on my watch list now.
That razor one is RAZFF.
Okay, perfect.
Plug power is in one of the lowest that it's been for like a week right now. It went down to $62.
Hey, team, I got a question, yo. Are you still holding that RELI that you got yesterday at 9?
Yeah.
Cause I was gonna hold on to mine too, cause I don't know.
I mean, I only bought 10 shares of RELI because I had some extra cash laying around on that account. But it might be one of the ones that I'll hold for like a year. I don't know.
Got it.
I'm also still holding Organigram. I bought it at 4.8 and the price is... I should have sold it when the price peaked at $6 in the market, but I was distracted looking at other stuff. But Organigram is up high still too.
Half my portfolio just took a poop. What happened?
See, you guys see GME right now, 46.61 for the ask or for the bid, and ask is $1,000 right now.
Can you explain to the viewers what bid is and what ask is? Some people are very new to trading.
Yeah, I have no. Yeah, that'd be great.
The bid and ask is when you're playing options. You go ahead, the middle line, if you guys got level 2 on any of you guys' program, The strike is what it is actually traded for, and that would be the middle line in between the red and the green. If you have like Webull or TD Ameritrade or anything, you'll see that box. That being said, the ask size is now, if I'm going to go sell 100 puts or something like that, that will be over here on the ask side. So I'm selling something for the future. On the other side, which would be the green side, would be the side that I'm actually asking to buy, and that's the price I'm asking to get it for. The middle line is that strike price of what the actual hedge fund strike the price as and what you're going to get that contract for. That's what options, that's what that option side thing is.
Okay, so bid is buy, ask is sell.
Yes. Red is, yeah. The ask is red, and that's the sell side. The bid is the buy, and that's the buy-in. And then the middle line in between both of those where the red and the green connect, you should, I don't know what platform you guys are on, but you'll see it on a little box where the options are. That in between line, that's the strike price. I'm not paid by him, so all you guys that are new to this and want to get a really, really good overall what options are and want to get past all the bullshit to really see what they are, because it's very, very easy once you guys understand what options are. I'm not endorsed by him. I don't get paid for him, but he is a very, very good person to listen to. I would go on Trading Fraternity on YouTube. And he has multiple videos about option trading. He is also Trading Fraternity Live. He's on Monday through Friday, market open to market close. He gives free information on there. And then I know back when I was starting out, I was paying hundreds to thousands of dollars for option trading courses and everything like that. He does have a website with a very, very easy explanation and easy dipping your toes into what options are. And I think that course is honestly only like $5.
Hit that like button. Subscribe, y'all. You got something juicy. Spill the beans.
So Good Inc.
What's that?
Doesn't pop up for me, at least. I don't see it.
It's coming up on Webull, but not on Robinhood.
Yeah,
I don't have any level 2 for it.
649.
Yeah. What? What is going on? Yes.
No, today's the 10th.
No, 10th.
Okay, this is what I got. Chris Lutter.
So it's 1,143,335 shares total bought by insiders. 6 transactions.
Yeah, it says it's. I was gonna try and buy it on my Webull app on my phone, and it says the stock is not supported for trading.
Oh, Craig, has anyone else done any more DD on this? Why is this buying going on? Is there something happening with this company? No, I know that, but is there something coming up? Have we heard anything in the news like it's about to do
I'm gonna
something
Google
to
it.
validate this?
They just raised money.
So,
They added a CRE expert to their board as well. they're basically in the freeze dry food market. Oh, they're changing their stock name.
Yeah, isn't this Black Ridge Oil and Gas or no?
Yeah, those tricky people.
Based
So-
in Irving, Texas.
Yeah, they're changing their stock symbol after they raised money and got a new board member.
It says here.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
They used to be Black Ridge Oil and Gas. Now they're going to
Mhm.
become so good incorporated to reflect its entry into the dry food market. And they're now traded under the symbol SOWG, replacing the former ANFC.
So nothing to do with oil and gas now. It's so weird.
Yeah, so like GameStop could just become a totally different company. You know what I mean?
What?
Right.
I'm just saying, like this is what
Yeah.
I by the whole rebranding
GameStop dispensary.
Dude, I mean, oh my god, if it became fed, that would be that'd be the best, because then I'd be like, shoot, I don't want to look at anything else because all I want to look at
Oh,
weed
and you
and
can
video
smoke
games.
and play games
Hell
there.
yeah.
I'm
That'd
sure
be
there's a lot of crossover market there.
Oh my
hell
gosh.
yeah.
That's
Oh
not.
my god.
So they added a customer retention expert to its board. Interesting.
Dude, what if they invented a controller that is also a dab rig?
Yeah, they got to get on something like that.
That also.
Dude, that is awesome. I'm going to see if I can 3D print that today.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey. Now send me.
Watch Ryan Cohen
Hey,
buy
can
a
I get some,
jewelry.
can I get
Do
some
you
rights on that idea?
Do you use Blender?
Right?
Are you using Blender?
No, man, I was joking. I don't even have a 3D printer.
Give me the code for that shit. I'll print it.
I seriously need one of those, though. That would be so awesome, bro.
They
Yo,
cost
we
like
could sell
60 at
that.
Walmart.
In
Put
in
counter
all
closing on it.
seriousness, if you guys need someone to design a part, I can do that.
Yeah, Jasper, that was me who mentioned the GameStop trading app.
Yo, don't forget to hit the like button. We got 315 people watching on YouTube and only 74 likes. So smash that like button, hit
Yeah.
subscribe, give it
Yeah,
up for
it's been
Tame.
like an hour and it's only gone up 24 likes. Like, come on.
Do I
Come
need to
on.
Come
sing?
on, guys.
What are you using to
You clench those
print-
diamond fists
print
and you
with STR?
smash that like button.
Hey,
And
little
to-
witchy just hit the fattest dab. What's up, dab?
If you want to talk about the design and STLs and stuff, let's go to the other lobby so we don't bother everybody.
Oh no, I was wondering because I work with 3D printing. We use like a lot of 3D printing stuff.
I do use Blender. I'm sure you could use other software, but it's what I know, and I just keep getting better at it, so I stick to it.
Same.
Are they only 3D printing like polymer type?
Yeah, we use
these or what
Blender
else?
to polish.
Dude, they're 3D printing houses now.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's a little different. I mean, like on the desktop style 3D printers. What kind of materials are they using?
All kinds, man. There's experimental stuff. They even put like metal powder inside the plastic and all kinds of things.
So I wonder if they're going to start making.
You can print with now.
Yeah, heck yeah.
How? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same thing, but it's like options. Like I'm entering into a contract with you at a further date to be able to buy those contracts. I'm paying you for the premium today, only for you being able to hold those shares until that option expires. Upon that option expiring, before then, you can either exercise the option to buy or not buy, depending on if you're the one that paid for the contract.
I've decided today I'm learning options.
Dude, it's really not that hard. Just don't look at it like you guys are trading stock. Options are not stock. Options is just insurance. You're into a stock and you say, well, I'm going to take a bet and an educated guess that this is going to go up. So I'm going to take out some insurance on top of the stock I actually have to be able to hedge my bets, to be able to bring in more income than what I would initially had if I just stayed with the initial stock. When you guys hear people talking about 10 days on WSB, it doesn't come from the stocks. It's coming from the options.
Yeah, but don't you?
AMC up 13%.
Yeah, it keeps going. I'm hoping,
Awesome.
man, I'm hoping I can sell some of it today.
Yeah.
What's it at?
623.
Shit, I bought in at 8. I'm still at loss.
I'm at 10.
Dude, I bought in at 13.
All right, I'm confused. I'm looking at Dogecoin on Robinhood. It says 73, but on Webull it says 77, and on TradingView it says 77.
I would say Robinhood has a little bit of delay, as I've noticed over these last couple weeks.
Yeah, they probably skim a little off the top too with that delay.
That's a long fucking delay. How you gonna like? That's awful.
You can if you think the price will catch up, you can.
But I
Yeah.
know I don't own it, but regardless, it should be on point with every other broker.
No, this is where the arbitrage comes in. You can like move from one exchange to another and make profit out of this delay. It will eventually get in sync, but if you spot a delay, it should be an opportunity, because if you see the price is 77, you should place a limit on that and buy in 73. But if the price goes down, you lose. So you need to be careful. Not a financial advice.
Also, if
But
you're
I
using,
can't, 'cause they're behind. Like Robinhood's behind, so it's like.
But eventually it's gonna come up. Eventually, it
if
can't
you're
stay
using
that
different
long.
devices like a cell phone and an iPad, it's faster on the iPad. So the more powerful devices, it's faster than your phone. So just a heads up there too.
Well, the internet's going to be what's most important, not
No,
necessarily
I'm
the speed
looking
of
at
your device.
I'm looking at a laptop and a iPad, so I mean it's not really making a difference. It's still fucked up.
Why are you still using Robinhood? I thought everyone agreed that no one should still use it.
I don't think
It's just the,
Yeah,
it's
if
a delay. It's like it takes
it's like
a
a
while to
20
transfer
minute.
everything.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying that it takes like a week to transfer everything.
Yeah, you might not be able to trade between markets with that. But yeah, if it's still saying 73, it's actually 20 minutes behind.
Well, I have Binance. They just actually cleared my thing, so I should start using that pretty soon. But nowhere else you can't trade this shit on anywhere else. I don't know where you can do it.
Kraken and Anchor.
Well, wait, this is a huge opportunity. If it's 20 minutes behind and it is actually following the market and they're not manipulating it another way,
Exactly.
then you can trade on Robinhood literally seeing into the future.
Yep.
That's what I was trying to say. But like, imagine if it suddenly gets synced and the price goes down. What you gonna do?
It's true. This is true. Always use a limit order.
It takes
Always
time.
use a limit.
Yeah. Oh my god, these guys are what the?
They're shady. They
I
get
heard that. I
volume.
heard that from somewhere else that they're doing this. What the
It's
hell?
not them doing it, as they send their orders through Shitron, and Shitron chooses which orders to fill first and which orders to fill second.
Darn you, Citron! Oh!
What the fuck just happened?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, but
Those were some feelings there. Wow.
I thought we
That woke me up.
to trade without feelings.
Exactly, no feelings.
Breaking news, breaking news. Roaring Kitty has actually posted on Twitter again.
What? I'm going now.
Oh, maybe this is why it's going up.
It's a
The
picture of
AMC.
it's a picture of a video game with a Ferrari for some weird reason.
Yeet.
Cause he's got a Ferrari now.
And
Yeah, but
he's
the
driving into
context-
like army tanks and helicopters and shit. He's got 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
It
stars.
looks like it's from Cars.
It's
or
from Grand
something.
Theft
Oh, and
Auto.
it
He
says
has
Roaring
6
Kitty.
stars.
I love it.
I hear a police siren in the background. Oh god.
So what's the deal with SOWG? I mean, yeah, there's insider trading, but the price doesn't look like it's moving a lot over time. I mean, okay, if I go back like 100 days, yeah, there's some volatility to it.
I love it. It's like him against the government.
Check out the meme channel. I saw this on this guy commented on that Roaring Kitty post, but this song's pretty legit.
I don't think he can right now because of what's going on with the government trying to pull him in for questioning. Yeah, he could probably do that.
Yeah, you have to remember, not to go on a tangent, but you have to remember that our justice system, a lot of times, isn't really about proof. It's about what you can make people think he was thinking and what he was trying to say, even though you can't prove that he was saying it.
Trial by media.
Right.
Mens rea, your state of mind at the time you've committed the so-called crime.
Robinhood is fucked. It's like I'm looking at it on the iPad and on the laptop, and like their own numbers aren't even matching together. Like it's pretty much it's like the same, but it's off by like fractions. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just delay. It's the more powerful device is gonna pull the faster information.
I still think it's hilarious, like the GameStop directors sold their GameStop shares on January 1st. Some sold on January 1st, and some sold on the 12th. What? Why does it say trade date 12th? I think this thing's messed up. But basically, it happened a while back. One of the directors sold 810,000 shares for only $21.
I know he was salty.
He earned 17 million, but still, he could have and he owned like 460,000. So, whew. Right after he sold, a lot of the other directors sold. I bet they were unhappy. But right before that, Ryan Cohen purchased 1,226,000 shares for $15. Now Ryan Cohen owned 9 million shares of GameStop, valued at 19 million at that time. That was back in December when Ryan Cohen bought his shares, and then January, all those directors sold their shares.
I think the Doge wants to go out for a walk.
I promise you guys, I can see in the distant future somebody popping off on TikTok or one of these other streams, man, and then Dogecoin all of a sudden goes to $5, $10.
Don't tempt me with a good time. I literally just did a TikTok video.
I YOLO'd yesterday, dude. I have no faith in that coin, but on the off chance something does happen, I'm in it.
Hey, I'm
I
sitting
mean,
pretty because every penny I'm putting into Doge is essentially free money I'm getting from mining Ethereum and stuff. So whatever. I'll just
You,
hold it.
hey, you mine. Did you just say you mine?
Yeah.
How much does that run you?
What do you mean? Like total cost buying in all the equipment?
No, I'm saying how much on an average monthly basis does it cost you to run your electricity to have a mining machine, and what size are you looking at? Are you just like, I want to get into it, but is it feasible to do it in, like, should I put it in a commercial building, or is it feasible to just throw it in your house?
So it's going to fluctuate. It depends. Well, it depends on which method you're. If you're going to mine and sell immediately, that's the way people usually calculate it. But I mine and hold. Okay. So if you mine and sell, right now, I forgot exactly how much paying in electricity, but I added it all up, and my average is going to be around $16 per month profit if I mined Ethereum and sold it the moment I can possibly sell it.
So it's a mine and hold thing then.
Yeah, it's well, but I don't have a lot of equipment. I'm just using what my family happens to have in gaming computers, which is what we happen to have. I'm not buying because right now the video cards, even you want to go to eBay, people are still selling 1080 Ti's for $1,000. So I'm not going to buy more equipment to get into it more right now. But based on what I have, I can make about $16 per day after my 12 cents per kilowatt hour.
I'm gonna look more into it. That's interesting.
How many rigs are you running?
I was using RX 580 for a while, and it has like the dedicated mining. You can switch it to dedicated mining, and just my opinion, and I haven't mined in a while, but just my opinion, that cost analysis on that, like the price of the 580 versus the NVIDIA,
And with
seem to run better.
With these programs, once you get it all set up, is this something like, okay, I get all the equipment together, I put it all together, and then I kind of set it and forget it, or is this something that I'm going to have to deal with on a daily basis?
Depending on how you set it up, yeah, you can pretty much set it and forget it. You'll have to monitor, like your internet goes down, something happens and it stops and you need to restart it. But no, you don't have to really do anything with it for the most part. And the other question, I have 4 1080 Ti's and they happen to be distributed among 3 different computers right now because it's just how it is in my family right now. They're all using, computers to play games and stuff too.
Sick.
But they can't play games and mine at the same time, right?
Yeah, some of them. So, yeah, that here's a huge trick in mining, okay? If you're doing GPU mining on the ASICs, that's going to be a different story. Don't run at full power because you get diminishing returns, okay? So you can run at say 80% of what your video card can do, and that's where you're getting more a better hash rate per kilowatt hour that you're spending. When you go up to 100%, again, I'm just repeating myself, but diminishing returns. So I can, for example, mine, and I'm getting 62 to 65 mega hash per second and play Minecraft at the same time. Not a problem. I have to watch because my computer's hooked up to a UPS and it's rated only up to 600 watts. So if I'm not careful, I'll go above that. It'll start beeping at me and get mad that I'm using too much energy. But
And
yeah,
does that on my Destiny?
yeah,
Yeah, and mining at 100% too is a really good way to blow up a graphics card.
yeah. That's
I
another reason
did
you don't want to do it.
blow like 4 at least.
You said you're at 12 cents a kilowatt hour?
Yeah, that's my fee for electricity.
Do you have must have solar or something, right?
No, it's just where I live. It's just how it works.
Yeah, I'm at 7.2 cents.
Yeah, you'd be great mining then. You'd get a lot more profit.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up probably setting up something in my, because I own my own company, so something that I have a room that's always super cold. So I'm gonna probably just end up setting up a server there. But like you said, the biggest thing is picking up the GPUs right now. It's near impossible to get a decent deal on them.
Yeah, past the GPUs, I mean, that's your biggest cost. Getting a motherboard, getting little riser cards for them. If you're going to be serious, you don't need multiple computers. Like what I'm doing is also inefficient. I'm running 3 different computers. I could put all 4 cards in one computer and just put an extra power supply there for the cards and use riser cards on all 4 of the cards. And that would be more efficient that way. But again, my family wants to use the computers, right, for other things.
The only card I have right now that's somewhat decent is a RTX 2060, and that's just what I have on my gaming PC.
Yeah, I have a 2070 Super, and I had a 3090 in my cart in Best Buy yesterday, and it timed out.
Well, I would have jumped all over that.
I tried. I can't push that checkout button any faster.
If you guys really want to dig into the numbers and see what you might be able to do, go to whattomine.org and put your numbers in for different graphics cards and different algorithms and see right now, what you'd be able to do theoretically.
Yeah, I looked at that. And my
Can you
camp
put that in general so I can check it out later?
Yeah, sure.
Is there any programmers in here?
I'm also a programmer.
Can you mine with one graphics card, or do you have to have multiple?
You can do it, just not as efficient.
I'm a programmer.
Me too. Python, baby.
Okay, I'm looking to start something. If one of you, whoever said that they were programmers, if you guys want to reach out to me on here, I'm gonna give you my email address. I'm gonna drop it in general. It's a business partnership. I'll finance the whole thing. I'm just looking for somebody to be able to program this app. So whoever is interested, go ahead, email me. I'll get back to you by Sunday of this week. We'll start talking. Email addresses in general.
I look on Best Buy right now for GPUs. The only thing they have available is a GT 710.
Damn it, Teva. I hate Teva. Teva's in talks to co-produce COVID vaccine. Can't stand that company.
I just had a little forest sprite whisper in my ear that there's going to be a Doge pump around market close today.
Interesting.
Teva's done well in the past, though, hasn't it?
Don't say that. I have to sleep, man.
Wait, why would they align
yeah.
it? You're talking about the stock market close? Why would they align Doge with that?
I'm just saying, keep your eyes peeled around that time. That's all.
Oh my god, man.
It's going to $10.
Biscuit.
Biscuit
They'll
needs
do
to
it.
sleep.
They'll do it around market
Guys,
close.
Biscuit, go
because,
take a nap right now.
A lot of people don't trade
they
after
can.
hours, so they'll jump over to crypto.
Yeah.
I want 1,100 returns right now.
So back on the Teva talk though, Teva used to be like over $50 a share, and it's down by around 11 right now. I don't like them.
I think they make one of my medic. I have to see.
Sorry?
No, I said I think they make. Oh, this push to talk is driving me crazy. I was gonna say, I think they make one of my medications. I have to check.
Yeah, they make a lot of stuff. My partner used to work for them. That's why I have like strong feelings about them.
Remember, take the feelings out of trading.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. But you know, when you have like a feeling about how a company is run, I think it's related a bit more to that.
Yeah, I did that once years ago with AMD. I was so sure that their share price was going to go up. I invested a lot, and I had to sit on it literally for 2 years before that actually happened.
My brother used to work for AMD. He worked there for like it was straight out of he was recruited right out of Cornell to work for them.
Guys, I just practiced trading micro futures and made $100 in the last half hour.
That's great.
Hey, Kyle, are you a software developer?
No.
Oh, because I heard you mention. I saw you mention APIs yesterday. I was like, oh.
I have to know everything, so I know what APIs are and how to use JSON, but I wouldn't consider myself a programmer or developer. I'm more on the UX side of it than the UI side.
That makes sense. But that's still software development.
But that's just a hobby. I don't actually do it.
Is there a job opportunity?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
Mouse
direct
was
mouse.
I didn't catch that. What was the offer?
Undetermined. He said
Okay, I'm
email
in.
them and they'll get back to us.
Yeah, he has an app. He says he'll fund everything. He just needs like somebody who's a programmer, and he put his email address in general.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I don't want to put it out there because this is something that's going to be profitable. So I want to speak in person with somebody about this. I don't want somebody jumping on this before I get it out there. It has to do with the construction industry, and there's something that's lacking in between actual contractors and laborers. So I would like to get an app up and going to put that in place to be able to basically almost like either DoorDash or like an Uber or something, kind of put them more in link with each other so there is no discrepancies. And it's basically going to make it a lot simpler for contractors to be able to hire somebody for the day.
I can do the UX side of it if someone can do the UI.
I've seen a project like this here, and I've seen multiple projects like this here. An advice I would give: do not jump into the coding side. You can like wireframe it. You could like plan it, fully plan it, wireframe it. Like have a prototype based on sketches,
Yeah,
the full
Figma.
ID.
And I
Then
think
you
you can
can
take
like
Figma
the
sketches.
implementation and writing the code is the easiest part once you have it all ready for
And
to
if you
be
take a Figma
executed.
wireframe, you can put it into some new software that will do the coding
I would
without
never.
actually having
I
to do
wouldn't
it.
recommend that. It will. It's still too early for the technology is great, but it's still too early, and it's still not comparable to like writing your own code.
Right, but I think it's a good way to practice. If you have your frame, you can test it and then hire someone to actually put it together.
Oh yeah,
So-
definitely yes.
This Teva news is breaking. It's like literally within the last hour, the news is coming out about them being in talks.
What I like to do on that is sort of what you guys were saying. I get the whole idea together, like what's the user going to be able to see? What are they going to need? How is this going to have to work? And then I jumped right down to the database that's going to be required and be like, all right, what can I create here that will be able to support all of that, even if we don't use all of that, right?
I'm gonna put this article in News
Figma and
Edge.
Sketch. Go ahead.
I was just saying the Jerusalem Post has probably the most detailed information because it is an Israeli company.
Figma and Sketch are both free UX kind of platforms that you can do wireframing in and the design portion of it, and they're a great way to practice.
Did anybody buy into DoorDash today?
They've been humming for like a week.
Yeah, it's up $18 today.
I heard reports DoorDash bought some kind of vending machine, salad service, or some kind of crap like that. I could be wrong. It might not have been that company, but I'm like 95% sure that's what I seen when I was reading through some other crap the other day.
Damn. Yeah, it's gone up a lot. It opened at 190 and it was just at 170 like 4 on the 8th. It's up to 208.
Well, if this is the correct information, then I'm thinking it is the evaluation on the new company they just bought out is somewhere in between an additional, I think, $5 to $10 million revenue. I can't remember if that was per month or per quarter though. But it's supposed to basically just put a little cushioning into DoorDash's price of what they are right now.
I just read someone saying buy Doge using Doge. That's funny.
One Doge equals one Doge.
Always
Hey.
has been.
Hey, dab for Doge for me. Dab for Doge.
I just bought an eighth for Doge.
Hell yeah.
DoorDash, they acquired Chowbotics. That's the name of the company.
Well, even oil is bumping today.
Yeah, I think the whole market's just sort of going up today.
I need Sundial to get to $30 a share by the end of the year because I have
Amen.
calls on it.
What is, or damn, what are they projected to be?
Sundial?
Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest with you. There's ranges from $5 to $50. I mean, it's all speculative right now because it's all just everything around cannabis. It's really everything for ACB and for Sundial. Everything just comes down to is when the Fed just says, screw it, it's legal, we're good. and then every cannabis stock will blow up.
Hey, Danko with the 5K Doge, may the odds be in your favor, my friend.
If anybody's looking to get in Torch, it looks like it's sitting at 266 right now, so it's a good entry.
Not a financial advice.
Not a financial advisor whatsoever. I hope y'all know that shit.
You know, with respect to that meme, I actually can give some so this is actual financial advice I'm about to give. Ready? Get a job.
I would I don't agree with that. Getting a job and doing a 9 to 5, wasting 40 to 60 hours a week for something that you're not passionate about is just that's a living hell as far as I'm concerned.
Here's better advice: start a company.
There you go.
Start multiple.
Start multiple companies.
I mean, I would say if you don't have a job, get a job. Doesn't matter what it is. Just don't stay without a job.
Or just get a job, but make sure you have a plan to invest that money in something so you don't have to rely on a piece of shit 9 to 5.
Or make a job.
My job is to sit on the computer and waste my time.
The best thing about creating a company is you can give other people jobs.
One should create a company that helps other people to create companies.
I actually do that for my employees. I give them free guidance to be able to duplicate exactly what I did in the last 3 years. With no consulting fee.
Maybe you need the competition.
I have a lot of competition in my market space, but there's always more room for competition. We have a different mindset within our company. I don't go for multi-millions. I don't try to just grow as fast as possible. We do everything based around long-lasting relationships. So the company's continues the growth at 20% year over year at a steady rate with steady clients under contract instead of trying to shoot for 100% growth year over year.
This sounds like an advertise.
Nah.
That's a smart. That's a smart model because you're gonna have loyal customers. Like literally, they're gonna go die hard for your company.
I have actually fired more clients than clients have ever fired me.
So the thing I'm really liking about Doge here is it seems to be working like a ratchet. It just every time it goes up, it finds a new floor.
All right, guys, it's been real. I got to go for a little bit. I'll be back on around 3, 4 o'clock. You guys have a good afternoon.
Peace out, Lester.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Doge has been pumped enough over the last week or two just to actually get people that are now buying in, where they're not going to just dump and sell at a penny anymore because people have been buying in at 4 to 6 cents. So I think the floor is going to start sticking a little bit more with Doge.
Naked is at 25%.
I mean, the fact that it held like 67, 65, 64 is quite impressive, I must say. A lot of people are into Doge. Dangerous game.
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I think the new floor is going to be 6 and 7.
I was waiting for it to break today, to be honest, but it held very strong.
I would watch it this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's not gonna hold.
Yeah, it'll go down on the weekend and then come back up.
We need Elon's Musk's son to say, "What's that, Papa?" And then he hits the market buy on like 50 million or something. Ah, that would be great.
No, he just needs to like hand the iPad to his son and just be like, "Here you go. Look at the shiny
Exactly.
colors. Go ahead and click this button when you like it."
What's that, Papa?
Hey, that's the quote of the day. What's that, Papa?
That, Papa. Me
Every
bub
time
the
his son,
stocks.
he's like, "Look, every time you click this button that says buy, you can make this green line go up."
What's that, Papa?
Perfect.
Green button equals money.
Dude, if I were that rich, I would do something like that too, just to troll. Just be like, "Hey guys, my kid's trading right now."
Paper trading, more like real money trading. YOLO trading.
He needs to just have a share feature on his crypto to basically automatically post to Twitter as soon as he buys or sells.
What up, Biscuit?
Hey, yo, what's up? I'm trying to sleep, man.
We were really
Fuck Elon Musk.
a way to get you out.
You were cutting off. Say again?
We were concerned that you might have been in jail, and we were thinking of ways to come get you out.
Ah, no, no, it doesn't work that way. If you get in jail here, you're done for good. It's only one time entry.
Yeah.
If I'm in jail, it's too late. So you gotta stay out of jail and away from the militias and the
So
government.
it must take a lot to go to jail, then, right?
Yeah, you need to do something crazy. You need to like kill someone or get caught red-handed stealing from a big dog, or I don't know. I mean, if you're stealing from a house, you'll probably get beaten, let go. But if you are stealing from someone important, you definitely go to jail. But I don't steal, man. Not my thing. I'm on the good side. I want to stay long enough to feed the camels and see them grow.
Did you get them planted? That was the other thing, is you were having to harvest your camels.
So if we
I
really
see
did
it.
make a camo coin, what coin would you want to base it on?
For we would create our own blockchain, man. We don't use other people networks. We're special.
I mean, that's a lot of extra work, yeah, but I mean, we're going to
Why-
copy the
it's
majority of the ideas from something, though.
Reinventing the wheel. We're gonna make a new blockchain.
Wait, there is a camel coin, isn't there?
Wait, there is?
Yeah, coin market.
No way.
Yeah, it just says CMEL. No chart, no nothing.
What if it's brand new because someone made it just because they were listening to us?
Yeah, I believe that. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
this goes back to
it is.
February
Wait.
2018.
No, it goes back. Yeah, it goes back in time. The project died instantly.
All I'm finding is something called Coin Camel, which is one of those shady websites where you can purchase hash power.
Go to coin.market.
Crypto real estate camel. What?
The supply is 0 camel.
Yeah, I'm looking at other charts. It's saying things like, unfortunately, the most recent available data for camel is unknown.
Well, someone laid the groundwork if you guys want to take it off.
Well, first of all, I need to come to the Silicon Valley and start my office there.
So you can go on Raven Coin and purchase like the camel, like I don't know, certificate, and then you can make your own camel coins on there and give them out to. And you can just give them out to whoever you want. Camel coin for you, camel coin for you. Because you can create as many as you want.
No, we gotta make it semi-legit, at least seem legit. You know, we gotta have a cap and all that, and make it look like.
I mean, yeah, you can dial it all in through their browser thing or whatever. It's pretty dope through their wallet.
Doge didn't have a cap, and it was definitely not legit. Look at it now.
Right? What is that stupidness?
I mean, the Doge was created to be a meme, and it has become the meme. But if we create camel, what's the purpose of the camel token?
For a meme.
For token
It's already been
camels.
done. We have to be unique, you know.
No, you can only buy camel milk with it.
We should we should do some other meme or phrase that would just be hilarious if people were forced to use it in real life. I mean, just imagine going
for the
to
people.
just going to the counter and buying something, you know, and the lady at the counter's got to be like, okay, that'll be 50 stonks or some stupid word.
And then you look at her and I got how much camel could I buy that for? And she'll be like, oh, you got camel coin. Oh, you don't have to pay.
I have a new business idea just now I came up with. We need to create a small device you can plug into your computer that's a dedicated push to talk button that will like lock down so you can use it.
I hate this button.
I'm not using it, by the way. You guys are not forced to use it.
Just a tiny one key keyboard that has a toggle button instead of a push button.
Oh, wait. Push to talk has been turned off.
Yes. Always has been.
I don't want to not use push to talk because I don't need everybody hearing my whole family and everything, you know?
Agreed.
So here is the plan, guys. We're gonna invest a lot of money into this, okay? And you know, if you want to get the word out, you have to use the social media. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna convince a bunch of celebrities and influencers to say or to use the camel milk for healing and for good stuff, like good medical stuff. And once people see it, they will go to the website and try to buy the camel milk, and it will be only for sale for camel tokens, and camel tokens can be bought using bitcoins, and we will create another Uniswap or whatever that will swap bitcoin to camel tokens,
and you
that
can
way
This is elaborate, bro.
No, it's actually kind of a good idea. You could have like a rewards program on the website. You're like, oh, you've got 2 free camel tokens in your cart that you've earned, you know, whatever. That, and I think we already started on that research. I think it was Kat yesterday that found out camel milk is actually one of the milks that's closest to human milk.
Oh, that's gross. You can't get people to drink that.
We're going to be on the news
It's not.
tonight.
It's not gross. It's actually it tastes good as far as I.
Tit milk.
You gotta be kidding.
Oh, Biscuit loves his titty milk. Man.
I mean, the
That's a
camel
player.
titties are a bit salty, but it's okay. It adds a flavor.
It's a bit salty.
He gets sand stuck in his teeth.
Oh, bro, that's no good, man.
This shit's great.
I mean, my kids drink goat milk instead of cow's milk for their bottles because I think cow's milk's not that great and they do better with goat's milk. But camel milk, I don't know, man. I don't know.
And we have to get one of those who keep reviewing Starbucks coffees and make them add a portion of camel milk into the Starbucks coffee and make a trend that if you use camel milk, it makes the coffee even 10 times better.
But it won't, though.
Because you know for sure that Starbucks customers are wealthy enough to buy the camel tokens.
No, it's fine. Even if that's the case, you just make it, oh, it's an acquired taste. You're not refined enough to appreciate it.
I got the perfect slogan. Camel token. Get in, get humped.
A hump and
I
dump?
don't want to be humped, though.
You refer to the hump and dump?
Hump and dump.
Camel token going toe to toe with other crypto.
See, this camel thing is selling, though. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty catchy.
And yeah, the
Your
symbol
new
could just be
coin.
camel toe. I mean, that's literally what could be used on the exchanges.
And then you could have a camel that's token, like a joint.
Hey.
And we can
Or
create
it's just some
also
fat
an,
dude smoking a camel.
we
Hey,
can
work for
create
Jim
like
Campbell.
a webcam like adult website that you can only like pay the model or the host with camel toes.
Sell it to the porn industry.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. We need to get like OnlyFans or something to. I mean, if they would accept Dogecoin, it would go crazy.
Only
but
toes.
you know,
Oh, that's gross. Oh my gosh.
You need to make camel token and sell it off to Pornhub.
Listen. If Belle Delphine can sell her, I don't know, her farts, we can sell camel token.
Oh my gosh. That was the dumbest thing on the internet, man.
Oh man, I'm dying.
That's actually a great.
now if we're selling a real product in the U.S., I don't think we actually can restrict it to a token like that because there's a lot of laws about we have to accept a legal currency in U.S. dollars. You know, I don't know.
Dude, you could totally
That'd be
send a
really
fart to
gross.
somebody
you
in
could
the mail. Did
accept-
you know that?
You could accept U.S. dollars on your website, but they automatically convert to camel token, maybe.
Or if you
Imagine
want to pay
someone-
down,
Price it high enough so that the camel token.
We need to start a company where you can send farts. That's the idea I think is the best out of this. Imagine
be a
somebody you
different
just
rate.
hate and you want to send them a fart. I would pay like not that much, but several.
Go to sendajart.com. It's already been done.
Well, I mean, there's poo senders too, but there's send a jart, like they have that, like a jar fart.
Fart in a jar, $10.
Dude, that is glorious. Because you know, I used to do that. I used to fart in a jar, right, and leave it on the cat, like in the. I'm like terrible when I was a kid. You fart in a jar, right, and then you leave it on the like in a box or whatever for when they do canning the next year. So when they do like their bottling for peaches or whatever, they open that sucker up, and it's just like a year old fart that gets them.
What?
you got some fucked up karma.
What?
Fucked up karma coming your way.
They even
I mean,
have,
I was a kid, dude. I was a kid when I did that, but yeah, I got my grandma, and my mom a couple times.
Wow.
they even have a fartbymail.com. It's a card you open and it smells like a fart.
So just let us know, you don't work in a restaurant or anything, right?
Correct. I repossess cars.
Oh, okay, good.
Great karma.
I mean, I don't actually repossess cars. I send the information to the repo driver, but I find the cars.
Oh, because I was going to ask if you farted in those too.
Skip tracer?
Yeah, I do skip tracing.
Nice. I'm gonna probably friend you.
Skip tracing's fun.
I was trying to get into RELI on the sheet, but it's not happening. They're just going up again.
Not many people even know what that word is, skip tracing. That's funny.
Well, I'm gonna be going through a lawsuit soon, so I'm gonna need one.
Nice, nice. It comes in handy for like personal stuff, like I don't know if I'm breaking up. But anyway, so my ex's husband claimed my daughter the wrong year on taxes. So I was able to find his like commanding officer and give him a call and be like, hey, so this is what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to do it for suing somebody, and they keep moving, so I got to get their legal serving address.
Ah, gotcha.
Another fun part about owning a business.
Truth.
I remember knowing people on the other end of that, where I seen a guy one time knowing they were coming to repossess, and they literally just moved the car to the neighbor's garage and did tricks like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it in a garage, we can't get it because I can't like physically force your garage door up.
Well, he did this to open the garage door and convince the guys like the car's gone. My girlfriend took it. I don't know where it is.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the people are super sneaky, but we usually catch them at work or something because they drive the car around, you know. So. Grocery store's the best. It makes them so mad. But like I feel bad, kind of, but not really, because usually it's somebody who's like trying to run.
Yeah, I'm never going to put myself in that position. It's too easy to buy a car in the private market, you know, get a good deal and
Oh
just have
yeah.
a little know-how to do the upkeep on it. Why go to a lot and pay so much more when I can go pay $1,000 and get something that'll get me to work?
Oh, plus, dude, I mean, I'm doing the worst of the worst. They're like 28% interest loans on vehicles, so it's literally the worst of the worst.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It would make you throw up if you knew what some people
That's
pay for their vehicles. Like literally, physically, it would make you throw up.
Yeah, I knew someone that was paying 32% interest before.
That's like
It's insane.
It's the legal max, yeah.
It's what they're allowed to do.
28% is the legal max.
They're taking advantage of the people who can't
Because
make the other way.
because we pay off the people in
Yeah.
the government.
You know that in Islam, interest paying and collecting interest is not allowed, which is why there's like a whole market for what's called halal loans and halal mortgages, and it's that whole financial sector is really big in the Middle East. But yeah, it's considered oppression, and so
That's kind of
hence you
smart because
have
it's true.
hence you have like axis of evil countries because they won't participate, or they wouldn't for many years participate in the banking system.
On the interest stuff, I bought a car about a year and a half ago on 27% interest, and I was not happy about it. So I paid the car off in 8 months and said, "Screw you!" and you're not getting all this interest. And they got really mad and they hurt my credit. So, yeah, don't do that.
I mean, to be honest, if you paid off one of my loans quick, we'd just be like, sweet, kick ass, thank you. Because we make so much off you, even in that short period of time, we still make a good amount of money.
30%. That's just usury. It's yeah.
I mean, you have to probably have you gotta have like bad credit, but at the same time, I mean, it's like really high interest.
I mean,
Yeah.
that is
Or title loans,
bad
those are
decision making. I mean, really bad decision
It's the
making.
poor tax. That's what it is. Even the rent to own places do. I've seen people go get computers and couches for
Oh, dude, that is
150
terrible.
or
You're right.
200% what they're actually worth.
Dude, my buddy did that. He got a $500 computer and paid $1,500 for it, and his credit is
Jeez.
trashed.
Jeez.
That's their whole business model.
I avoid
You're
that
better off buying used
100%.
at that point.
Yeah, but a lot of those places they advertise zero interest to suck people in, and it is zero interest, but it's because they mark the price up $300.
Yeah, it was way to go. The way to go there is, I mean, if you're looking at it and you're like, oh man, there's no way I can spend, X amount of dollars to buy this product I really need. And then you're like, oh, I can just pay $20 a month or something like that. I'm going to go this way. Don't do it. Just save your money. If you can afford to pay, say, $20 a week on the thing that you intend to rent, save that $20 a week, save up and buy it. That's what you do. I do that with phones, everything. Just buy it
Same.
outright.
Same.
By
No.
frozen, what do you mean?
No, it's
Over trading view, it's fine on Binance ticker.
It's fine on Bittrex too.
Yeah, it's moving on Kraken.
It's going downwards to be specific. 7.5, 7.4, 7.3. Yeah, it's ticking down. Hodl.
Interesting.
I wonder if that's
Well,
going to
now
drive
the
TikTok stock down.
isn't it like now that Trump is gone, isn't it like they're gonna reconsider the whole China ban thing? So TikTok is off the hook, kind of.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's probable.
I still don't like TikTok for what they were actually doing. I mean, it's not conspiracy theory. They were actually recording anything you copied on your phone, anything on your clipboard, whether it was in the app or outside of the app, and sending that data to China.
I mean, despite all the conspiracy theories for all the apps in general, the way the companies are training the AI algorithms, they need as much as they can of data. Like even if it's a whisper from you into the microphone, that has value to them. So if it's, I don't like every company that is into big data is capturing data as they can, whether with or without the user permission. If they can get away with it, they will do it.
That's why a lot of these companies starting up with apps, even the one that like delivers food, whatever. There was an app that I forgot what it's called, but it helped you get movie tickets and stuff and would give you discounts. A lot of these, their real business is data collection and selling it. So if you find the companies that are doing that big, even if their app looks stupid, it's a good, probably in my opinion, a good investment because they're going to make a huge amount of money on the data.
Facebook.
Yeah. Well, the bigger the data, the better the decisions they can make towards growing and growing. We're gonna feed the AIs the data until they grow enough to get rid of us, as Elon says.
Stop feeding China. I mean, the Chinese are cool. CCP is terrible.
Tell you, if the current world stage was a real-time strategy game, I would be real concerned about China's moves.
Whew. I mean, I'd be real concerned about a lot of stuff, but I guess we can't really talk about all that stuff.
If you look at the bigger picture, as humans, as a human race in general, we're actually winning.
That's true. I agree with that, but there's a lot of BS happening.
Winning versus who?
Like towards improving the quality of life and ease of life, and that like we're fighting diseases way faster and more efficient. We managed to leverage technology to make our life easier.
You could say
And
versus the universe itself, basically.
yeah, we're winning in a way. As long as we don't start a nuclear war, we're fine.
It's inevitable.
In retrospective.
So, crazy theory. What if we all built up to like a certain point of technology and we keep on doing it as humans, but then civilization keeps on getting destroyed and we have to start almost all the way over and we're just on another one of those?
That's one of the things people present as an answer to the Fermi paradox, that most civilizations destroy themselves.
It makes sense.
I mean, I think we've seen that on a smaller scale in recent history, not necessarily as a civilization as a whole, but if you look at just certain countries and how they will get to certain technological advances, and then maybe there's a coup or a regime change. And if you look throughout history, you know, everyone compares everything to the Roman Empire. It's the longest running quote unquote government. And where is it now? I mean, Italy's doing okay, but I mean, their place in the world from where they were, and it seems like a long time ago for us, you know, 1,000 years or whatever or more. But in the grand scheme of things, man, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years isn't that long. And so we've already seen that cycle where someone can be the leader and on top of the world, and then now they're not even close. Even the British Empire in recent years, I think the 50s or maybe the 60s is the last time they gave some of their land back to the actual country. And I mean, that hasn't been that long ago, less than 100 years. So that happens all the time. Maybe not on a grand scale like y'all are talking about as far as the whole entire world losing technology, but that happens all the time to countries.
Yes, I agree.
Libya is a great example as well, man. I mean, hasn't been, I don't know, 10 years, maybe, not even that long.
11 years. It felt like it feels like a decade, man.
Yeah, it's been 11 years. I mean, it's a great example.
A lot has changed.
Syria is another good example.
That place is like, it's so wild over there compared to us. We didn't have the Syria is like demographically changed, like the demograph of like
Yeah.
it's wow.
Syria used to be beautiful. I mean, big spot for tourism even. I went in like 2008 or 2009. 2008 it must have been, as a tourist. It's great. It's just really sad what's happened.
I fear for America to have this. And when I saw the riots recently, I was like, shit, they got if they oh my god, that's okay. Someone is shooting his gun. I hope it's a celebration.
Are you serious? Oh my god! Like, I
No, it
hear
happens all the time, and this is a normal day.
it happens here in Oakland
Are you-
too, but not like semi-automatic like that.
Oh, yeah. So I was saying when I saw the people go against the police in America, I was like, oh no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. I mean, I get it. I get all the movement, but wrong target. But I'm glad it ended in a safe note, in a way.
I don't think it's over.
It's not over.
There is around.
Not
There is
resolved.
around two.
I mean, it's like unresolved stuff, you know. It's just festering under the surface.
Yeah, this
let out a
sad
new.
sad part is everybody was on board for police reform. Even the people who supported the police were all like, "Yeah, we all want this." But unfortunately, the topic had to shift to everything else, and that got kind of ignored. And the people who were at the top that were supposed to be working on this kind of just let the ball slip. You know, didn't really do it.
Well, as soon as they pump another story about an unarmed black dude getting killed, it's gonna start up again.
We humans like to self-destruct.
They need to publicize and care about all the stories of police misconduct. And you know,
Yeah,
what
it happens. It's more a class thing, you know.
it is, it's
happens.
class, yeah.
Exactly.
That's part of what causes the divide, because you've got a lot of people saying, "Wait, look at these people of other races who were also mistreated," and they're like, "Well, we don't want to talk about that." It's like, but if we did, then maybe more people would be on board with the police reform.
Right. It would have broader impact. But that's part of it, isn't it? That it doesn't.
The media is the linchpin or the catalyst or whatever you want to call it. That, and we were talking about this a few days ago. You still have people, you know, over the age of 40, maybe bump that up to over the age of 50, that solely rely on TV to get their news. And TV news stations, they're for-profit organizations. Like, they're
It's
not
a
obligated
propaganda
in any
arm
way.
of a very specific party.
Right, but I mean, they're trying to make money. That's
They're
the bottom
owned by
line is
big
they want money.
corporations. Yes.
Yeah, but
And
the same corporations that pay off the politicians. So it's kind of a circular thing there.
Yeah, yeah.
It is.
I'm happy to
For
hear
sure.
though that a lot of the big media are losing out now. They're losing lots of money.
So glad Jeff
Yeah.
Zucker had to step down from CNN or left or whatever he's doing, and then they're also not in airports. Haha, bye CNN.
Yeah, and the Savvy Ninja YouTube, he made a good point that they have to continue to prop up the class and the race issues, or they start losing power. And GameStop is a huge example of that. Like, what happens when people come together and when people are like, "Hold on, wait a minute, you've been
Yep.
telling us this, but we've done our due diligence and our research." So if the people come together, they would lose so much power. And even now, we hold so much power that we can
do.
vote these people out, but we just don't. Like, we keep voting the same politicians in every year.
In a way, I
think
love
it
that.
was,
I love that that's happening, because more people are starting to see the BS in media now, because they were releasing
True.
articles saying the GameStop thing is alt-righters. They were saying the GameStop thing is Trumpism,
Oh
you know, all that.
yeah.
And more
Total
people are starting to
bullcrap.
see through that crap.
And
I
in
mean,
America, here's like the thing that I think a lot of us we lose sight of is that only 0.0 4-6% of Americans make more than $400,000 a year. That's less than 0.5%. The rest of us make under 400 grand a year. So these people are not just the 1%. They are like the 0.5%.
I was gonna say for the GME situation, even I from very far away can tell that they got saved. They got saved big time.
100%.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the whole Robinhood bullshit, and I don't know how Robinhood is getting away with it now, acting like the good guy, but the government did actually, I think, or whatever, the big players did step in and like, okay, what are they using? They're using this to do this? Okay, stop, don't allow them. Just corner them in this app, and the problem is solved. And it's really,
Guaranteed. Yep, that's
it's really
exactly what
disrupt.
happened.
For me, it made me really angry. I was like hoping for people to find an alternative way to keep pushing the stock, but unfortunately, they actually did hold you guys back. But I don't know, for the long run, maybe they can't, because people are now. The thing is, with all this AMC and GME happened, people got into like, okay, here is like stocks. Okay, we don't control it. We don't actually control our money. Okay, the dollar is devaluing. So what other thing we can do? So they find out about like blockchain and crypto and everything.
Crypto.
Exactly. So they're like, so you tell me there is a way for me to have money without being controlled? So people are
Blockchain is
now,
the way, man. It's moving that way so quick. It's so beautiful, to be honest.
it's insane for me. I don't think I always fantasize about the day when like mass adoption happened and people are aware of that, but I never thought of like, oh, there's a short squeeze like in America that will lead people to be aware that, oh, the government is playing with us.
Everything
There is a solution.
Everything
This
that
is
came out of
awesome.
this, in my opinion, is good, because you're right. That
Yes.
more people are going to take
It's
crypto
pushing
more
stuff
seriously.
the right way.
The real heavy short sellers have to rethink their whole positions now and their strategies. And we did hurt Melvin Capital. It actually happened.
Yeah, they were yelling at the media. They basically said, "Save us."
And more
What's
people are seeing
crazy
through
too
the
is
BS
that
of media.
I see more of the younger people on this than the older people, which is crazy. Because typically you wouldn't have so many young people investing or being aware of this type of a situation, but now you have younger people being aware of it and being like, nah, this is bullshit.
Yep. I see people in the chat. Some say Dogecoin, some say BTC. I say invest in crypto in general, like blockchain in general. Don't cheer for
Blockchain in general
one
is
team.
amazing.
Yeah, don't cheer for one team only, because people would argue that Dogecoin is a meme and Bitcoin has agenda and whatever. So
I
just
figure
like,
if I can just spread out amongst a bunch of coins, if one takes off to the moon, okay, great, I'm rich. I'm just investing in a
yeah,
bunch of coins.
that's always the dream, huh? To the moon.
To the moon. A bunch of people had some really good days. They've been mining Raven for a lot of years, and the doubling in price in a day had people up last night, like late, like woo.
I honestly never experienced a moon ride like BNB in the last 2 days. That shit like mooned, for me at least.
BNB, what is that?
That's the Binance coin. It's too late, guys. Not a financial advice. Do not buy the top, please. You're gonna get dumped on. Do not buy the top. I repeat.
Yeah, no, you were saying that too. That it was probably going to do real well, and I think that's true. Wait, who started Binance?
CZ, the guy who's always safe. Your funds are safe, which means your funds are safe. Yeah,
Your
CZ.
funds are safe. That shit's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why I was like very confident with my investment in this. Back in the day, it got hacked, and during the bear market, Binance got hacked for like $1.5 million or something. And they managed to pull like funds from the Seifu account and put it into the exchange and just cover the losses, which I always thought was like, oh, that's brilliant. Why no one thought of that? Because like they weren't like cocky like Coinbase and like the mentality of no way we're gonna get hacked. We're so strict, no one is gonna hack. They were like, we are an exchange. Exchanges do get hacked. Eventually we're gonna lose money. So we're gonna invent like a saving account that will eventually step in whenever we get hacked, which was brilliant to be honest.
That's what Ravencoin did. They've got a bunch saved in a wallet that they burned. They got hacked once, and they just burned that amount of coins, and we're good to go. They patched the code, and we're on to new times.
That's good mentality. Game stonks. Oh, what's that? 58? 58, 55? Ah, some green, huh? Some hope for the people. For Dogecoin, I'm gonna wait the next hourly candle and then I'm off. I can't just stare at the chart for days. Seems like it formed a triangle. Triangles are bad. They always break down. It's a nightmare. AMC back at 610. That's good.
I'm gonna have that stuck in my head all day now. Your funds are safe.
Your funds are safe.
Your funds are safe.
I'm wondering if at the end of the day AMC will go to 650.
Oh, it's doing some moves now. I can see it. It's flexing. It's playing with a 786 Fibonacci level. Will it break it?
The thing is, it's right in its price channels. It's right on VWAP, right on average. So it can still go up.
It has like one level, still like one tick. Okay, you're saying 650. Yeah. If there is any like heavy resistance, it will be around 7. Or even like, wait, 770, 770. Well, nice to see some green. Let's go, AMC. Let's go. To the mini moon.
Yeah, I'll accept right now just to the clouds. I mean, that's good enough.
That's good for the day. I think the hedge funds are listening to this stream, so they're probably now panicking. Sell.
You know, if I worked in a big company like that, I would have some sources of information that are small chat rooms or whatever like this, just to see what's the little guy saying right now, right? And it makes me wonder, would one of those guys maybe be listening to us occasionally? Are you saying
me, guys? I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I'm the hedgy. It's all. So it's me. You got me.
You're the guy who farts into jars. I wouldn't expect you to be a double agent.
All right, you got me. It's not me.
Wait, aren't all those guys kind of narcissists and stuff though?
They would do it, huh?
I wouldn't put it past a hedgie to fart in a jar, man.
Listen,
They'd probably fart in a jar just to save it for themselves.
Like the morning coffee, dude.
I mean,
Dank. I mean, you guys know about that, right?
how much did they pay you? We will collectively like pay you double, but you just have to rent them out. You have to give us all the information. We will pay you in camel coins. They're not that smart. They probably don't even have internet. They're using telephones, landlines.
So you guys never heard of huffing your own farts?
What?
I mean, come on, that's a super big meme. Like jank, you know? Like
No, I don't know.
Everyone, just pretend you've never heard of it and he's crazy, okay?
it's what the kids are doing these days.
Oh my god! Speaking of search history, I had an incident. When I was younger, I wanted to like repair laptop batteries and do stuff. I wanted to get my hands actually on some lithium cells when I didn't have the money for it. So I put like a wanted ad out in Craigslist and various places. I was like, if you've got any old lithium batteries, doesn't matter if they're dead or not, I'll take them, you know, and other things. And if people were looking at it, they probably thought like, whoa, is this someone trying to do a meth lab or something? Just because of the way I worded all this stuff.
Yeah. How long for the market close on your time? Okay. Where is my Doge at? Jonathan, your Doge is about to decide in the next 20 minutes if it wants to go out to play or stay and sleep. Who let the Doge out? Snoop Dogg should make a remix of that song.
I think you guys should just all dump everything you can into Doge right now so I can sell.
Sell your house, guys. If you have a house, sell it. Brilliant. I'm glad your mic is bad, so people couldn't hear that advice very well.
Wait, you're only on your second mortgage?
Yeah, definitely. Whatever you're using now is not the best.
Yeah, it sucks, man. No offense. Like it's all good. I apologize. It's just that's what it sounds like.
Are you
I
using
mean,
noise
that's more.
suppression? Are you using noise? Okay.
Man, you need to
Never
quit
mind.
your job and and then so you can be better at the voice chat.
Well,
Just leave
Not
your
financial advice.
Not financial. Ah, nice.
Considering the situation you're in, it's actually not doing a bad job. We can hear the machinery in the background, but it's pretty muted.
Yeah, considering now I know the situation, you're good, man. You're good.
So
You were
guys,
not good before I knew the situation, though, just so you're aware.
I did find a really good company for that diamond technology. It's just not public yet.
Did they say they're going to go public?
It seems like they're getting ready to. They've added a number of folks on the C-level that have worked on IPOs before, so I think that that's where it's going.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
So the name of the company is Akhan Semiconductors, like AKHAN. They have this awesome diamond glass thing that they've created called Mirage. Also, the Chinese company Huawei, is that how it's pronounced? They tried to steal their
Huawei.
technology. Huawei, there you go. They tried to steal their technology, and the FBI was involved in like a stakeout and stuff with them.
Huawei's a huge bitch.
And
Yeah.
Akon, you're certain, is already doing the new method of diamond production with the vapor?
Oh yeah. It's called Mirage Diamond Technology. Look them up. They are really cool. Seems like the guy who's the CEO, he started researching this technology when he was an electrical engineer and when he was like 19. And so he's been doing this for a while. I think I dropped it somewhere in here. In news maybe. Or in tickers, maybe in tickers. Yeah, I put some info in tickers. Also, there's a company called CVD. They do have a stock. CVD Equipment Corporation. And so they sell the equipment. I'm not sure if
C as in cherry?
Yeah, as in carbon vapor. D as in Delta. Oh, that's the name of the company, but their ticker is Charlie Victor Victor, CVV.
You should name a company Carbon Vapor Delta. But it has to do something cool.
They have the equipment. I'm just not sure if the CVD equipment that they sell is used for the diamond technology. It's used for semiconductors and other crystals. I gotta find out.
Yeah, CVV has lost money over the years, but is starting to grow again. Or I guess lost
There's
value.
been a shortage on semiconductors recently that put a kibosh on a bunch of cars, I think.
It's true. Yeah. That's why the Ford F-150 had to I think they've stopped production, right? They don't have the semiconductors.
Yeah, they halted production of the F-150 because of lack of semiconductors.
I don't know if I'd buy into CV the way the stock's working right now, but it might be a good idea as a long term.
I bought some just as a long term. It's at an like an okay price point for me personally, I figured, but I think it would make me feel a bit better if I could know that the equipment that they do sell is for sure used in the diamond technology.
I mean, if they're not, then they're just being stupid.
Yeah. I mean, it is used in semiconductors. Maybe I should call them. I think I'm just gonna call them.
Your voice is still muddled, but there's a heck of a lot less background noise. Sounds about the same now. On CVD, they have a blog area on their website, and their top story is about how more and more companies embrace lab-grown diamonds.
They're kind of cheap and dope. The people at the place I just went to not that long ago were trying to sell me grown diamonds. They were super pushing it on me.
Oh, they're going to, because their profit margin is going to be so much greater on that.
Do you guys want to know what my micro futures paper trading account is at now?
Wait. Let me guess. Wait, what'd you start at?
We'll just do I'm just doing the profits.
Oh, okay. Just tell us.
1,700 in less than 2 hours.
I've got a link for you. I'll post it in helpful links here in just a second.
So CVD, their investor relations, did advise me that the equipment that they sell is not used for lab-grown diamonds.
So whoever that was talking about futures, I posted a website and helpful links. This a guy I know that runs this. It is you do have to subscribe. I think it's $1,000 a year, but it's a very good program where they do live trades with you. They teach you, and I mean these guys are pulling in easily $3,000 a day.
Well, I guess if we could just speculate on, they're not dumb and they probably will get into lab-grown diamonds.
Potentially. Yeah. You said that you found something on their website. In what section?
Yeah, so if you're on the cvddiamondinc.com, go to the hamburger menu in the top right, and they have a blog, and they're just posting articles about all kinds of things, and their top one is about lab-grown diamonds.
So this is CVD Equipment Corporation, correct? Or no?
Let's see, it's CVD Diamonds Inc. So no.
Oh,
maybe
that's different. Yeah. Yeah, that's different. I'm on the Equipment Corporation. So they have big, like, let me see. They serve a bunch of different markets, but the systems that they've created and what they sell, I mean, they're quite large. These, I don't know what you call them, these machines that are used. They do put coatings on glass, and which is what I think Acon, that's basically what they do over there, is that they have this proprietary Mirage diamond thing that you should read the article that's related to Huawei. It's
Well,
interesting.
if you go to cbddiamond.com, they are all about tools, diamond coated end mills, saw blades, all that stuff. That's what they're working on.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. Okay. Oh, they're based in Canada.
So AMC and GME are slingshotting right now. It looks like from the graph it had a big spike, then a drawback, and then now the slingshot. Can anybody that's more technical than me confirm that?
All I can confirm is it appears to be going up. I don't know if I'd call it a slingshot, but yeah, they're going up.
This might be a dumb question, but ask is asking to buy, correct?
Yes. Bid is asking to buy. Ask is I'm asking X for my shares.
Think of it like an eBay listing. Are you going to bid on it, or are you going to ask a price for it?
I don't know why I can't keep that in my head.
Yeah, it's really easy to remember because bid is buy, B and B.
That's what I thought, and then I was starting to question myself and was thinking it's the other way, which is why I can't remember it.
Just think of it, it's all about the money, not the share, right? It's about the money. So when you're asking, you're asking for money.
So even being on a Note 9 with a relatively fast processor, it's not enough to have Discord frisk my trading apps open.
What?
You might have something running on your phone you don't know about, dude, because yesterday I was cruising down the road listening to you guys in Discord while I had the Thinkorswim app running and music and everything.
Well, yeah, but did you have Crisp turned on, the noise suppression?
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what that is. So no, I did
figured-
not have that.
Being in the car driving is a lot quieter than me. I don't know. Everything that I'm seeing is showing that my phone is operating normally, and there's nothing buggy hidden in the background. No high battery usage. Everything seems normal.
If your screen brightness is all the way up, you can drain the battery really fast.
Well, yeah, that would drain the battery, but I'm talking about strictly just CPU usage to cause Crisp to keep deactivating itself. Because you'll notice, like right now, it's on, right? Like everything sounds much better.
Yeah.
Right.
And then in a few minutes, I'll come back and I'll try to say something, and it'll say that it turned itself off automatically. And when I looked into it, Googling Discord Chris, blah blah blah, it said that Discord has it set to purposely turn it off so that you're not using too much, I guess.
I mean, you don't sound bad when crisp is off. You might just leave it off. I mean, we can still hear you.
Well, yeah, you just hear a lot of background noise, and I know how scathing that can be to headphone users.
Honestly, I'm using headphones, and I'm sure people disagree with me, but I prefer to hear a bit of background noise over the voice fluctuating a lot, you know?
That's a total slingshot.
Come on, 650 AMC, you can do it.
You can do it.
It reminds, when I say slingshot, I see that the lows are reaching a higher low each time. So each time it comes down, it's a higher low. Just like Doge was doing over the weekend. They look similar right now.
They're doing the same thing, GameStop and AMC, though, again.
And the volume is kind of low on it. So I'm thinking that instead of a short squeeze, what if this is a long squeeze?
I think honestly, it's just the same bots trading on these stocks. And so they're using the same algorithms and then the same results happen.
Interesting. It's not illegal to set up like bots to do your trading?
Oh, there's laws. I don't know what they are, but yeah, there's some laws about it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm not going to trust my real money to bots. I actually got one for trading in crypto one time and experimented with it on, on paper, and I could get some profits. And then other times it lost literally everything. So I'm like, that's a little more risky than I'd like. And if you want to run a really advanced bot, you're going to want to do that on GPU. Use a GPU to do the all the words are escaping me now. In other words, you're going to end up having to have some serious equipment to train a super advanced bot, and I might as well just leave my GPU mining. I can make profit that way.
True.
Today's such a boring day.
Yeah, I missed a few opportunities today, but I'm not crying about it.
The mining thing has been fun. Like, I don't have anything. I paid $200 for a card a few years ago, and I've got it, and it's just mining away $10 a day.
What card do you have?
I mean, I have two cards, so that was a little. Actually, that was kind of fake. But I have two cards that are mining up $10 a day. But I have an RX 580 and then a 2060.
And what are you mining?
Ethereum, and then I'm auto converting it to Raven coin.
Gotcha. Thanks.
I have two 580s running at about 1,000 megahertz that are combined. They bring in $9 a day.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I think the RX 580 and the 2060 are pulling in about the same on Ethereum, so that's about right. Yeah.
The 2060 clock speeds are a little bit faster. I'm sure that probably helps you get that little extra buck. And I've undervolted pretty good. I don't think they ever get above 50.
Yeah,
Is the 2060
overclock the memory?
Or I'm sorry, is the 2080 really that much better than the 10 for mining Ethereum? Because I know they added all the stuff for ray tracing, but is it really any better for that sort of processing?
Yeah, those extra CUDA cores are pretty serious. I don't know what the ROI looks like on it because I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure it's significantly above that of a 1080.
My wife's stoked. She's like, "Oh my gosh, you can just pull that out of your old computer and put it in your new computer, and it will make us money."
Is that money net after electricity or is that gross?
I don't pay for it right now, so it's not really something that I have to worry about. So it's all profit at this point.
Mine is net after costs.
Okay, good to know.
I mean, I think it's still profitable if you already have equipment. It's harder to make it profitable if you don't have equipment now because it's like high prices as heck for like to go buy the graphics card I bought for $200 2 years ago. It's like $400 now.
Yeah, mine too. All the GPUs are up now because of mining. It's like
It's
buying a
kind of
GPU is an
insane.
investment now.
But I would bet over
It's true.
time, the appreciation still makes it worth it, even if you're taking the loss today.
Yes, yeah. There's like you can go find like on YouTube people do like bust out the equations for you so you can figure out what you got to spend to make it profitable for your power limit, stuff like that within a month, and then you can build rigs that are. I mean, it's profitable right now. That's why people are doing it.
Well, it's profitable right now at today's current market pricing. Think about 2, 3, 5 years from now, if the market pricing keeps going up and all you're doing is mining and holding.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just mining and
Yeah.
holding.
Do you ever watch pretty closely the hash rate that you're actually getting for submitted shares on your pool? And if you do,
Yeah,
you
it seems like bull crap. It seems like I'm getting scammed.
it does sometimes. See, I'm getting the average is about right, but sometimes I get a whole bunch of luck and my hash rate seems impossible what I'm getting. And the other times it's low. But like right now, the hash rate I'm getting should not be possible on my card. So I think it's just a like, oh, you got
What are
lucky
you
and your
getting?
shares are good, you know.
What are you getting on your cards? Like what hash rate?
At this very moment, I'm getting 134 mega hash on 4 1080 Ti's, and they should each be about 30.
That's no, because I'm getting 31.48 off my RX 580s.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I can get my average should be about 32. I can get if I'm watching the terminal, I can get up to sometimes peak to like 36, but the average is about 32. So my average hash rate should be 128.
Are you guys seeing what GME is doing right now?
Slingshot.
It's prepping for a dump, and here it comes.
Yeah, that's all they're doing is they're just buying low, selling high, buying low, selling high, buying
All
low,
I'm
selling high.
saying, 69 is the magic
I'm
number.
holding, man. I'm not buying anymore right now. I'm not selling anymore right now. I'm just waiting.
I'm down so much right now, it would be stupid to sell anything.
Yeah, I've already tucked away my GME as the long term, and I'm gonna ignore it.
Yeah, I brought my average down to 96, so I'm happy.
I've got 2 accounts, one at 160 and one at 238.
Hi, my name is Maverick, and I have a problem. I bought 10 months ago.
My average is still almost 140.
The 10 was to get me down to sub 100 levels. I'm at like 85 if you combine all my brokerages.
I just set sell limits at 600 and cross my fingers, and one day I'll wake up and it'll be cash and not stock.
I have one single stock left on Robinhood, and it's GME, and it's set to $1,000 sell limit. And everything else, most of my platforms won't let me set anything higher than like 50% of current market.
Do you guys see the stock HUYA? It deals with gaming that's gone up a bunch today.
Are you talking about Huawei?
No, not that one. This is another one that is based in China, but it deals with live gaming. It's Hotel Umbrella Yankee Alpha Huya, something like that. Holding company, which engages in the development of game live streaming platform. Live streaming content for mobile, personal computer, and console game. It also offers content to other entertainment genres such as talent shows, anime, and outdoor activities. Founded in 2014, headquartered in Guangzhou. It's like
I don't know. I've never heard of it. I have heard of the game streaming kinds of services. A lot of companies have tried to start that. The downside on them is you got to have the bandwidth, you got to have the latency, and also a big one a lot of gamers look at is you rent the service. You have to pay per month to have the service, and then you also pay for the game itself. So, like, let's say there's a new hot game at $60. You buy the game on that service. Now your game is stuck to that service, and you're not guaranteed to keep it forever. Once they want to take it out of their servers, it's just gone, and you've lost the game. So a lot of gamers look at these services. They're like, no, I'm not doing that. That's dumb.
Another company that's popping right now is Aero, which is AYRO. It engages in the design of compact electric fleet solutions for use within the urban and short haul markets. It offers the Aero 311 and Club Car 411 models. It's founded in 2016, headquartered in Round Rock, Texas, and it popped up today.
And that stock used to be like $240 plus.
Did it really?
Yeah, if you look at the chart for a 5-year chart, October 13, 2017, it was 249.60.
I think we're maybe talking about a different one. This is AYRO.
Out of Round Rock, Texas.
Yeah.
A little bit breaking. If anyone's in Sundial, you might want to consider getting out now. It looks like it's tanking.
Or just hold. Who knows?
I got $2 calls on that one. I'm going to keep that.
Yeah, I've been holding a $1 call on that for a couple months. I've also been writing $1 puts.
I don't see where it's tanking at though.
It just dropped down to 241 was the sale, and now it's going up a little bit. It's just fluctuating.
I got in at 83 cents. I'm chilling.
I wanted to buy in at that price. Robinhood.
I just like weed.
It's got like a 1.4 billion volume on it.
Wow.
It's a cheap stock that has to deal with cannabis. It's all for the kids.
Another cheap cannabis stock is called Huge, Huge.
Is that FSD Pharma?
Yes.
Interesting. Focuses on developing over time a robust pipeline of FDA-approved synthetic compounds targeting the endocannabinoid system of the human body to treat certain diseases of the CNS and autoimmune disorders of the skin, GI tract, and musculoskeletal system.
That's gonna be government weed, basically. They're gonna make government weed.
It's
A lot of
pharma
people
weed.
from synthetic, though.
It's pharma weed. It's like, yeah. Interesting.
I mean, they were a $14 high in 2020.
I like it when it comes from like that sort of, the part about that that's cool is it's not necessarily relying on crops and whether or not crops are going to do well. And
Mosaic's been pretty good to me. They do the mining for phosphorus, which is used in fertilizer, and if you want to eat, you gotta have that.
thanks for the FSD Pharma. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Somebody's oh Jasper Casper, you're asking if OCGN is still a good one to get into. Let me look at where it's at right now. I mean, you got to do your due diligence on it. It's down to 10 and change right now, just under 11. I mean, a lot of us bought into it when it was closer to $5. But the thing with OCGN is it's going to depend on whether or not it does well in its phase 3 trials. Personally, again, this is not financial advice. My feeling on that was that since it's already being used, their vaccine is already being used in India, that more than likely it's going to do fine with the phase 3 trial. But I don't have a crystal ball. You know, I can't tell the future. So I would say, considering where it was last week, up to a high of around $17, that this may be a good time to get in. But
Okay,
do your due diligence.
I just now put my headset back on. Which one are you talking about?
Jasper Casper was asking if it's a good time to get into OCGN, and so I was just giving my thoughts on it. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but I was saying that it was up at a high of 18 actually last week, and a lot of its performance is going to be based on what happens with the phase 3 trials for the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, this is totally arbitrary. You know, it might sound dumb, but I decided I put a limit order in at 9:30, and I figured if it drops that low, I'll buy a few shares. If it doesn't, oh well, I guess I might miss out, but I can't let FOMO drive every decision.
Yeah, it went down around 7:45. It was around 978. So, let's see the charts.
I implemented like a 3-day watch list rule, unless it's like super hot. You feel me?
That's a good idea.
So those posted in general, those are my profits for Sundial just for this week.
All right, I'm going,
Nice.
guys. I'm signing off. If I wake up to Doge at 10 cents, I will meet you guys in New York. Okay.
Man, make sure you
Yes.
check in tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Good
Take care, guys.
night.
See you, man. Yeah, that's nice. What did you get in at on Sundial?
So the let's see, let me look back real quick. On just a straight stock, I got in around 40 cents. And then that call option, let's see, that was also around 40 cents. Obviously, that's multiplied times 100, and then times the amount of contracts. But yeah, that was just a weekly call option I did Monday.
See, that's what I need, guys. What's the next 40-cent stock that's got some news about it? You know it's going to go up. Come on, what is it?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I knew that so I could be rich.
I got a friend who's got a lot of money on something called DARE, DARE. Not
Dare
financial
to
advice,
say no.
but it's like some new kind of birth control they're gonna come out with that's like Bill Gates backed.
It is got a 100% buy rating.
For what?
I'm just looking at like the 6 analyst rating on Robinhood. It's showing 100% buy on Dare.
So I used to follow Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Can you put that ticker in general, please?
Basically, anything that Bill Gates got into made me a profit. I think out of like 100 things I tried, maybe one didn't turn a profit. But the thing that I noticed with Bill Gates stuff is it's kind of like Elon Musk. When he first gets into it, it goes up a little bit, but then long term it kind of plateaus or even drops. But
Yes.
I mean, just
You got to get
just
in
for
low, wait for the pop, and then get out.
yeah. So it's always buy the rumor, sell the news with Bill Gates, in my opinion.
That's kind of how I see it too in this case.
When did your friend get in?
Well, he's in. I don't know what price he's in, but if it's, he says it's at 2 now. He thinks it'll hit 6, and he's got 36K in there.
Wow. It dipped
I'm
down a
not.
little
I'm
bit
not
today.
like that.
I'm gonna
I play with.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, looks like Express is following the same chart patterns as AMC and GME.
I didn't know about that one. That's interesting.
So one of the guys from Dare is going to be giving a speech at hold on, what conference is this? The 2021 Bio CEO and Investor Digital Conference. And
yesterday.
well, it says we should have access. We can actually go to some website and actually listen to that if you want to.
So BP Journal says it reports positive DARE BV study results in bacterial vaginosis treatment. Interesting. Placebo-controlled studies. I wonder what's in their pipeline. Oh, it's like DARE.
On their site, it says the CEO Investor Digital Conference is the 16th through the 18th. And some other sites said it was the 9th, so looks like 16th through 18th.
They're working on a lot of drugs. Oh, they're doing a male and female contraceptive? What?
That would be huge, though. I know it sounds like a joke to a lot of people, but a lot of people have been like, "Yeah, what about male
That
birth
would be
control?" You know,
massive. If I could take a pill and not have to wear a Jimmy every time I pull it out, assuming that I'm with a partner that I know is clean in the STD space, but as far as just stopping pregnancy, that'd be massive.
That would be amazing. I would love that shit so much.
Bro,
It's
you gotta
like
get a
only in
vasectomy.
preclinical. Right.
It's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
you
reversible.
Yeah, I would say, would you want that pill reversible?
That's perfect for keeping the population as low as possible.
I don't think I'm quite ready to be done forever. I got a daughter. I have that weird male machismo thing. I'd like to have a son one day.
I did the same thing. Had a daughter first, and then the daughter was perfect, never even cried. My son cries every 10 seconds of the day.
I can relate to that for sure. Like my
gotta-
youngest son is like the toughest kid I have. Like he can bang his head or whatever, no crying whatsoever. But then he's just sitting around randomly and he cries for 30 minutes straight.
Well, so that's what's weird. Water, she'll cry if she like basically barely stubs her toe. But my son, he can bang his head and he doesn't cry. But just during the normal day, my daughter doesn't cry and whine, and my son just runs around crying. Granted, they're different ages. It's 8 and 2, but yeah, my son just basically just cries all the time. Win some, lose some.
I think you may be my doppelganger. My parallel universe parent.
I'm glad I have a nice man cave in the basement when I want to go to the office. I just come down here. I'm like, my wife works from home. I'm like, you deal with it. I'm going to make money.
I built a boss ass loft above my garage just for having kids.
Nice. So this is why I invested in real estate for my company. My warehouse is and my office is literally 30 seconds away from my house. So I can be like, if the kids are a pain in the butt, I'm like, going to the office. See you later.
Look at GME. Oh my god. To 59.
So I'm having a hard time finding any info on if they're making a male targeted sort of birth control. Who was saying that? Do you have a like an article on
So
it?
if you go to the pipeline on their website for Dare Bioscience, it's still in preclinical. They're not even into like any phase 1 trials or anything. It's just preclinical. But it's on
Oh,
their
okay.
website under pipeline. They have 3 drugs that are between phase 2 and phase 3. And then they have 3 that are in phase 1, and then 3 that are preclinical. So they're working on a good amount of stuff.
This is a quirk about the way I think about things, but whenever I see a company, it doesn't matter how big, that's using WordPress for their website, it immediately makes me drop faith in that company.
Is that what they're using? Oh my god, I have no idea.
Well, yeah, when I first searched it, yeah, the WordPress logo is actually their logo right now. The you know, the tiny logo you get for a URL.
See, in my industry, that actually is it's a buy sign for dealing with certain suppliers. If I see them having a really old website, like I've got suppliers that have a website. The last update was in 1994. That supplier is the absolute best price I can get.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good way to look at it too. It's just as a business I might want to invest in, I look at that and I'm like, somebody there doesn't know what they're doing.
GME just broke 60.
Yeah, let's see what
Oh
the threshold.
yes, it did. Look at that.
Because I know
going.
companies, my brother even
61.
worked for a company for a long time where they would make websites for people, but it would always be WordPress because that's how they just got shit done really fast and kept the cost down. It's like, yeah, we'll make you a WordPress site, no problem, right?
WordPress is one of the most common.
I knew this was a slingshot. Boing.
Yeah, but didn't you say that like 2 ups and downs ago?
Yeah, my computer area looks just about like that, but messier.
Yeah, yeah, that's I actually cleaned up just a little bit before I took that picture, so y'all wouldn't think I was a slob.
Did you have to put the gaming P jar away?
Wow.
Oh no, I got a bathroom right here beside me, so I do the right thing most of the time.
Oh, that's my next upgrade for the basement is putting in one of those up flush toilets, so I don't have to cut the concrete to do the plumbing. I told my wife, I said the only thing I'm installing is a urinal in there. That's all I need.
Spent more on paying the plumber to plumb the garage to have running water and toilet than I did for the rest of the project combined.
They cut concrete.
Yeah, they had to get through the slab to be able to get. There was no water in the garage at all, so they had to deliver sewer and water.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing mine is the up flush. It's like $1,000 for the system, but you can just plumb right into your plumbing without having to cut concrete.
If I had the space, I would make like an outdoor shed for a man cave like that and just use mining as the heat source.
Very smart.
It's so beautiful to see my numbers just rise.
Yeah.
And the negative numbers just go away too. Like that's the part. Whoever said average down this morning, that was really good. So that was really good statement that they made.
Yeah, it is. I was saying that last week, and people were talking a lot of things. I kept trying to get in and be like, look, if it goes down, just average down. Just hold it and average down. It's not that big a deal. I know it's probably a dumb risk I'm taking without knowing more info, but I think I might buy some Dare because, yeah, I've seen other contraceptives that are targeted for men, and most of them fail, and so there's probably will too, maybe, but you know.
To whatever that dip was, to 230.
I think so too. Because I mean, it's been less than a month since it went up. It used to be around $1.40, $1.30, $1.40, and then on January 15th, it popped up to over $3. So I think it'll come back down.
You don't think within that price range, Sundial's a better investment? They have a much higher chance of succeeding.
Well, Sundial's on a peak, so I wouldn't buy it right now.
Yeah. I have a lot of cannabis stock too. I don't know. But
Well, the other question is, are you talking about long-term or short-term investing? You know, I think Dare might
Right.
be, not advice, I think Dare might be a good long-term investment.
I'm gonna wait on them just because I don't know. It's kind of, yeah, I
I
think
could
it's
see-
gonna be long term.
Yeah, 3 to 5 years out.
It doesn't look like you'll be missing much waiting on them either because the price has just been fluctuating where it's at right now for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they had a spike to 385, and that's about it.
Whoa, what's this news? Archer to go public. Electric aircraft startup Archer will go public through merger with a blank check company backed in a deal valued around $3.8 billion and backed by an order and investment from United Airlines. United Airlines invests and orders electric aircraft. That just got published.
If it comes to fruition.
What is going on here? So at Archer and Atlas Crest, this is why Atlas Crest went up. Oh, I was just looking at Atlas and I'm like, why is Atlas popping?
So did you say that trying to make electric aircraft?
Yeah.
Well, there's the two factors here. If people believe in it, that's great. But I'm going to tell you right now, electric aircraft are not going to be anywhere near as feasible and profitable as gas-powered aircraft in the near future.
United Airlines just invested. So
Yeah, that's kind of a 20-year play.
so Atlas was at $11.15 yesterday. It shot up to like just under, well, around 15 change. It's down around 14 right now. Ugh. It's too much news to keep up with.
Please post that about the Archer aircraft or the merger. Please post it and somewhere in the link, stickers or general, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I guess this news came out actually around 6 hours ago.
Yeah, someone must be pumping Sundial.
Yeah, that's a big candle right there.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in news.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it looks like GameStop might hit 60. There it goes, it hit 60.
I'm not really concerned. Let me know when GameStop goes over 100, really.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, it's working for those people who are day trading it.
Yeah, I wouldn't 100% exit either, but I would sell a share or two, you know.
My honest long-term play right now is to sit on what I have. If a skyrocket happens, take a good majority of profit, and then when the bottom out happens after, go ahead and buy back in because they're going to come back and be a better company. Not financially.
Yeah, that's what we're all hoping, really. It looks good, but you can't be sure.
I'm gonna try to hold on. Is this thing working? Let me see. I'm trying to look into the Archer merger thing and post any insights that I have speaking with friends or anything like that. And on financial investment with anything or ideas.
You're breaking up.
I was saying I will try to find out any insights that I might have from friends or anything like that about the Archer. Let you guys know if I do find something worthwhile.
Gotcha. Thanks. Did you guys hear about the Hyzon merger with through a blank? I think this is a blank check deal through Decarbonization Plus. Yeah, it is. I guess this is coming out. It's going to be a $400 million investment. Fuel cell truck startup Hyzon Motors agreed to a merger with blank check company Decarbonization Plus. Their DCRB is their ticker. The transaction will generate about 626 million of gross proceeds, including 400 million from participants and private investment in public equity, including BlackRock, Fidelity, and Wellington.
That name BlackRock keeps coming up every time we're looking at these things.
Mm-hmm. Now this is gonna be competitor to the Nikola, right? Nikola, U.S. startup Nikola Corp. Hyzon, a maker of hydrogen-powered big rigs, buses, and coaches, is the latest in a string of clean energy vehicle startups to produce SPAC mergers. Investor interest has intensified since U.S. startup Nikola Corp went public in June in a deal with blank check company Vectal IQ Acquisition Group, or Vectal Q. Hyzon was spun out of a Singapore-based Horizon Fuel Cell Technologies Private, which has been developing fuel cell technology for commercial applications for almost 20 years. The startup, whose investors include Total SE, is headquartered at a former General Motors facility near Rochester. I'll post this article.
I'm not too big on hydrogen-powered vehicles at the moment because I think the lithium battery vehicles will be the more immediate, cost-effective way. But when lithium batteries, when lithium batteries become harder to maintain and more expensive, hydrogen will be a really good alternative to that.
I mean, these are for big rigs, right? So aren't there limitations then in distance for the lithium ones?
Well, Tesla's doing it.
Not necessarily. Like if you look at the concept of the Tesla semi, their charge. So, I mean, when you drive a semi truck, you're limited to DOT requirements. So you have to stop for a certain amount of time anyways. So that makes it perfect for having to stop and then you have that time to charge instead of having to stop and fill up more frequently.
Gotcha.
Just a quick something that I found. There's a IPO filing for BlackRock. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but be something interesting. I haven't looked into it yet.
So here's an education opportunity for all of us and the people in YouTube, if anyone can answer. When I'm searching through stocks, just trying to find new companies to check out, I see a lot of them that say right and warrant. What is all that? What's that about? I guess nobody knows.
Did you say right or warrant?
Yeah.
Warrant's just it's just the right to purchase the stock at the, like it's a certain price at a certain date. The warrants are typically where the company is going to give it to you directly.
Nine F is a cool company. JFU. They do like loans and financial stuff. Almost 2,000 employees.
So going back to the hydrogen electric thing, it seems like hydrogen has higher energy storage density than lithium ion, both in terms of energy stored per unit weight and energy stored per unit volume. I'm reading a blog which they seem to think, this is Garrett Advancing Motion. At Garrett Motion, we believe that lighter, smaller vehicles are better candidates for battery electric powertrains, while heavier, larger vehicles are better suited for fuel cells.
Yeah, hydrogen is actually a really good idea, but it's just got a lot of you can use it just like you use fuel, but the difference is the fuel station can actually produce the hydrogen on site. They can actually have the machinery to create hydrogen right there. One of the big downsides is because of its energy density, you can have a hydrogen fire explosion that's way worse than
Right.
gasoline.
Right.
Whoever was mentioning JFU, just read up. They're going under a class action lawsuit.
In the
Thank you.
components of taking hydrogen and making it into energy is less efficient than electric.
Yes, you lose some energy in the conversion. You will always lose energy in a conversion.
I honestly think with like semis and their requirements to have to stop, if you can get the battery to the point where you're stopping to charge at the same time that you have to do the regulation stop, like that's a perfect option.
A lot of regulation stops, though, are actually pulled over on the side of the highway.
Yeah, it would just take a little bit of planning to have it to where you're stopping at
I
the
would
charger.
No, but I mean, it's you typically. I mean, I've got a Class A license, so typically what I've experienced is, a state trooper can pull you over anytime to do a regulation stop. You're talking about in regards to like a way station, that would be more
No,
better
I'm
suited.
talking just like you can only be on the road for X number of hours before you have to have your mandatory stop.
Talking about like when you're during their log stops for their hours. Yeah.
Yeah, and so as long as you can have enough stations to where your log stops are also when you're refueling, that negates the charging time it would take to refill the battery.
If hydrogen powered semis takes off, really, I would look into investing into the various food chains and stuff that run at the truck stops. I think they would have a big boost from that.
DoorDash has hit their all-time high.
Well, I just ordered from Uber Eats, so that's where I'm at with that.
Me too. Nice, Miko.
I was like, my hubby's getting me tacos.
Babcock and Wilcox was mentioned on this chat, and they're doing 18% today.
Yeah, I jumped in on that one and adjusted that one.
I'm going to post a link again, a helpful link. So I posted a few days ago. It's a website that just kind of it annotates technical analysis. So that way, if you're trying to learn technical analysis, I wouldn't use this to trade. But if you're looking at a chart and you're like, hey, you know, this looks like a cup and a handle, then you can go to this site and basically it can confirm for you if that's what that was. So it's just a little helpful learning tool that I used to learn. But again, I wouldn't use it to trade because I mean, it can be wrong just like anything else. It is a bot. So
Thanks.
Been thinking about it the last few minutes, and you know, even with the loss in conversion from electricity to hydrogen power, that loss might be offset by the energy density and efficiency that you'd get out of hydrogen in a large truck. So, for example, if you try to run a large truck with lithium batteries, that's a whole lot of weight you got to carry, which then you're just spending the energy on carrying around. Whereas hydrogen is going to be a lot lighter. So that energy loss in the initial conversion might not be that bad actually in the long run.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something to consider. I think honestly it'll come down to who can get the infrastructure for refueling done first.
I'm really not keen though on I forgot the company, but they're using propane to charge the batteries for electric cars or other natural gas. I'm just like, so why not just make an engine that runs right off the natural gas then, you know?
I mean, there's hydrogen cars out there now, isn't there? Like Hyundai has one, and doesn't Honda?
Yes, but the refueling stations are pretty much only in California, so like if you're in the middle of the country, you can't buy it.
If you're brave enough and do the research, you can make hydrogen at home. I mean, kids do it as a science experiment, make hydrogen in a balloon.
I bought 10 shares right now.
Again, that would be not financial or personal advice, so you don't blow up your house.
No, exactly. Ain't no financial advice. It's just what I'm doing.
I'm up to 2,700 on paper trading.
That's sounding amazing. See, do that for a week and see if you can be consistent. And if you can, hey, start doing it for real. Make a fund, and I'll invest in it.
Yeah, I have to take $1,000 and go to 25,000 without going negative before I'm going to put money in.
What are you using to do the paper trading with?
Tradeovate.
Tradeovate?
Yeah, I think so.
TD has it also, I believe.
I'm serious though. With that kind of
Yeah.
performance, if you can do it for
TD was
real,
kind of intimidating, and I needed to be able to do it on my phone. So this was the only way I could paper trade on my phone right now, and then I'll kind of learn and graduate.
I'm 100% serious though. If you can do that for real, I will invest in you investing that money. I'll give you money to invest.
That would make her a broker.
That might be illegal, so we are going to just hypothetically do that.
I meant in Minecraft.
There you go.
I meant gift through PayPal.
I love that response. That one sentence. That would make her a broker.
How many emeralds?
350.
I don't know anything about Minecraft, to be honest. But my daughter is on the Roblox kick.
Oh my god, mine too.
When that stock comes out, I'm definitely investing money in it. That's my advice.
Actually, I opened my account specifically to get in on that IPO, and then it just keeps getting pushed back.
Yeah, they're doing direct, so that's just one day it's going to open up for trading, and we'll see what happens.
If Roblox ever takes Linux seriously, I will invest like hell into it.
What I'm really working on now with my micro futures is figuring out how to work myself out of the position when I'm going negative.
Roblox would have made a killing if they would have just did a direct in March or April. I mean, during this whole time. I mean, it's the amount of people that they've gained during lockdowns is ridiculous.
If they would have done it before the GameStop debacle, like that first week in January, they would have been golden.
Oh, sure. I have it on my watch list. Every time I log in, I'm like, is it available? Is it available? Nope, not yet.
How many of you have kids that are always begging you to buy them some Robux?
Yep.
You know she's not getting any Robux from me.
My nieces all the time.
Luckily my daughter's only 3, so she doesn't quite understand that concept yet. She's just happy playing or attempting to play.
What's the ticker for that IPO?
I think it's RBLX. Let me double check.
Do you guys know what is it pushed back to right now?
Well, they're not going to do an IPO. They're just going to do a direct, and they haven't announced a direct date.
Because you're not wrong. I think it's probably a good investment too. You know, I've got kids and nieces and nephews that play Roblox. I even know people who reached 18, 19. They're still playing it.
I know people in their 40s and 50s that are still playing it.
Weeble had it listed that the DPO date was 1/18, and then as it got close to that date, it disappeared.
See, I don't play Roblox, but I know it allows you to design your own games, so I can kind of understand the appeal to different ages too.
Yeah, it's like the platform. It's like Minecraft, but you have a platform to build your own game.
Right.
Right.
I think
yeah,
the only
my
thing
daughter's
that's
obsessed
scary.
with all the different games that people have made on there. It's quite the game.
What have they done to try and shore up adult content on younger viewers. Is there a way to lock that out yet?
They've done a lot. One of the big things is chat is pretty much restricted. And I mean, I guess you can chat in other places, but a lot of things are really, really restricted on the platform.
Because before, like anytime anybody mentions Roblox, I think of a very kiddie game and walking into a room and seeing a guy 4 or 5 inches deep of arm into a farm animal.
I mean, it's still going to be blocky graphics, but yeah. For example,
No, not blocky graphics. Graphical graphics. Things that show
They have rooms like that, unfortunately, which is why I was like to my daughter, I was like, you can't use Roblox like for the longest time. So she can only play it with her friends and like not going into like these other worlds. Cause there's adult stuff happening in Roblox.
As a parent, is there a way for me to stop my child from doing that?
Yeah, there's restrictions you can put in place.
Okay, because that's what I've been really shying away from any Roblox talk that you guys have because of those types of incidences.
Pretty much every game that's open world like that, except for with the exceptions of VR, because some of the VR stuff that you just can't, you really can't do a lot of restrictions for kids on it. I mean, they definitely shouldn't be on there at all. But with Roblox, there's ones, you can do restrictions on it. And it also looks like, RBLX, and it looks like SEC had some issues on how they're going to evaluate the money that's spent on the platform, so that pushed it back. And it looks like they put out the listing possibly till late 2021. It's just going to be, it's anybody's guess as of right now. But I think the biggest thing they have to issue is in regards to how are they going to value the money spent and the money actually used in the game is what I'm reading on Reddit.
I think as long as there's a way for me to set in a parental block on my kid's account so that they can't go into any 18 plus rooms or mature style content, then yeah, it's a solid. But other than that, it's like YouTube. I can let my daughter log into her own personal YouTube and only let her view content that I choose.
Probably won't ease your mind at all, but Roblox is where the commit self-die meme came from, because the people could not say go kill yourself or whatever, or use the word suicide, so they would just say commit self-die.
Yeah, that and Slender Man was really big there, and that's what I'm saying. Is in my head, there's a little bit of a stigma around a children's game with too many adult themes or the ability to have them.
Majority of the time, like my daughter, when she plays it, she's not even in a world of any other people in there. She's just in a world by herself, and she's just building, and she just keeps building different worlds. That's all she's doing.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bad stuff, but there's a whole lot of good, it kind of outweighs it.
From an investor standpoint, in today's cancel culture, if it were to go public and I were to invest in it, and some Karen found their kid playing something that was terrifying, and it turned into this giant thing, that's a serious red flag on an investment standpoint.
It has already. There's been articles that have come out about parents that were like mortified to see what was happening in the rooms that their kids were in.
That wasn't me investing at the time.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a good concern for investing. I mean, other than investing, I would just say the same I've always said for everything else online. You're always going to have kids getting exposed to things if you're not paying attention to what they're doing. But you're right, for investing, I think Roblox, the corporation, would take it real seriously immediately. If they get a whole bunch of backlash, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're banning the hell out of that. Don't you worry.
Well, that's good, because I mean, like anything with having your children or whatever online, it's your right, your responsibility as a parent to protect them from that kind of stuff and make sure that you're not letting them get exposed to it. Coming from the kid that used to sell USB drives with Babel installed on the kids so that they could get around the school's firewall.
My parents didn't even bother trying to put those blockers and things on the browser way back in the day, because it didn't matter. I would get around them.
Same. My dad would always use the last 4 of his social security number to block MTV.
Okay, so you got to remember this was in the 90s, okay? But I got to tell you the story. They discovered that the different colored URLs in the search results means somebody has visited that site. So they finally figured that out, right? And they discovered that there's a lot of URLs here to what looks like pornography that looks like they've been visited. And so they confronted me about it and they weren't happy. And then my dad sits me down alone. He's like, okay, listen, I'm trying to be serious with you. Look, I'm at least happy that it looks like you're looking at women. Again, remember, it was the 90s.
That's a really
Okay?
awkward time to cut out. I got busted because the printer jammed and I didn't know that it had already printed the image and rolled it up around the roller. So a day or two later goes by and my mom went to print something and it was jammed. She pulls out an image and I got a talking to.
You should have been like, "Oh my gosh, Dad, why would you do that? Don't you love my mom?"
No
I'm so glad I have a daughter. Just kidding.
That's kind of what I tried to do though, because I was like, I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe just the links are a different color sometimes. I can't control that. They just do that. Maybe I don't know. Or maybe Dad was looking at this stuff. Maybe, you know. Of course, they didn't believe me, but
I blame hackers.
I'm at 3 grand.
either you're a genius, you're really lucky, or there's something that you're missing, and this is too good to be true.
The key is not taking big profits. You take the $20, $50 multiple times instead of waiting for big spikes.
That, yep. I'm with that.
Most people would trade futures. Most successful people trade futures in 1 to 3 minute time frames. Try to make as much profit in 1 minute as you can.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing.
SNDL's about to hit $3.
Damn it.
To the moon. Yeah, I jumped over to the WSP for a little bit, and they were talking it up a lot.
My realize is $3,287.50.
What did you say the app was you were trading on? Your paper trading?
Tradeovate?
Can you type that out in general?
Yeah, when I get out of my positions.
Yeah, no worries.
And that's why none of this is financial advice, because I was dumb to sell a bunch of my SNDL this morning at 240.
Can't go broke taking a profit.
Has anybody else heard anything new about deep fucking value or saw him post anywhere?
He tweeted earlier today.
I mean, other than that, he's.
I did a reverse image search, and that wasn't really an original image. That was a very old image from somebody's stream playing Grand Theft Auto.
Interesting.
If he had to go actually talk to, I forgot, the Supreme Court or Congress or something, he's probably on a gag order right now.
I'm seeing a lot of people having restrictions on Robinhood, like when they try to withdraw the money from their account, they get restricted and they get banned from their account. They can't do anything and the money gets stuck there. And they're spamming on Twitter for like support, but nobody's answering their emails or anything.
Is it just anything or specific trades?
No, I'm talking about trying to withdraw their money from their accounts.
Oh, okay.
I've been withdrawing from my account all week just fine.
Did you try to withdraw more than $100,000 from Robinhood though?
They have a limit, right? Daily withdrawal. I think they do. Let me check.
That guy Vlad from Robinhood liked my reply.
Yeah, it's 50 grand per business day.
Jesus.
It's Robinhood. Yeah. You know, they're not your usual broker.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of brokers do that though if they're not like a financial institution. Like if you don't have a bank that is in their network or that they own, and that's just because it takes them 2 days to pull money out of the bank, and so
right. They don't want everybody just pulling out at once and then causing a crash, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, because if you think about it, even if only, let's say, 100,000 people wanted to take out $100,000, it's going to take them, a bit of time to actually get that money out of their bank. And then you're also getting into their working capital for buying stuff from the clearinghouse and your money coming in, money going out, all that. It's just a big paperwork headache.
Yeah, the other big thing people are complaining about on Twitter is about how you can't withdraw your crypto, which, I mean, you can only cash out.
But I mean, they that's in their terms and conditions. It just means people read it.
It says on every order you execute that you're not actually buying crypto, that you're buying, the
Naked's
value.
growing slow, but it's at a new daily high right now, 150.
Look in the memes channel on Discord. I put the screenshot of the tweet where Vlad likes my post. But it is true. You can't separate margin from cash in Robinhood. It's so hard to tell until you place an order. Like, I'm talking about my money said I could withdraw cash. But when I went to buy the stock, it somehow used margin. And I still had all my cash there.
Well, I'm glad he saw this. This is an important thing. And for those in YouTube, maybe Tim, you could read off what your tweet was. That's a really important point.
Basically, my big issue with Robinhood, and the tweet says, you need to make cash and margin distinguishable in Robinhood. I have margin disabled and somehow my latest purchase of a stock is now using 46% margin. Unacceptable. But that's true. Like, it said I had the cash, I could withdraw it. So I was like, okay, the cash is there, it's not going to use margin. I went to buy a stock and then bam, use margin.
Was the cash settled?
The cash had to have been settled if I could withdraw it. I haven't used the cash in a long time on the Robinhood.
It wouldn't matter if it was settled or not. If you have margin disabled and it still allows you to use margin, that's kind of shady.
Yeah. I made a video about it too. Like, margin was strictly disabled, but it still used margin after I bought.
They apparently DM'd you? What did they say?
Oh yeah, Robinhood DM'd me. They got my email and everything to look at the thing, but they didn't reply after that.
Of course not. It's just PR.
They're gonna say it's a glitch.
No, they do this like on social media. They'll say check your DMs because everybody thinks then that they're responsive, but then they're actually not.
Well, and that's why every time a company does that for me, I say no. I want to make sure that this is done in public. So post your response here.
That's a good point.
If you have to do it through DM, there's something you're hiding.
Exactly. I'll take care of the due diligence on not doxing myself to the public, but we're going to have this conversation right in front of everybody.
Oh, people are going off on this. People are going off. They're just like, lies responded to my email, not my Twitter. It's been a whole month.
This guy, his name is Morris11183. He says, I've been waiting 2 weeks for something other than an automated reply. 25,000 just sitting in Robinhood, and they won't let me invest or withdraw. They won't even bother to reply to my 25 plus emails that I've sent them. Good luck.
They are the worst.
They've been notorious for that from day one, though. Like, their customer support is non-existent. That's been a Robinhood thing since Robinhood was created.
If a company doesn't really have customer support, it's really easy to sue them as well whenever there's a dispute and it takes more than 3 days to resolve.
Class action.
Yeah, but they're going to push it going to
don't
arbitration.
say class action. That's the worst way to sue somebody. You go class action and get some pennies. You sue them individually, you'll make bank. I'm not telling people to sue Robinhood. I'm just saying a direct lawsuit is more effective than joining some class action where you're going to get pennies. And lawyers going to use money to go to strip clubs and stuff, buy drinks, write it off as expenses. Don't waste your time with class action.
We have any lawyers in the
No,
chat?
Nope.
I'm not. So I'm at 3,500 now.
Good job.
I feel like I'm missing something and it can't be this easy.
Girl, you got them brains. Do it.
It's easy. It's easy to make money when you know what you're doing on the technical side, and you also have large capital. So not to downplay your gains, but there's somebody out there that's doing the same thing you're doing, but they only have $50, so they're only making $1 profit, but they're still making the same percentage. So there's a lot of people that are successful in trading futures, stocks, bonds, whatever the case may be. They just don't have large capital, and so the gains don't look as impressive, but they're just as equal on the percentage side.
With
Not to knock
micros, it's a lot easier to get into it too.
you also taking emotion out of it.
Yeah, definitely. When you paper trade, like I was in a paper trading competition on Webull, and I think you start out with $100,000, and I just put as much as they would let me. I think 20,000 is the most you can put into a stock, and I just put it in some random stock that the technical analysis looked good. I would never invest in that stock in real life with that much money because it was just like a one-person company, but it went up like 400%. So, I mean, and that was just completely taking any logical thinking out of it besides the technical analysis. And that would have, I can't remember what it would have made me, like 300,000 or 400,000 bucks. But I wouldn't do that in real life because of emotion, probably.
Yeah, no risk. I mean, that's why.
Yeah, I'm just this might sound dumb, but I'm sort of just treating it like a game that I would take seriously, and I'm just trying to get the high score. That's it.
It's a smart way of doing it. It's like playing a slot machine on their phone for just tokens versus actually going to a casino and using your real money. You're not going to be betting, $500,000 at a time or even $100 at a time.
Well, that's why rule number 1 is don't invest more than you're willing to lose. So I don't have to be so concerned with the loss because I followed that rule. If I lose this money, it sucks, but I'll get over it.
Yeah, but even with that, there's still some emotion into it when you see, you have an account. Even if you're, say you start with 10 grand, you're like, all right, I had 10 grand. And then you look a week later and you're like, it's $1,000. Okay, yes, I could have lost that money and it's no big deal, but I'm still down 9 grand. Where if it's on paper, it's just like, whatever, it's paper.
So there was someone on YouTube, it's an older gentleman who does like day trading micros that I was following. And so I've been watching the moving average consumption line and looking for indicators.
Did you happen to follow the link that I posted earlier? Was it that same old guy?
Maybe. Where'd you post it at?
I've been trying to use the indicators on crypto and especially Dogecoin. I'll tell you the best indicator I found is this one called Elon Musk. You guys should use it.
Still wish you would have named his son Cody.
I'm not gonna lie, you had me going there for a minute, and then you said Elon, and I was like, I see what you did there. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
I mean, it does work though. Just wait for him to tweet and you know it's going up.
Valid point, because it freaking skyrockets.
Better be quick though.
Yeah, because it fell off really quick after today.
Yeah, the Dogecoin one. Again, I think that was just a lot of people with paper hands just dropping it. It's not like Bitcoin.
It's like Bitcoin was about 5 years ago. I mean, not the same value, but the percentages.
But I mean, for his pump, then when he, when it was announced that he's into Bitcoin versus Doge, I mean, it's a little bit different. When he's saying, okay, we're investing as a company versus, hey, I bought my kid some stock.
I've been trying to keep important notes on everything we've discussed in here for the past week or so. And I now have a text file called Stonks, and it's about filling the screen.
Love
Right.
it.
You could just rewatch all the videos and keep getting him more views.
Yeah, but then that would be all my time, and how would I spend time in here with you?
Very true.
So anybody figure out that next 40-cent share yet that's about to go up?
Unfortunately, no.
I second this question.
I would like to know too. And MC in the chat, yes, our Libyan friend is okay. He was on earlier. He may pop in later on, but he left.
He seemed pretty upset when I mentioned that Doge pump at 4.
He's
like, God damn it.
I was happy about that. It's literally right after I placed my sell order, Elon tweeted and then it sold. And then the price was like up.
Oh, but I mean, like, I got a little bird whispered in my ear that there's going to be one at 4 o'clock. Also known as market close.
God, SNDL just can't break 297.
Who was it that said something about the little bird?
Marduk.
Got to give a shout out to Sundial right now. Thank you, Sundial.
If they can get over 297, it would be great. I'm waiting for that 3 mark.
Why are you waiting? Are you going to sell it at 3 or what?
No, I think
there's
more traction after 3.
No, there's 2.73 million shares on limit order at $3.
Yeah, I mean, once it dumps at 3, I believe it's going to go back up after that. I have my mark at 347.
As the high, or what do you mean? What mark?
You want to hit it at the mark so I can exercise some options. I think at 347, I'm going to watch it. If it sticks around 347, then I'm going to take a look at my calls and see if I'm going to sell them or if I'm going to execute them. And because I think, honestly, I think this is a $5 stock in the next 60 days.
Maybe so.
What stock are you talking about?
SNDL.
Sundial.
I just know there's a lot of resistance at that 3 mark.
And what makes you think it's going to go up in the next 3 days?
I'm betting big on all cannabis stocks right now, but I got a feeling that once this starts to break, you're going to get a lot of people that have been watching it and waiting, and it's still a cheap stock.
You think FOMO is going to take over?
Exactly.
Well, then I only have
Push
10
the
shares
level
in it.
2.
Let's hope.
And we're at
level 2 in general.
I mean, we went from a high of 297 to 298, so it's getting there, and we're going on the uptick right now at 297, then it goes back down to 296. So there's just a lot of resistance there. 298 now. I wanted to see how
I picked up 100 shares this morning before the pop, so
$2.99 now.
I mean, you're right. You know, you can't lose on making the profit, but I had shares at $1.11 and sold them this morning for 240. So whatever.
That's okay. I think you'll watch what the dip is going to be after that 3.
Yeah, 3 will definitely be the point it might reach today and stop.
We're at 2.99 high right now.
Yeah, it's got a lot of resistance right here at this top.
Yeah, but see, the thing, it keeps bouncing off of it. So there's definitely buyers out there for this. I find whenever you see these sub $5 stocks, I always look at the 97-cent mark on each dollar, and that's usually where you see the resistance at. A lot of people will put in $3 sells, but then a lot of smarter people will put in the 298s and the 297s, and that starts to grow up because they're going to be able to get their sell off, and then it will dip and they'll rebuy instead of waiting for that 3. So you could be off by a penny or 2, and you'll miss your opportunity to buy before the dip. I mean,
That's a great tip. That's actually a great tip. There's a psychological premise that goes on there.
well, it's the same as marketing aspect. So, you know, look at stores. 297 psychologically will sell better than 299 or 298.
Yeah, 99 cents versus $1. I mean, it might as well be.
Yep, it's
It'll be $100 difference as far as.
I feel like I just joined in on this one. I literally just came in. Are you all talking about sundial?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally came in and heard 297, 298, and I was like, they're talking about sundial.
Yeah, I think it's just the resistance in general. Like I said, for any of the sub $5 stocks, if I'm going to sell, I'm not going to sell at 3. I'm going to sell at 297. Or, you know, because I know most other people that are trading within this range are going to probably just put, oh, I'll sell at $3. I'll sell at $3, or I'll sell at 299, or I'll sell at 298. But that 297 mark, for some reason, it's just a marketing tactic in that a lot of companies use.
That's that Walmart psychology right there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, a lot of people are starting to build up at $2.99, trying to scalp that $3. It's up to 1.12 million at $2.99.
Well, yesterday I was on the phone with the people with Charles Payne's company, the guy that's on Fox Business, Charles Payne, and looking to pick up their subscription, to get information and get stock help and stuff. And I actually talked to his daughter, who works for him, for about a half an hour or so. And one of the things she told me yesterday was that she's got a ton of sundial herself personally, that they like it. So I'm like, that's good enough for me, and it's worked out. So they know something I don't. So they're the experts, not me.
If you
I
look at
actually.
like,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, it's okay. Like FSD Pharma and Sundial today, around the same time. Sundial was at $2 and FSD was at $3, and they're basically tracking the same.
Well, somebody earlier was saying that they overheard that there was a whole bunch of weed-related stocks that people claimed they were going to be pumping today.
Yeah, there's a lot of news out there.
I don't know if it's true or not, or if it's just the media saying, well, maybe the GME AMC stuff has died down. What will these people buy into next? Of course, they're going to buy weed stocks. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
And they're not wrong. I mean,
Just for the meme, it might be neat to buy into some stocks that deal mostly in chicken tenders, like actual chicken tenders.
Yeah, let me just pick me up some Purdue stocks right quick.
This just in, chicken futures increased 10 times.
I mean, it's possible if you can work, pay attention to and work the fads. Like imagine when it was a big deal all over the internet, if you could somehow have invested in Szechuan sauce, you know, because everybody wanted to buy it.
Yeah, Sundial got major resistance at 297. It's not budging.
Yeah, resistance and support though.
Guys, who's here? Who's from America?
Me.
Did you see the Popeyes free chicken tendies?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, or 1 week ago. About 8 days ago. Yeah, they had free tendies because of, and you had to use a promo code. Yep, I got some free
Here, I'll
tendies.
find the video and put it in memes.
Dude, the promo code is GME.
What? That's amazing.
It was GME and AMC and everything. Like you could use any of those as the code.
It does say Popeyes will give you free chicken tenders in honors of the GameStop stock market event. They call it an event.
Did you guys see the picture I posted in general earlier that you could go to a Nissan dealership in Daytona and buy a car with Doge?
What?
If you have enough to pay for a car from this dealership, they will let you purchase the entire car with nothing but Doge.
Yo,
Who,
what
Oh
who would do
man.
that?
happened to the stocks? I just came back from the gym. What the fuck?
Daytona in Nissan Daytona is the dealership called and confirmed.
Okay, guys, I found the downside of
Yes,
micro
I
futures.
see that. Much wow, Daytona Nissan now accepting Dogecoin. Yes, Doge.
And y'all said Doge would never be taken as a real currency.
I know it's just one really ridiculously tiny chunk of the market with one dealership in one city in one state, but that's tangibility right there. If anybody at all buys a car with Doge, it's now no longer a deal.
I'm gonna be honest. If I had enough Doge, and I don't even need a car, but I would drive down there from Maryland to go buy a car using Doge. I don't even like Nissans, but I would do it anyway just to say I bought a car in Doge.
I'm probably about $60,000 or $70,000 short of the GTR, so.
If I were running some company like that, I would be happy to accept Doge or whatever crypto, so long as the fee they're paying will cover any immediate dips before I'm able to exchange it. I posted a link to the video Popeyes did on Instagram if you want to watch it.
That's what's really crazy about it, being the fact that they're willing to accept it in the current volatility. That's like insane.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be smart because depending on the coin, you could accept a nearly exact payment for your product and then just hold the coin to wait for even more money.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a total catch-22 because they could backfire and they could lose out on that whole car, but it could also be a boom.
I think that's the thing, is that most folks do believe that it's going to go up.
But I think that if you were to accept Doge as a form of payment for a car, I don't think that you should be allowed the like any major rebates, just so it can cover any dips before it's exchanged.
Wait, how would they pay the taxes on that though?
The same as Tesla, you got to pay taxes up front in cash.
Yeah, you just give the government their cut in USD, but you're giving the dealership their cut in Doge.
You do tax title license in cash and the rest in Doge.
Yeah, you can't use Doge the DMV anyway, so all those taxes would have to be USD.
Most dealers will take care of that for you though if you're buying a brand new car.
Yep.
Or at least here, it's all rolled into your final price. So they would be using USD, but you could pay for it all in Doge.
When you buy a Tesla, you got to pay the you got to do tax title license everything in cash. Then you finance the car.
Yet another reason I don't use dealerships, I guess. I just didn't know that because I don't, but every time I buy a car, I buy the car first, and then I go deal with first thing I do after that is get insurance. I just get online and set up the insurance, then go straight to the DMV and deal with the title and license.
Well, I think there's different states that have different rules and regs on how they're allowed to whether or not it's baked into the loan or not. You know, like my house, all that stuff is baked into the loan. But in Wisconsin, I'm not sure if they're allowed to put that on, like the loan for the tax title license and everything. I think you have to be the one to make the payment to the state.
Where I live, you're allowed to even drive the car before you have the title and plates, so long as you're either driving at home or driving to the DMV to get your plates.
Same here.
We have 30 days.
Yeah, 30 days is normal.
All they care about is you have an insurance plan on it. If you got an insurance plan, the cop will be like, all right, you're good. Have a nice day.
Well, yeah, you won't even be allowed to leave the dealership here without proof of insurance.
Yep.
Which is another awesome thing about the phones and the apps and all that, because the last time I bought from a dealership, I signed up while they were signing the papers.
Same. I did it sitting right there.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for them to hand me over the big bottom line. I was ticking away on my phone. Let's go, bing, bing, bing.
I will say that's the best thing about Tesla. Like the experience of buying a car, like of course if you're buying direct from them, was fantastic. It was literally, you'll fill everything out online, it's all done, and then you go there and you're in and out within 15 minutes. There's no sales pitch, there's no they don't try to sell you on anything. It's just like, here's your car, do your inspection, walk around. Do you need help setting anything up? Nope, good, you're out. It took me it was like 15 minutes or less to get my car.
That's beautiful.
Fantastic. It was the best experience ever of buying a car.
Even knowing what I wanted, what I was going to pay for it, when I'm taking delivery and all of that, I still spent probably 2 or 3 hours in the dealership. And this is just them doing the typical stuff, not even trying to twist my arm.
Yeah, they always try to upsell you on certain things and extended plans and all that. Tesla did none of that at all. They just basically said, what do you want? Okay, this is what you're going to get. This is what you picked. It'll be ready on this date. Schedule an appointment. You get there, check in. They pull your car out 2 minutes later. They walk around, and then you're out the door.
Is anybody here into data analysis? Oh,
In what regard? I was away from my social stuff.
I would like to do an well, I don't know if you think it's interesting, experiment where I keep track of all of my predictions over time while I'm trying to trade, and then see how accurate I am and in what directions. Do I typically overestimate, underestimate, that kind of thing?
Sundial hit 3.
I mean, as long as you're bracing yourself for no form of what ifs, then I think it'd be a very interesting thing to look at. Put together a Google spreadsheet and just constantly update it with current information.
And there's the dip.
And it's coming down. That's it.
Exactly what I knew was going to happen.
Yeah, because there was so many people that had orders in
So
at
many.
$3.
Yeah, everybody's going to drop it now. Oh, it's going back at 292. That's good.
What ticker are you guys looking at?
SNDL.
It looks like it's halted for me on legal. I can't see any action.
All right, yeah. Now that all those $3 sell orders are done, it might push
The
back up
volume
faster.
is huge.
It's insane.
I
Look at
want to
the,
see it go
look at the
higher.
volume
I mean,
at 304 mark. Like
The
it's
I'm up
volume
right
is
now
crazy.
77%, but I got a short position. I got a small position on it, but it's still 77%.
Well, my position's super small too, but from where I started, I'm actually up 161%.
It's building good support at 285.
Yeah, it's going to bounce up and down now for the rest of the day. Now it's got a high of 304.
See, now
The
that we know
same next
sundials,
of resistance came in. Now it's up to now the big pile came in at 310.
Do any of you guys have Afria and Tilray?
I do. I have it for you.
You don't have both of them? Aren't they gonna merge? So how's that gonna work? Like, what's the?
So your Afria shares get converted to Tilray. For every Afria share, you're gonna get 0.86 something. There's a bunch of decimals after that of Tilray.
Has that
Right
been finalized? Because at last I heard it was still pending the exact percentage of transfers.
I thought that was the final. That's how it
Yeah, I
appeared
think
to
it's
be in everything
yeah,
that
it's
I
public
read.
already. It's public. It's final. I'm pretty sure.
The numbers,
so-
at least for the stock transfer, was publicized.
Yeah, because Tilray's making me bank. I have Afria too, but I only have a few of Afria.
The thing is that right now, I mean, you're doing good with either. But if you bought in at Afria, those are going to converted to the value.
Yeah, so that was my next question. Should I just sell and buy Tilray right now?
I
before it
can't
goes
tell you what to do.
up
I
more?
wouldn't sell it. That's just me personally, but you have to do what's right for your financial situation.
So I made the analogy yesterday to or not the analogy, but the comparison. So if you're looking at your Afria shares and they're worth more than the conversion, then get out. If they're worth more than the conversion, then I would personally, not advise,
Yeah, because
I would get out and get back into Truly.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna have to knock down Afria like to 24, and then
But right
convert it.
now, if you
If I
convert,
sell,
I
I'm
think you're
good.
I think you're still making a profit though, no? Right now with the current prices?
Yeah, well, I bought in. Yeah, I bought in pretty cheap. Yeah, it's still a profit.
You're
though.
gonna
It's just
Tilray's at
maximizing my
$61. Tilray's at 61. So your $26 shares are gonna get converted to $60 shares. That's like where you're making the profit. Yeah.
I mean, Tilray's already given me like a freaking 48% return.
$61. God, it's
I
double.
just bought in like 2 days ago.
Well, and that's why I was asking about the numbers, because if Tilray keeps launching and they committed to 0.86 and Afria's at 20, I'm gonna go take a loan and buy a buttload of Afria and let it convert up for 3 months.
I feel like they're gonna have to knock down the stock a little bit and then make the conversion, or else it'd be losing money.
Hey guys, as I said, I just came back home and I see all this movement. Can someone give me some update? What happened? Like, 'cause suddenly we have all this interest
About what?
about AMC and GameStop, because it was dead for the last few days, and now it's all
It
all
has
this volatility.
movement now. It's a little movement. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I just hopped on too, so I can't really tell. But
Well,
what I can see is a lot of movement.
The basic TLDR is up, down, up, down, up, down. There hasn't really. It's still flat on the day.
Yeah. But that's good. That's what we want. Just some action.
Yeah,
very
my
quick.
portfolio is all green except for OCGN. I don't know what happened to that one. It took a dump this morning.
Very quick. Just back on the Afria and Tilray. What? When is the date that's going to be in the merger? Is there a date on that one?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
I mean, they announced it last month, so that was in meaning actually 2 months ago now. In December, they announced it.
But when is it gonna be like finalized? Because then they'll need to
Let's
take that stock off, and
Okay, thank you. I'll give
you
it a
should
look.
see the art. I posted a video yesterday in our, I think it was news, or where the CEO was like, I don't know, he said something about he doesn't watch the stock prices. I think he was being questioned about that. Yeah, it was a Bloomberg one. I posted that. But do they do that? They'll readjust the numbers once it's already been publicized that this is what they're doing?
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
So what I'm looking
Okay,
at
so
is that they're gonna close the deal in April or the end of the second quarter of 2021, which is April, around April, I think.
it's going to be 0.8381 shares of Tilray. That is the deal that they had announced.
Which is more than half of what it's double of what it's worth.
I think that number is going to come down eventually.
I think they
I
have to knock down the stock, the price of the stock.
Even if,
keep the
but
same
even the
number.
lowest number that I saw on that conversion was like 0.5. So even at 0.5, if Tilray's at 60, that's still
half,
$30,
yeah,
and
that's
the
30.
fee is
That's
only
still
26.
better. Yeah. Yep.
I put the calculation for that in general if anyone wants to try.
I just read an article that was saying initially it was at 0.8381 would have been the transfer, the conversion, but that was prior to Tilray skyrocketing to nearly triple that of Afria, and there could be some arbitration.
Elon Musk says he agreed to do Clubhouse with Kanye West. That'll be interesting.
Hell yeah, that'd be a show.
It's a waste of a fucking hour and a half.
It's entertainment.
Man, I bought Afria at like $16.
I feel so bad for Kanye and losing his mind and all that. I miss old school Kanye.
Did you say you bought Afria at $16?
I did.
That's bank.
I was talking, I think it was on Friday when I was mentioning it. Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't.
I
put
bought
it
it when you
on. I think I
did,
was
just not
working or
enough.
something. I did hear you guys talk about it. I just slept on it.
I found out the negatives in micro futures.
Oh yeah, what were you missing?
So I was kind of going more riskier than I should have, and I was like not putting my stops in. And it's just as easy to lose $4,000 instantly if you're not watching the graphs. So I'm doing it on my phone, so I can't see the graph at the exact same time I'm making my orders. So you really need to be watching your graphs and your stop losses to mitigate that risk. But I was also kind of playing it a little bit more risky than I had been earlier in the day.
Yeah, I just want you to know, Kay, you got me on a 3-hour tangent. I ended up awake.
Looking at micro futures, like I think it's like a really profitable thing if you can get a consistent strategy that works.
Check out the YouTube that I posted. And actually, I can post it again in general because I don't remember where I posted it. Give me 1 second. I'll post it in general.
Oh, I bought Afria on like last Wednesday, so like a week ago. They are. Exactly. I mean, 60 something dollars is a lot for Tilray.
So I'm reading this here, and it says the risk of merger are arbitrary. Now Tilray shares are worth roughly double those of Aphria. That opens a potential arbitrage opportunity, as investors could theoretically be able to do the following: sell short 0.8381 shares of Tilray and receive about $45 in proceeds, based on recent share price of around $54. So it's a little bit of an over, but still, the principle is still the same.
Wait,
Buy
it's
so purposely short the stock at of Tilray 0.81 shares. Buy one share of Aphria for 25, 26, or whatever it's at right now. Wait for the merger to happen, at which point the Aphria share turns into a 0.831 share of Tilray. Close the short that you created, selling the newly turned Aphria into Tilray share into $20 profit. I'm not saying to do this or that it's even a good idea to look at it, but the fact that it's such a big gap between the two prices makes something like this very possible.
This is crazy. It was just $27 last week. I don't get it.
So, not advice. Start with that. Looking at what Sundial's doing, my immediate opinion is that now that I know its potential, kind of, maybe wait for it to go down to somewhere around 240 and then just buy back in there and wait again.
So yeah, I was to go back on the Wall Street Bets thing. I just hopped on there and it is being pumped, but like the whole weed stocks are being pumped, and even some EV stuff with Workhorse and USPS.
I'm just telling you now, if you're in Tilray and those weed stocks still, if you're still holding, keep an eye on the volume. You don't want to be stuck holding the bag with that. When they dump, they're going to dump fast.
It's gonna dump. I'm pretty sure it's gonna dump tomorrow. That's
I'm not buying more. I mean, I think when I bought it, I think it's okay.
But then again, you can't really say bag holder, given the fact that federal legalization is literally around the corner, and they're going to be making profit at some point.
Yeah, but
that's like saying GameStop's going to be making profit at some point too. Holding the bag, you're going to be holding the bag for like a year or so.
Yeah, we don't know if legalization
People are just trying to make.
I'm just saying, as far as like the bag holder means you really got duped into something that was, overinflated. Whereas
it's overinflated already, though.
I would say if you're buying in now, you're probably going to get stuck holding something.
If you're buying trying to make a play on some kind of short buy-sell situation, then yeah, maybe a little bit. But look at it in the mid to long term, and you're still, the industry is making its way that way, right?
The industry is, yes, but that doesn't mean this company is going to do that. I personally sold Tilray at $300 per share when it was super IPO and buffed up like this before. I know when people are going to dump it as well. It's very similar pattern as what happened before. The stock literally went from $60 to $300 in less than a few days. And that's because people were pumping it from the new IPO.
Yeah, I was part of that. I was a part of that. No, I'm saying serious. I was part of that. I jumped in at 60, jumped out at 90, jumped in at like 180, jumped out at around 3, and then jumped back in around like the 280, 290, and then I was stuck.
Wow, you bought at 290?
I mean, I moved around. I did buy in the high twos, and I think I ended up losing maybe I think I had to get back out around 260. Like I was hoping for it to go back up. But I know Tilray almost got me 3 strikes. Let's just put it that way, because I was just like in and out, and I almost caught 3 strikes on it.
Yeah.
Like I honestly would suggest that, and everybody, it's not financial advice. No, this is financial advice. Don't do nothing stupid. That's it. Just don't do anything stupid.
tell people all the time, don't be afraid of missing out. It's better to journey, adventure, look for your own opportunity than it is buying a stock at its peak.
For sure.
Those Wall Street bets always like to pump stocks like this, and when it goes up 200, 300%, even 400%, you can bet people are dumping.
Yeah, when I looked on there the other day, they were talking about everybody holding GME, and some guy posted his, and he was talking about how he went in and he was gone. He was like, "Look, I took my little 100, I think it was like 100, 200,000. He got out of it, and it was just like, I'm gone." And everybody was like, "Oh, paper hands." And somebody put on there was like, I think the comment that had almost like 500 downvotes was like, you're a wuss. You shouldn't have, you shouldn't have got out. No, that's not what it was. They were saying that you were smart. That's what it was. The guy was talking about, take your winnings and get out. Like you got out when you could get out.
For sure.
But and everybody downvoted that comment, and I looked at it and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna pile on. I'm not gonna try to tell that guy no. He has every right. You made a self-wise decision. Because whether you hold or not, this doesn't affect everybody else. Well, in this situation, it definitely kind of does. But you also have to, if I say, hey, I'm gonna hold until my $5,000 stock drops to $1 because I feel bad for you. I mean, I highly doubt that you're going to do the same for me. I feel like I just said some stuff that I shouldn't have said right now, and I kind of feel like it.
You're good.
You hurt my feelings.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. You were talking about all that stuff in Minecraft, right?
Yeah, because freaking Mojang, man, I can't. If they wouldn't have given that up to Microsoft, goodness gracious, man. They had like 3 games that came out after that. All the updates just make the game so much better. Like that's Mojang really screwed everybody up on that one. Man, that
man.
too.
Yeah, you could get me started on that with Bucket and everything. It was so great, and they ruined it.
WLS.
I was even getting into developing plugins for Bucket. I was running servers. I was making custom plugins and having people download them. And it's the first time in my life I had thousands of people interested in something I made. And then they're like, "Nah, we're selling to Microsoft, and Bucket's not a thing anymore."
1 hour left.
I have some faith in Sundial. I feel like a lot of people jumped out at 3, but a lot of people saw it going up and they tried to, grab on. And I'm seeing 320 after hours today.
That's about the area I think I'm probably going to get back in is 320.
It's good. I hope it comes back down around like 240.
I mean, I meant 240. That's exactly what I meant.
240. Well, 248 is where it peaked earlier. And then 273. We'll see what happens. It may not come
I'm
down.
debating on setting a stop loss on it. I don't want to just keep going in and out of positions. I kind of want to just hold this one. And I got a couple other ones that I'm still sitting on. I don't want to just keep going in and out, waiting for that opportunity to jump back in. So I'm thinking I might set a stop loss at 250, maybe.
240. The VWAP is 2468.
I don't know. She's trying to pick up some upward momentum.
Let's think. I think if it goes up again, I think more people are gonna sell at that $3 mark. Maybe they're afraid it's gonna fall.
So you've got 729,000 buys at 280. So that's your support at the
Whoa.
moment.
I see another 3 million.
And then you have
another million sells at 3.
Yeah, you got 1.1 million selling at 3. So it should, if all that stays the same, it'll bounce between 280 and 3, somewhere in there.
Damn.
Another stock we haven't mentioned in a while, or actually, I think it's an ETF, is the MILN. Really want to wait for the next dip on that and get in for long term.
That one's been pretty stable. It's had like a up and down of like $1, but it's pretty stable.
What was the ticker for that?
MILN.
Yeah, so Sundial is going to start testing these scalp points, 294 to 299.
The thing I kind of like about MILN is it seems to kind of be doing the same thing the S&P 500 does, but obviously it's a cheaper share.
Well, I'm digging myself out of my $4,000 hole on micro.
You said on what?
I was going a little risky and like went negative 4,000, but I'm digging my way out if I play it close and don't put in don't put in too much compared to the leverage I have.
She cut out, but if you're missing the context, she's working on micro futures and paper trading.
What's that noise?
I'm so glad when you said that I realized my phone was on mute and it was not me. Thank God. I was gonna ask, hey Kata, what are you doing your futures trading at? Your paper futures?
I'm doing it on my phone on Tradeovate, but I think if I was able to do it, because I want to do it real time with the market on my computer at home, where I could see the charts and candlesticks and the convergent maps
Right.
as well as what I'm watching. I think that's where I really screwed up and lost a bunch, is because I wasn't staring at the charts as well.
The guys that I was watching yesterday, I don't know if you heard me because I was talking earlier. And next thing I know, I couldn't hear anybody. I had to leave and come back. But when we were talking about it last night, I looked into a bunch of videos of people that were doing micro futures, and they were doing like $50 to $150 deals like consistently. But like I couldn't find anybody who was talking in detail and actually explaining it. But I did notice that the one thing they were all using was Ninja Trader.
Yeah, so I couldn't. My husband made me take Ninja Trader off of his computer because it was using too much CPU, and he does video editing. And I needed a way to do it on my phone and on my Mac. So I did it on Tradeovate, but I've also watched, there's a guy who used Tastyworks, and that system looks a little bit easier to set up. They just don't do paper trading.
Is Ninja Trader like a bot trading thing?
From what I watched online, it's not really a bot trader. It's the same thing that they use for micro futures. But like I said, the people that I watched doing it, they weren't explaining it in detail. So I don't even want to steer anybody the wrong way. If you YouTube just one day micro trading, and some people, you might find somebody that can explain it better than what I can even attempt.
Yeah, if somebody can find a link to that, I'd be interested in checking that out.
So I did learn, I think micros are 1/10, and no, micros are 1/10, I think, of are 1/10, and minis are 1/5. So I think they were explaining that if S&P futures goes up by 1 point, and that's what they were explaining how they were scalping, how if it goes up by 1 point and your minis go up by like 0.5, then you would make, and then each contract was like $50. I'm just rambling off of what I can remember. It was 2:30 in the morning. Y'all gotta forgive me.
Check out that the link I posted in general for the profit room. If you go to his videos, he's got a bunch of videos, and he trades now. Like, he has videos for everything. He has a few people that help him out with the videos, but now he exclusively in mini futures, and he'll have live trades and he'll show you all that. But he also has earlier videos from like 3 or 4 years ago where he's kind of telling you how things are, and that might answer a bunch of your questions. He's also in the Facebook group that I'm in. Ernest is his name. Real good dude, real smart, and he makes, I would say, on average about $1,500 every 3 minutes.
Whoa.
What's the channel?
I threw the link in general.
I don't see it anywhere. Do you just?
I just posted one. Is that the same one?
Yeah, 1,500 is ridiculous. The guys that I was watching, I mean, that's their stuff sounded a little bit more realistic for a beginner.
Got it.
They were explaining, like, they would do 3 contracts, they would make $50 on each one, and they would average about $600 for maybe like 2-3 hours. The guy said he gets up at 4 or gets up at 5 o'clock, gets on, he got to be at work at 8:30, and he's average. He goes in, gets about $650 a day. And I'm like, if I was to make $650 in 3 hours, dude, I would do nothing. I wouldn't go anywhere. I would never leave my house.
Yeah, but he's probably got like a couple $100K to play with to do that, right?
Well, they
With
also
the
explained
micros, you don't need a lot.
micros and minis. Yeah, they said with micros and minis, you can work with $1,000.
Yeah, most places are gonna want you to have $1,500 to start out with. You can
That's
get
not
in
bad.
for cheaper than that. I mean, you can get in for $50, but I think don't quote me, but I think TD Ameritrade, you have to have 1,500 to trade futures. I think that's true for other brokers too, but that's just going off memory. Don't quote me on that.
And did you post the link to the guy you were talking about just now?
Yeah, it's in
So
general.
it's the profit room was the one MKB was talking about, and the one I was talking about is the micro day trading futures. So that's the guy I've been watching, and he does a really good job of explaining like how to mitigate your risk so you can still let the market flow, but you're still locking in profits.
I mean,
Thank you
there's
for
a
that.
lot of self-control. There's a lot of self-control in that, because one kid that I watched him doing it, he was explaining how he was selling on a dip, and it was like, hey, that right there is $1,500. I would have done $1,500 in about 2 minutes, but I could have also went up and lost $500. It's not worth it. So it's about having a lot of self-control and a lot of patience. I just want to find somebody that can explain, the process, and give a little bit more information on the Greeks. Like, I've understood from what I've learned, or not really learned, but what I've seen, because I didn't really study it, but the Greeks just explain what the flow is and the risk.
So after my huge $5,000 loss because I took out 18 contracts instead of like maxing out at 4. I've already made back 2,000 of that.
So in general, I wrote a little blurb. If you're part of the Facebook group that I've been posting for the past couple weeks, if you can search his name, I don't want to say it out loud, but I put his name down there. He's got a lot of videos and stuff that he posts to our Facebook group as well. So it's a lot of good information, and he kind of does it Barney style in the Facebook group because we do have a lot of new investors. So you can look into that as well.
Hey, Carter, I don't know if you were here the other day when we were talking about setups, but we were talking about who had what type of screen setup so they can monitor everything. Have you thought about, as long as you're going to be doing this, practicing with your mini and micro futures on your phone, just getting just
Sundial's dipping. Sorry, just letting you know, Sundial is dipping right now.
Oh, yeah.
I have a good setup at home when my husband's not using it. But once my house settlement comes through, I'm going to kind of create my own setup so he can be on the computer and I can be on the computer at the same time. The biggest issue right now is I have to be at work during the market open. So I need to be able to like prove I can make money, like take a vacation off of a week off of work, see where I'm at before I can like dive into it permanently.
Well, you can justify buying a second computer anyways, just because why not? You should both have your own.
No, for sure. We're just waiting for my settlement from my house. I've never really I've never had a use for a computer because I do everything on my phone or tablet. And now it's like I really need the computer to do trade.
Especially if you can get a deal on a real high-end GPU in the computer, then you can do a little mining too.
I think I really want the M1 Apple.
I guess if all you're ever going to do is trading, that's fine. But remember, everything on the M1 right now is emulated. If you're going to have to use Apple's operating system, and they don't have a lot of software actually coded for the M1. So they're running emulation to take all the old software and run it. So you actually aren't getting the improved speed from the M1 since everything's emulated. You have to wait till the developers actually code for it.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. But I just think for the power, like in the future, having a computer long term, it's a better investment for the price right
I just wished up
And
and set a
most of-
stop loss on Sundial.
Mostly everything that I do is going to be web based except for maybe one. Like I probably use Tastyworks as my trading platform for futures, and that is that works on the M. But if anyone else has any suggestions on computers for trading and potential mining that are under 1,000,
You can easily build your own.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're just going to be trading, I don't think you need like the best setup. I mean, just something that can connect and process fast enough. It's going to cost you more in the long run because you'll end up buying another computer for mining. But if you just want something that you can use for the time being, just to always be active trading, you can get away with something that's like $200-300. Not even. You can get away with a $200 computer and connect it to a television.
I mean, yeah, you could. I would do, if you're going to do Tastyworks, if you might use Thinkorswim, and it's mostly what you do is going to be in the web browser, then you just want good CPU performance and RAM. Those are your two focus points. Everything else is pretty much irrelevant.
yeah, that's why I wanted to go with the M1 because I think the technology is advanced enough that it'll be a good long-term computer and not one that is a $300 computer that'll be obsolete in 2.
In fact, if you get enough RAM, you can do a trick where you make a virtual drive in RAM. You know, a lot of people buy SSDs for speed, and that's good, yeah. But if you have so much RAM that you can set up, I forgot the actual term for it, but anyway, treat a part of your RAM like it is an SSD, and then temporarily run your software from it.
Yeah, that's how my husband's computer is set up. He has an MS.
I have 64 gigs of RAM, but I haven't looked into setting that up yet.
Yeah, I only have 32, but years ago that was totally cool. So I did that a lot for games and things.
With $1,000 budget, why not build your own?
It's called
We
a
got
RAM drive.
Yeah, but I want to go to Apple just because, like, I have my iPad, I have my iPhone, I have my Apple Watch. Like, just having everything sync seamlessly. And for what I'm doing, if I'm just using one brokerage app, then it has the speed that I think it's, and everything else is just going to be seamlessly together when I go from a phone to a.
That's how the Apple ecosystem works. It locks you in and keeps wanting you to lock yourself in even more.
I was the exact same way where I have everything Apple, and then I switched over back to Windows desktop and started building my own custom PCs. And I'm going to tell you right now, my MacBook Pro just sits and collects dust.
Yeah, that's the one difference between, like, say, so I do AMD builds. So the difference between AMD and I have Apple products in the house. My wife loves Apple; she's locked into it. But I can take this AMD build, and in 2 years, I can add, you know, just a processor and a new video card.
Yep.
You know, for $300.
Yeah,
It's a
video card,
completely
big
new
trigger.
computer.
But the only other things I really use are like Procreate and Illustrator, where the M1 is like specifically created to run those programs really, really well.
You can run them off any custom built PC as well.
Yeah,
I totally realize that. I just mean simplicity of having everything tied together. Like, I don't feel like I need anything else excessive.
Look
and
at
we offer
Sundial.
MSI
I
that we
think
can custom.
once you have the Mac, or once you have an Apple computer, you're going to realize that tied together is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, the only thing
I have one. I've had multiple Macs. It's not like it's a new thing. I have a MacBook Mini, and I used to have a MacBook Pro like 10 years ago. And we've gone back and forth, and I want to go back to that.
Yeah, the only thing I'm trying to tell you, you got to make your decision for yourself, and you know it's probably not wrong. But they call it a walled garden for a reason. I mean, it is. When you're in it, it's a beautiful garden, but you're stuck in it. And then you get into this mindset where you're like, oh, all I do is Illustrator. It's no big deal. And that's partially because that's all you can do, right? I mean, yes, there's other software, but I mean, oh, here's this other program that works on PC and has no port for Mac, so I can't do it.
Yeah, and I guess my thing too is so my husband has his MSI that we basically bought really cheap with low storage, and then we upgraded the SSD on it because it was cheaper to do it that way. So I have that PC that if we needed to use, we can use, and then we also want the MacBook side of it, specifically for Pro Tools, works so much better on the Mac, and we can like kind of switch between them and kind of trade off.
Sundial's hovering at 275, back and forth, people buying, selling. But I think there's more volume on the selling side. Oh, I don't know. It's going back and forth.
Yeah, it's hitting a bit of resistance now. Yeah, I shouldn't honestly be one to talk on that anyways, because I'm the guy sitting here using Linux on every computer in the house. So for compatibility, I've got to find ways around that too.
Yeah, and I actually almost have been thinking about doing like it's called FutureBit. It's like a full node mining components for like $300 to do mining and creating a node. So I'm more interested in that aspect for.
You can dual boot on Linux.
Yeah, I know. Again, that is an ASIC miner, so I think I already talked to you about that. Just for anyone else,
Yeah,
just be
yeah,
careful.
I just can't remember that name.
Yeah,
But yeah, I just need to. I need to focus on one thing. My head is going into like multiple different directions, and I feel like my strengths are aligned with this micro trading, and I really need to master that and have a computer that I can just do that.
For anybody else listening, ASIC miners are purpose-built machines specifically for mining. They're great. They do a good job for a time. After a while, they just aren't powerful enough because the difficulty to mine the coin increases. Some ASIC miners can be switched to a different, less difficult coin, and you can continue to use it. But they can't be upgraded. You can't do anything with them once they become useless. So do your research before you buy one.
Did anybody buy SND on the dip?
I
don't
didn't.
cons-
Yes, sir.
I don't consider it a big enough dip yet.
I'm not gonna lie, I jumped out at 290 and came back in at 268, 266.
All right, so the people telling you to hold the sundial at this point probably want to try to sell. You guys got to be careful with that, unless you're gonna hold it for long term.
Why do you say that?
Cause the guys that been pumping it since it was like 40 cents. And you can start seeing the volume more sells than buys. That's the big factor right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, crap, I didn't-
Volume
I
on
didn't-
cells is huge.
I know that Robinhood is having an issue, sad to say, again, where it's not showing today's volume on sundown. It's showing the volume at 0.
Got some uninvested money sitting in my account right now, just bugging me. I got to figure out something to invest in, but I can't find anything that's, a good idea.
I know.
The
same
number
here,
of
about
sell
30.
orders.
I'll sell you a candy bar.
I'm about to eat this candy bar here.
This is gonna sound childish, but just round up your stocks to the next 5.
Doge is never wrong.
Does the candy bar have a
True.
golden ticket in it?
They're just not sitting in a place where I can buy.
No, but this candy bar was $1, and on the front it has a coupon for $1 off, so it's a free candy bar.
I'll give you 10 Doge if you tell me where you bought that candy bar so I can buy 20 of them.
I bought this candy bar at Bargain Hunt. Here, come here, Pay. Let's try it.
I've also noticed with micro futures that you can't panic sell too
Camera-
soon, but you also have to protect it so it doesn't spike. Because I've been, down $200, and then all of a sudden I turned around and I'm up 500. So you kind of
Yeah,
have to
this is
figure out
diamond
where
candy
your
bar.
line is on
It's a
panic
diamond hand
selling.
candy
So
bar,
you don't
custom
panic sell,
made.
but you're not allowing to go like negative $1,000.
You like it? No sugar in the candy bar, but it's like
I think Ace wins the War Room picture game here. That's a nice one.
you don't like the
It
candy.
is literally
This is
a
real
war
silver.
zone.
This is real
Wow.
silver on the candy bar. You like it?
Mine's a little bit like that, just way messier.
One pantsu. I like that pirate flag there and the cat. That's cool.
I threw mine in there whenever it decides.
Pantsu detected the Hylian shield. Nailed it.
I'll do a picture if I ever clean my room. So don't hold your breath.
But yeah, I would honestly just build a PC. That way you can sub out things that you want to later if you don't get the best of the best up front.
For me, building a PC and learning how to build PCs was the best thing I could have ever done.
Now, building PC, that can't be your only reason, like potential future upgrade, because oftentimes that's not a good idea. At least for me, I'll build a computer and then have it for 2-3 years and be like, well, I guess I'm going to upgrade now. But by that time, to get the next processor up that will fit my motherboard, the cost to performance is crap compared to the latest offerings in another slot.
Mostly video card upgrades. So my old PC, which I gave to my 5-year-old, was an i7 second gen that I ended up having for 10 years. And I just upgraded the video card along the way every couple years as new things required better video. But
Now,
everything else was great.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, video card, memory, etc. for those things. But for the CPU, usually if you're going to upgrade the CPU and it's been a while, you just need to get a new motherboard too.
CPU, motherboard, and RAM all together.
Yeah, you have to buy new RAM too when you get the new motherboard. But with the Ryzen platform, that's a bit of a different story, because you can get a cheap Ryzen processor right now and upgrade in the future to way above performance. So that might be a better way to go.
Yeah, I've always been Intel. This one's an i9 9900 that I built last Christmas.
So that's what a buddy was telling me the other day when we were specking out my computer that I just purchased. Is that he was saying that Ryzen's a little bit better as far as like longevity as opposed to Intel or something like that.
Yeah, in my opinion, AMD has been kicking butt over Intel. I'm sorry.
30
Well, the
minutes
price
to
point-
market close.
So the price point is the big difference between AMD and Intel.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're I'm not going to say they're comparable. They both have their pros and their cons. But if you're looking to do like something like she was saying earlier, under $1,000, you're going to get more bang for your buck from AMD under 1,000 than Intel.
Nope. It depends on what you want to do, because Intel, the processors work way better with the NVIDIA graphic cards now.
Intel processors are also a little bit better on the multitasking, I think.
Yeah, but if you're going with a full Intel build and NVIDIA versus full AMD with AMD graphics cards, it's going to be way cheaper.
It's going to get the same thing though. It's going to be way lower too.
No, wait, hold. I think you guys. Wait a minute. I think you guys are confusing a lot of stuff right now, because if you're talking about APUs, possibly, but the CPU doesn't have a whole lot to do with the graphics card. That would be the motherboard chipset that you're going to have to worry about with the performance on the graphics card.
Let me explain where my Intel chipset comes in. My Intel chip comes in to play with my Hyper M.2 x 16 card, so I can transfer at 860 gigabits per second. AMD cannot do that.
There are some AMD motherboards that can do that now.
Yeah, mine definitely does that with the NVMe, my 12-core processor, and my motherboard. Like all that together with the chips on the motherboard. I can't remember what the motherboard chip is. It's AMD something, but it can definitely do that.
You can do. How many M.2s can you do with your AMD motherboard and processor?
It depends on what chip you're running and how many PCIe lanes you have. If you're running a Threadripper build, then you got 160 odd lanes. You could theoretically have 8, 10, 12 NVMEs if you wanted to, because there's board cards, there's extension cards that you plug into a PCIe slot that turns it into an NVMe slot, like a Honey Badger or something like that. You could easily oversaturate the lanes with drives, but the price to performance ratio, AMD to Intel, you're going to save 30 to 40% in AMD and only lose 10 to 15% performance. Yeah, I'll take that every time.
That's wrong. That's wrong, because the AMD is going to use more electricity. People don't calculate that into the formula.
Well, yeah. Average home users don't care about that. So if I got to run a 90 watt processor or a 100 and some watt processor over a 60 watt, I don't really care that much. That doesn't cost me a lot per year.
And the time you're saving, like, for the power you're saving, it's negligible at that point.
Mine's personal preference based on past experience. So I've always had AMD stuff fail after so many years. But like I said, my last Intel processor's still going and it's 12 years old. Still a 2.8 quad.
My server's still using a 10-year-old Intel processor, dual setup.
All right, I gotta drop out. Got a call for work.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah, so at my current, I just calculated, it costs me about $7 per month in electricity to run a 90-watt processor 24/7.
If it's at full tilt, your processor's not running, sucking down 90 watts of power the whole time.
Right.
So even if you leave your rig on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, you're probably looking at an average CPU usage, depending on your workload and what you're doing, I would say under 50%. So the TDP is going to drop, drastically there.
On average, though, the AMD processor is going to use 66 watts more than Intel.
I think you're going off of some old information, because if you look at what's coming on with Ryzen, the power to performance, like actual TDP to clock speeds, it's not the same story as it was 5 years ago. Ryzen has revolutionized AMD's platform. I mean, nothing for nothing. There's a reason why they took, 35% market share over the last 3 years since Ryzen, 4 years since Ryzen.
Doesn't it have to do a lot with cost, though?
Again, to me, I think that's that's like the glaring difference. I mean, there's pros and cons for both AMD and Intel.
I mean, over the last
glaring difference.
Sorry, but for the last 20 months, of course, if the Ryzen's been cheaper and you got all these kids that are in gaming and building custom PCs, of course, you're going to see an increase on that. But the stability of it from AMD, from AMD versus Intel over the last 10 years, Intel has won. AMD hasn't proven themselves, and they need another 5 years to prove themselves that the platform is going to be, good for longevity as well. So just because somebody dangles a carrot in front of your face and says, hey, it's cheaper and it works well, that's great. Until 3 years down the road, the thing's fried out and you got to buy all new stuff again. So I think that's where a lot of the value of it comes in. And that's where you're seeing a huge disconnect between the people that are debating platforms is you're looking at the new shiny object right now. Okay, well, let it tinker out the next 3 to 5 years and see, does it have the stability that it needs to have? And if it does, is it going to stay at the low price point or is it going to increase? And at that time, we can make the decision on which one is actually a better platform.
Intel sucks.
I would like to know
I
any
ran
company in the history of mankind that uses AMD processors for any servers as well. I would be interested to see that.
Well, they're starting to now.
Yeah, they are starting to, but servers is a different
Epic
story, dude. They're worried more about
That's
energy.
a whole different sector.
Because servers have so many running that the energy cost is far more important to them than the initial buy-in. For the average consumer, the initial buy-in cost is more important.
You got like Spectre and Meltdown, stuff like that. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to remember the name of, Spectre Meltdown. That was the huge fail in Intel. The other part being that they put that software on the chip that it totally bypasses the OS and everything for management of the, it's supposed to be for management of the CPU, but really what it is a backdoor. It's just another way for someone to control your computer because that software has low level access to your system memory and everything. So if it can be exploited, even while you're running your main OS, they have full control of your computer. I don't want that built into my chip.
Nope. Definitely depends on your use case, but I'd say if you're a personal computer guy, AMD over Intel all day long.
I ran a 1700X from launch every day doing video and graphical editing and overclocked the thought of it. I beat on this chip because I wanted to see how far I could push it. And it lasted me for 3.5 years before I then upgraded to a 3800X.
That is another
I
thing.
haven't, me personally, I haven't had a bad problem. The platform AM4 as a socket platform, this length of time that it's been available and constant upgrades is unprecedented. And Intel would have made you buy 3
It's
motherboards.
dope. It's really dope. I could upgrade from what I've got right now because I've got a 3600, R5 3600. I could upgrade way above that, stay on the same everything else, and have way more. Like, it's dope.
Oh yeah, for you, a BIOS update and a 5950X, and all of a sudden your computer switches back.
Yeah.
We're
Yes,
seeing a
I
lot of
just
dips right
upgraded.
now in a
I just
lot of
upgraded
different
probably a year
markets.
ago to the 3900. And I mean that's all I upgraded. So I had, same motherboard. Now the motherboard when I bought it, it was like brand new. So it was kind of an upgrade a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. So it was already kind of ahead of its time.
X470 when you got into the Gen 2 Ryzen X470.
I don't even remember what it is, man, to be honest. I can pull
Well,
the
yeah,
specs
it would
up
either
here in
be
a
a
second.
470 or a 350. It would be one of the two of those if you're all the way up on a 3900 now.
I mean, keep in mind, I'm saying all this, and the computer I'm talking to you on right now is an Intel-based computer, and this is from years and years ago. But if I were to build a new computer right now, I'd be Ryzen. I would definitely go Ryzen.
I bought right at the
allowed
dip.
themselves
Like,
as a company to stagnate completely and not do any kind of innovation in the market space, not make any better chips, not make any better pricing for the last 15 years. That's why I switched.
So the board that I have is AMD chipset, but it has Intel Wi-Fi. So there's that.
AMD has great culture too. I think I mentioned before my brother worked there for like 8 years before he went to like Facebook and then like moved around a bit. And AMD's just got really, unlike a lot of other tech companies, really great culture. Yeah, people on YouTube talking about it. Great CEO.
See, where I kind of got, where I'm kind of messed up is way back when AMD first released their multi-core CPUs. They had their 6 and 8 core. I forgot the actual name, but they called it the Bulldozer CPU. I bought in on that, right? I had the Bulldozer processor, and then when yeah, I know. And then when I started comparing that to Intel after, a year later or whatever, I'm like, man, I got screwed. I'm like, holy crap. So my next build, I just said, screw you, AMD. I'm not touching you. And I built an Intel machine, and I went for the one at the time that had that was multi-core, but had the best single thread performance, because the majority of games I'm playing or servers for those games did not take advantage of multi-core. So I want the single core performance. And now I'm a little screwed on that because now there's a whole lot more software I'm running that wants multi-core. So yeah.
Well, and as tech develops, more and more programs are taking advantage of those higher core counts. You're absolutely correct. In most gaming applications, an Intel chip is going to have better frame per second because it has better single core performance. Most games only use one core. But any kind of workload that lets you use those extra cores, it's going to practically cut down any kind of time. I played games and streamed games. So one core would focus on the playing of the game, and 2 or 3 or 4 cores would focus on the rendering and upload.
Absolutely. And I do stuff like that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just asking, how are our stocks doing? We want to switch back to stocks.
Well, it looks like Sundial found a new price channel. AMC is not as high as I'd like it to be.
All-time low close down Probably going to drop below that.
Yeah, AMC's having a little bit back on the upswing right now, just a teeny bit.
AMC's just got me locked. I need it to go over $6 or drop a lot lower so I can average down more.
Hmm.
I mean, I need to go like 640.
It went there today, 658.
Yeah, I dropped some shares when it was up there. I probably should have just dumped them all.
So who's got the big red phone that connects directly to Elon Musk so we can go ahead and get another Doge bump right quick?
Isn't there supposed to be one happening in about 15 minutes?
Yeah, someone was
Doge
saying
pump?
By the way, whoever said they had that birdie in their ear, is that a credible birdie?
It wasn't me, so I can't say.
Yeah, I don't quite remember who said it, but
Was it Marduk? Yeah.
FOMO. I'm trying not to let emotions affect me, but FOMO is really kicking in on me right now, and I want to invest what I've got before market close into something.
I mean, the way that things are looking right now, it seems like it's going to dip further in aftermarket. Angry team.
For Sundial, we got to expect a pullback a little bit. Anytime you hit a new high like that, you're going to see a pullback.
It's true. I mean, it's been hanging around $1.12, $1.15 for most of the week. You should ask.
that is a question that we were trying to answer last night, and nobody could really come up. Or last night or 2 nights ago, we could not find the answer to.
So who's in the chat asking this? The Jackal 3245, you're asking about MILN. There are quite a few people here that do have that ETF. I don't, but there are people that did have disclosed that they do have that one.
Elon bought on Robinhood. LOL. KC. I'm just saying, he bought it on Robinhood. LOL. After that interview, he probably feels bad for Vlad.
God, I don't. Vampire blood. Did he really? I can't stand it.
It was funny because right after the whole debacle with them stop trading or removing the ability to trade certain stocks. The actual Robinhood people, I think in Nottingham Forest, they said they went from like 70 followers on Twitter to like 4,000 in overnight.
Could that man like literally do something cringier? Because that's pretty cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
So it's him, and I didn't know that they were co-founders. It's Tenev and this guy Baijubat. So there are actually two of them. Interesting. So is it just Vlad now, or are they both still in it? Gotta look this. Co-CEO. Baijubat.
He's a ghost CEO now. After everything that happened, do you think he want his name out there?
He is the co-founder. Okay, he's still. Their idea stemmed from witnessing the issues of the financial industry during Occupy. Whatever. These dudes. Following a funding run in May 2018, which increased Robinhood's valuation to $6 billion, Butt and Tenev became billionaires. Yeah, I think they're both still in it.
That's what we need, more billionaires.
Right.
More billionaires and more poor people.
Consolidation of wealth.
That's the nice thing about micros is they're not taxed like capital gains. It's a lower tax rate. With micros too, you can day trade without having the 25,000 restriction. You definitely need to research micros, and you have to practice a lot before you start using real money. It is definitely something you got to practice and learn to be consistent at before you do it, which is why I haven't put a single penny into micros and I'm just paper trading.
7 minutes.
Self-control, lots of self-control, because you will see a potential $10,000 and will risk it and lose everything.
Exactly. There's a lot of money to be made quickly in micros, but you have to learn to mitigate your risk and protect your capital. And that might mean taking $100 loss, but then the next one you make $200 and you have to be okay with that $100 loss.
That's a big thing with stocks. You gotta know how to separate the emotion, because I know the other day I took a loss and I was wounded. I was done for the day, but it's like I had to try to clear my head and get back into it.
I've also noticed that I do really, really well in the morning with micros and not so great in the afternoons. So it's also good to set limits. Like if I make $1,000 that day, I'm done. I'm going to turn it off and go do something else and come back again in the morning.
What app is that? Are you using that app on Android or on Apple?
On my iPhone.
What's the name of that app?
Tradeovate.
I wish you wouldn't have said that out loud, because my son is sitting right next to me and I got it playing through the Bluetooth. He looked at me like, yeah, buy me $2 million worth of Doge.
Yeah, less than a year old. Or just about a year old. That baby was born. Remember they announced that funny name? Yeah, because it was like X to the something to the who knows.
His name is Non-Syntax. That's his name.
I mean, this is one of his how many kids? He has like 6 kids, no? Oh, there you go.
I'm just curious. Is his son's... This is a question, though. Is his son's name an actual name, or is it a math problem?
Sometimes people with celebrities or those that have a lot, they just don't like to publicize the kid's name for privacy reasons. That could be one thing, or it could actually be this crazy name. He's 9 months old. Are you serious?
You have 9 kids?
Are
I
you
asked
serious?
my boy the same thing.
I'm overwhelmed with 1.
My friend told me when I asked him, I said, dude, why do I drive a Pontiac and you got a BMW? And he said, because condoms are cheaper. I think that's probably the best $60 you ever spent in your life. a Sam's Club
Do you have a
membership.
Costco membership?
I called it. But you know the funny thing is, dude, it's just me, my wife, and for a while it was just me, my wife, and my son before my daughter came back home. So right now it's just four of us, and like we still go to Sam's Club. Yeah.
I went to Sam's Club when I was single.
I'm trying to get a friend of mine, the guy that I got him to start trading along with me, but he basically bought Doge and never left out of it for 2 years. But I'm trying to get him and his wife to like shop a little bit more reasonable. Like they use Instacart, and she bought some ground beef that was, I think, $7 or $8 per pound. And I took a picture. It was like $8 per pound for ground beef, and I sent her.
That's a
him a
lot.
picture. Yeah, I sent him a picture, and I bought. No, it wasn't Wagyu. That was the worst part. I think they bought it from Wegmans, and I sent them a picture that I went to. I think I went to Aldi or Lidl, and I got 5 pounds for like $9. I haven't talked to him since.
I mean, I buy it from a butcher, and it's not that expensive, and that's like a local butcher.
I think the cheapest way to get your own ground beef is going to take a nice initial investment of getting up 4 o'clock. Sorry, alarm is set on my phone. But the best way is to go to like a butcher and get leftover meat, like meat pieces. And if you have the KitchenAid mixer, that stand mixer, and you can buy the grinder attachment and just make your own ground beef. I mean, it tastes better and it's just better meat all the way around.
Where's this Doji pump?
It's about to start, supposedly.
Well, it's pumping just in the wrong direction.
NSPR is that the Israeli company with the stints and stuff? Inspire Med, right?
So aftermarket for both AMC and GameStop, the candles went green and huge volume right as aftermarket started.
I'm kind of wondering if it is retails that are actually buying after hours, or is it somebody else buying it and then getting out at the very first positions first thing in the morning?
Not a lot of retail people can trade after hours. I can only trade certain popular share stocks, not or like ETFs, not anything I want.
I mean, it's still hovering over 51. Let's look at AMC. I have too many shares of AMC. Oh no. What? That's messed up.
That's copyright infringement.
AMC's candle right at after hours was because it dipped to 550.
Well, now all I can do is look over all the different positions I'm in and the ones I want to be in and decide what to do at open. I find if you're willing to risk it, there's a lot of them dip a lot at open, and you can try to get in on that.
Dude, I
Gotta watch
told you if you're trying to spend some money on something, I told you round your shares on any stock that you have to the nearest 5. That's it. So if you're at like 94, just buy one more share of it, or buy half a share of everything that you own. Look, he's got money that he wants to burn. I'm just trying to give him suggestions.
Yeah, well, I think I all of mine are rounded to the nearest 5 already. Actually, I either buy 5, 10, or 100, or what. I keep it even.
Or I can post you my PayPal. That'll work too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
my
I'm-
crypto accounts are fantastic compared to my stocks.
yeah, same. But I'm kind of a zealot about mining it rather than buying it. Personally, if I could instantly transfer my money, I would even buy Doge at 7 cents right now because I'm pretty confident it'll go right back up to 8 eventually. But I'm not. No, nah.
This weekend or in a couple of days, it will. Yeah, that's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I bought it 13 and then averaged down to like 10.50.
14 for
Same.
Man, I thought I was in it bad waiting for the price jump, but right now my average is 639.
Lucky.
I'm arguing with people on Facebook about Elon Musk. They're saying that he's committing market manipulation by tweeting about crypto, but
No, crypto isn't regulated.
it's not regulated as a security, so it's not
Even if
market
it was,
manipulation.
even if it was just voicing your opinion about a stock you like, isn't market manipulation.
How is it anything different than Jim Cramer going on his show saying buy, buy, buy?
Can't stand
Because
not.
probably because if we watch Jim Cramer, like somebody actually watch it and pay attention. I don't know this for a fact. I'm just making a suggestion, but I know when whatever Mr. the Frogs are gay, what the waters make. What is his name? Alex Jones. There we go. Yeah, at the end of Alex Jones' show, there's a small little caption I think that says it's for entertainment purposes. And if Elon Musk is saying that he's only saying that for entertainment purposes, then it could be taken that he's using his position to manipulate the market versus saying this is just for entertainment purposes.
Right, but if I get on Twitter and say, "Hey, I really like Dogecoin," I mean, can I be charged with manipulating the market? You're not allowed to say that.
I don't know, because if that's the case, then Donald Trump should be charged with market manipulation because he likes McDonald's.
Yeah, I think the argument's just based on influence, really.
Donald Trump did buy a lot of McDonald's.
Hold on, so you're going to tell me that? Hold on. So I'm not trying to say one is better than the other. I'm just saying that if you're going to try to sit up there and say that Elon Musk this is not for anybody here. This is just in general. Somebody's going to say Elon is manipulating the market using his position to voice his opinion, and it could cause an influx. That would, like I said, it would be like saying, well, then Donald Trump should be charged for liking McDonald's and voicing his opinion on it. Now, I'm not trying to make it a political thing, but that's dumb. And regardless of who you are, to say, yeah, I think we should definitely charge him with market manipulation because he likes McDonald's. That's got to be the most ignorant thing.
Yeah, I agree. Also, it's a moot point on that one anyways, because we know that's a fake story, because the very reliable and trustworthy news
Fake
fact-checked
news.
it, and they told us the hamburgers were not actually stacked a mile high.
The hamburgers were not stacked a mile high. It's fake news.
Too good.
I think market manipulation is when a politician crafts a piece of legislation to require all government vehicles to be electronic after they bought EV shares. That's market manipulation.
Yep. I
You
would
guys
say
hear
that
me?
counts.
What Elon's doing is not market manipulation; it's freedom of speech.
If it was a stock, it would be market manipulation.
Wait, we still have freedom of speech?
That regulate what he says about stock already.
If he told people to buy a certain stock, that would be market manipulation.
Is why he's got teams that review those before he actually submits them. He already paid the fine on that. But crypto, again, like you said, it's something that's unregulated, so it doesn't matter what he says on crypto.
I'd say another example of market manipulation would be, well, businesses of this nature can remain open and businesses of this nature must close.
Yep.
Or already users are buying silver.
Exactly, girl. Good one. It's live.
Didn't Elon get fined for not having a permit to detonate explosives in Boca Chica when the first Starship crashed? I thought it was such a shitty thing to do to the guy, but I mean, I don't know, kind of ridiculous if you ask me.
I can believe it. In this clown world, that stuff happens.
Hold on, he was charged with what?
When SN8 crashed, he got charged, or he got fined for not having a permit to detonate explosives. Just a pretty shitty loophole, if you ask me.
And that's why when people argue when new laws or regulations are crafted, like, don't worry. No, I know the way it's worded, it could technically on paper be abused that way, but they're not really going to do that. Yes, they do. They do every time. They abuse it every way they can.
Watching SNDL and ACB is like watching GME and AMC. They're both running in exact parallels.
Sell orders are really high on that though.
On which one?
SNDL.
Yeah, buys are
The
also
volume.
and it's going up again, 294.
I really hope an actual investigation happens and we can at least answer that one question. Like, why are these charts so in sync?
So I think my other issue is I wasn't doing the micro e-minis. I was just doing the e-minis. So it was easier to lose larger chunks.
You guys see
The
that?
micro.
You go ahead. Sorry.
Now I was going to ask her which one, like the micro. I just know that one is worth more than the other. Like neither one is 100 per contract. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like which one was like 5 or 1/5 of a contract or 1/20th of
So it looks like the e-minis, each tick is $12.50. And with the micro e-minis, it's $1.25.
Hey, Maverick, I don't know if anyone else is seeing this, but it looks like your mic is stuck on, but you're not transmitting anything. You're just green light is just on constantly.
It's true.
You guys want to hear my theory about Tesla and Bitcoin?
Sure.
I believe as Tesla gets on with the solar power and has a large population of America and the world using their batteries to power their homes and stuff and mining cryptocurrency, I think Tesla will gain tons of revenue from crypto mining because of the electricity usage.
Or they're going to do something crazy like start outfitting all the new cars with some type of way that they can contribute to the blockchain per mile that you drive. Think about that. You put 1 million cars out here, and every mile that they drive, they are able to mine Bitcoin.
Well, when I get into the physics of that, the only way you're gonna get energy from a car is like capturing like the wind when a car passes by, because you don't want the car using its energy to mine crypto. I wish Tesla had an electric bicycle. I mean, you can build your own electric bike, but some of these batteries suck. The ones that you have to buy from China.
That's still 3 less than 9.
Are we learning?
Dude, I got one kid, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to Mars.
I'd be happy to go to the moon.
But then what would I watch on Netflix?
Well, we
I
actually
was
got
waiting
a,
for
we
based
actually
on statistics that claim there's no serial killers on Mars. No, I mean, like, do you know there's none there now? Okay, so it's not financial advice.
the only people that are going to go to Mars are going to be people that are older because they're the only ones that can afford it.
You haven't met my grandfather.
And John Glenn might have something to say about that too.
So my grandpa had an artificial hip that got infected, and they had to remove it and 3D print a new one for him because it was his third hip replacement. And he still made his kids lift him up in the skid loader to the tractor so he could still work, even though he didn't have a hip. And he's 80.
That's work ethic that we don't see nowadays.
Oh my god.
It's too late, bro. We don't. It's too late. I'm sorry. Everybody still thinks you have 9 kids.
We
It's
believed
too
it.
late. Right. You've already crossed that bridge, bro. It's too late. I would laugh so hard if he came into the Discord and was like, "No, Tame has 9 kids. What are you talking about?"
guys, you gotta remember, trust is built in drops and lost in buckets. You know, so he's got a lot of work to do to undo the 9-kid vision that we have of him. Only smart people have 9 kids, or really.
Hey, you're kidding, Marta.
But I don't think Tame's dumb.
Why does it sound like I thought Murdoch said only smart people own 9 kids? That's why I was gonna be like, wait, what?
Did I say own?
Tilray is going over $70. God.
I don't know. I'm fucking stoned. I got a lot on my mind right now. My cat's pissing me off.
I would take 9 kids if they didn't have to come out of my body.
I don't know, man. I was just outside dealing with teenagers. The neighbor boy had his fuel line dragging on the ground, and I was helping him get it zip tied back up. And earlier, I told him, "Don't drive." And he's like, "I have to go to school, though. I just have to." It's like, okay, so he's driving around with his fuel line literally dragging on the ground. And then after that, he's got all this ice in the wheel wells. It's rubbing on the wheels. And I'm like, you have to get that ice off of there. Oh, I'm going to the car wash. I'll do it. Yeah, but don't drive the car before it. It's like, nah, it's no big. Yeah, I've already been driving around with it, rubbing on the tires. I don't care.
I've got 3.
My bio dad's got 13 kids.
Socialism.
I
Gotta
had a
pull
lot of
yourself
friends
up by your
back in high
bootstraps.
school that had like in between 10 and 15 kids.
Wow.
I guess they had that many siblings. It wasn't them who had it.
That's crazy.
Damn, you should have pushed
My
Tilray
house was
a bit harder on
way
Friday
bigger.
last week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like
70.
to push things. 71 is crazy. I didn't expect it to go like that. Usually before a merger, this doesn't happen because people are apprehensive.
Well, then you would actually, I would kind of assume that you would see a bigger uptick in Afria's price tag because of the incentive to buy to get that conversion if
Right now, I mean, last week they were a lot
well, yeah,
closer
right now
because
it's gorgeous, but last week they
you
were
had, for sure, it was like $16, $17 for Afria, and it was like 27 for Tilray. And so I think you could have gone up to like 22, 24. Would have been good.
But if they're looking at if it was true, if everybody's still going off the information that your Afria is going to convert to 0.8 of Tilray, if I drive Tilray up to $100 and Afria is at $10, yeah, I would kind of drive the price of Tilray as high as possible before the merger. If everybody's still basing it off of the 0.8.
Well, and that's why I was asking before if that 0.83 is actually locked in for sure, or if it's now come to a situation where it's going to go into arbitrage because of the fact that it's such a discrepancy. If they were to do the 0.8 evaluation right now and say you went out and bought 100 shares of Afria that converted, you're looking to make some serious money just on the conversion. Or it's going to dilute the hell out of Truly, and everybody's going to get a little bit salty about it. Like I was talking earlier, that the play on the short position potential is ridiculously scary right now, and I think that's going to cause some hiccups in the actual merger to go through all the way.
I had posted the article that was talking about the merger arbitrage, I think a few days ago. It's probably lost in there somewhere, but you can look it up. It's on Seeking Alpha.
There was a post that I was reading last night about some guy that was doing his due diligence on Southwest Airlines, and his research that he put in, I mean, he had a little chart put together, and by comparing everything that he put in the chart, that would be, I want to try to find it again on that social site whose name I will not speak, so that way everybody can look at it and copy his chart and fill it in and make determinations, depending on what sector you're looking at. Because he compared, I think, Delta, American, Southwest, and somebody else. And for some reason, Southwest just kept coming out on top, as far as their earnings, their P&L, everything just was in Southwest's favor. One of the biggest things that he said, and this is just that people start to look into it and start to research things like this and notice trends. Southwest doesn't do international flights. So as everybody starts to go back to normal, Southwest will be able to fill more flights before everybody else does because of the fact that everybody else will be doing international flights. Oh, and another thing.
And they don't work in a hub system too, so yeah, there's a lot of reasons why.
And he was one of the things another thing I noticed on his was he was talking about the 737 MAX and how they're supposed to be acquiring, I think, 20 more this year.
They had the largest order. I think them and American, they were impacted the most by it.
But it also reduces their, because he was saying that because of the savings of the 737 MAX, it will reduce their costs, and which in turn will offset, into their profits or into their earnings. So I want to pull up that chart and probably post a link, at least a link to that, I guess, that post. And if everybody looks at it, it'll be like, hey, if I fill in my numbers with what he has and compare certain companies in a sector, I can make the determination which one would probably be the best. It's just a way to do due diligence is by following suit for somebody else.
Right. I think that's a good point. I think for airlines, though, in general, their profit margins are so narrow that it's usually not a good investment. Personal opinion, though.
Well, what I think I was just speaking about the fact that he did airlines, but yeah, if you're looking at anybody anywhere in particular, like saying, hey,
I want to get into telecommunications. I want to buy, I want to go into the telecommunications sector, and you start saying, well, what are my options? Who do I compare? And you start filling out that chart and putting those numbers in that place, and you can see, like, wait a minute, this company has, their profits are greater. They don't have this, their debt to income ratio, and you go through all of it. I said debt to income like I'm buying a house. But you look at their debt and everything, and all of it should equal out. You should be able to look at it and say, this is probably the best choice that I personally could make.
Does buying after hours lock in the rate that you bought in after hours, and then when the market opens, it lets you keep the stock at that price, or does it just give you the price that it's actually opened that market open?
Depends on what kind of order you're putting in. If you're putting in a market order, or if you're actually putting in a limit order with extended hours, and whether or not your brokerage allows that.
Oh, like on Robinhood, if you just make a purchase straight, no.
You're gonna have to do a limit order. That'll be better. Put in a price, put extended hours.
And then it locks it in?
It'll purchase it if it's available at that price.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I don't know about Robinhood, but with some brokers, you can actually get a price that's better than your limit order sometimes when you use a limit order.
Yes. Yes. A lot of established proper brokers you can.
I would guarantee that's not happening in Robinhood, though.
It's not happening in Robinhood, for sure. I know my partner, when he uses Charles Schwab, he gets better prices than his limit order.
I get it better on TD also.
But yeah, that's all limit order means, is you're just saying, I want to buy this at a limit of this price, or sell it at a limit of this price. If you
That's the
do
max.
if you do a market, then it will just buy at whatever the market price is when it actually goes through.
Oh, thank you.
But you can't do market when the market's closed. So whoever originally asked that question, you always have to do extended if you're doing it after close.
Thank you.
I'll have to wake up tomorrow for sundial to be at 4.
On one strategy, okay, wait, this is going to sound a lot like giving advice, so it's not. Maybe I'm actually an idiot and someone might be able to correct me. But one strategy you might use is limit orders on buys and market on sells if you're sitting right there watching the downward, because it might go lower than what you thought you were going to sell it for when you click that button.
Interesting.
Then again, it could also go up in that instant too.
And whoever called it earlier, yep, sundial is up at 320 right now.
That was me. I called it. KC called it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound, but I was hoping for that 240 drop. I mean, like, it went down. I wish I wouldn't have got out. It was stupid. I think, like I said, I sold and then went right back in, barely 10 cents lower. So, and I only was able to get 5 shares.
You mentioned it earlier today when it was at $2. You were like, if anybody wants to get in.
I think I let emotion affect me slightly on that one too, because I was just looking at it going, well, my shares are $1.11, so I think that's overvalued, so I won't touch it.
I've been just like, I wanted to buy it at 70 cents and I couldn't, and I'm not buying it. It's emotional.
We'll see
Looking
it
at
dip
two
down
now,
below
that
3
was,
again.
yeah, for sure.
You guys,
Just
I've
a
been
lot of
watching
hype
for a
right
while. Can I ask a quick question?
Go.
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, I've been listening for a while and I don't know a lot about this stuff. I've been just trying to learn bits and pieces. But quick question, not a financial question or advice, but are we seeing possibly a short ladder attack still, or does that not even comprehend what's going on right now?
The short answer is we don't know. Most people think not, but we're not sure the information we have is actually accurate. It might be lies.
Right. That's what I'm kind of getting the gist of, is we don't know. So anyway, whatever. I was just trying to get a consensus. You guys some of you maybe seem to know a lot more than me, so just whatever.
Nobody here knows more than anybody else.
Well, just experience wise. That's all. Just experience wise, because I straight up I've been following for like a week and a half. That's what I know. That's it.
I'm gonna give you
a really weird animal.
Say this
I'm
for
gonna give you
someone
a
that's
good way to
down
feel
like
confident about what you're doing right now. Nobody here knows every single thing, so it's just like don't feel like, hey, I don't know something. That's fine, because you can ask a question a million times and get a million different answers. You know, so we're all just in it to just trying to bounce off of each other and figure everything out as we go. So you're okay.
I hear you 100%. Yeah, I hear you.
I'll say for someone that's down between GME and AMC close to $7,000, I think this is over, and this is the price that we're going to be sticking at for a very long time. That's my personal opinion. I don't think it's going to see a spike any longer. I definitely don't think we're going to be at 100 or more for at least a year plus. So I think, personally, I'm just chalking this up to is I overbought and I didn't sell fast enough and I lost that money, and I'll make it up in other areas. But I'm not selling my stock. I'm just going to keep it, just let it sit.
Well, so I got in this, right? Like a lot of people, Robinhood, fuck Robinhood, whatever. But the thing is, I'm not willing to yet transfer all my funds and go through limbo, as it were. I'd rather just sit on it and wait. However, I mean, like I put $500 into my portfolio, and I said, this is what I'm gonna ride this wave. I forgot about this money already. Whatever, it's a learning experience. So I'm just more so. I'm not really thinking about this whole GME, GMC, or AMC. I'm more just like, it is just interesting, kind of learning the statistics of how these trends, ebb and flow, whatever. So anyway.
Yeah, and I
think
mentioned
the way I see a spike that would happen is, I mean, looking at it realistically, yeah, what you said, I can see we're going to stay where we're at now. But if we see a spike, I could potentially see 120 to 150 if we're lucky. And it will be back down below 100, not too long after it. But I don't know anything. And I don't, I just flipped over a crab shell on the beach, and that's what it told me.
That's awesome. I appreciate it.
Somebody was saying, and I don't know what the source was for this or how relevant or true it might be, that the target for GME eventually will be between $100 and $400. But who knows if that's true at all. A lot of people, I said this like a week ago, and someone else just said it today, and I agree. My personal idea is I'm focusing on other stocks, and I'm just going to keep making money and leave GME alone. And every once in a while, when it's good and low, buy one more share. Just not go crazy, but just keep doing that to average down, and then eventually wait for it to go up over my average and dump them out.
Very smart plan.
Yeah, I'm a total idiot, honestly. I'm like I said, total.
We all are.
Yes, I appreciate that we're all in on this. Yeah, I'm in for the long haul, no matter what. I mean, listen, if GME goes bankrupt, then whatever. I've decided what I put in, I would lose. I don't really give a shit about that. I didn't put more than I.
Put it this way.
There's a guy. Bullish was here. Bullish would tell you. If Bullish was here, Bullish would tell you, you ain't lost money until you sold.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
And what you're going to learn by watching this on a daily basis, communicating with people, getting information, listening, that $500 is a lot cheaper than what you would pay to go to school to learn the things that you can learn just by
I've been arguing with people left and right about this. Why don't you just go to business school and learn about this, man? Listen. I have a job. I work my ass off. I spend money on takeout and booze and weed and shit. If I decide to take a break from shit, spending money on takeout, whatever, and I just said I'm gonna put 500 into this, learn something. That's really the lesson. Is I just want to learn something and maybe make a couple bucks along the way. Whatever. If I don't, who cares, right?
Look,
Everybody should be educated at least a little bit on investing, and this was a good wake up call for a lot of kids out there who haven't really thought about it. And the best time to start investing was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. So
I mean, I'm 26 years old, dude. I always looked at the stock market as like, oh, these rich motherfuckers are just playing games with each other. But now that this all popped off, and now it's kind of like, oh, this is actually a somewhat accessible thing.
Yeah, the rich people are playing games with each other, but guess whose money they're playing with? Ours.
Yeah, it's total bull. Excuse my language, sorry.
That's not necessarily the case if you're not listening to the noise and investing in companies that are actually long-term goals. There's two ways to look at the stock market: as an investment or as a casino, and they can exist in the same realm, and they do, because this is exactly the problem we're having. Is people are so focused on value stocks and hype and not actually looking at growth stocks and how you can make passive income. And it's not a game, dude. Like, I mean, you gotta, if you want to take investing seriously, then I try and drown out a lot of stuff that I've learned my lessons. So just don't be scared to invest in companies that aren't all the hype right now. Just invest in what you like, man. If you like a stock, invest in it. But this is also not financial advice.
Well,
I appreciate that. You make a lot of sense. Yeah.
I agree with the it's not a game sentiment, but if you've ever played a game where you take it ultra seriously kind of thing, like it's that kind of game is what it actually is. You got to treat it like that. Like I said earlier, like you're just super serious and trying to get the high score, and the fun of the game is irrelevant to you, right? You're working all the numbers and so serious. That's the kind of game you have to treat it like, because again, we've been saying keep the emotion out of it. It's got to be raw math. It's got to be who cares what the share is. I don't care if I believe in the company, don't believe in the company. Do the other people in the world believe in the company?
And I call the $3.47 mark in the next 24, 48 hours for SNDL, and look where we're at.
Right. Hey guys, shoulda, coulda, woulda too. There's a lot of that in this.
I mean, I personally, like going along with, I don't know who said it, but like I personally, I just look at, and I think a lot of people look at it as like, I look at something like Blockbuster, right? And Blockbuster went out of business. A lot of people in my generation, even a little bit older, younger, whatever, looked at that as like, well, that was a thing where, our families, we had a good time, Friday night, go to Blockbuster. That's gone. A brick and mortar, it's been replaced by streaming services, etc. So that's just kind of my stake in GameStop. It's just that I have such fond memories, and I like to think that, people probably share those fond memories. Who knows if that's worth, if that means anything, but.
Fond memories will help, but fond memories don't matter when it comes to people's pocketbooks.
No, you're right. And it's not. There's no value in fond memories. There's no like money in that to an extent.
Well, I think Blockbuster could have survived if they had adopted to the changing times, right? It's just they were a gasoline engine that didn't move into a hybrid model. You know what I mean?
They just didn't adapt at all.
Kind of gassed out essentially. And it's unfortunate, but I think we may have been able to catch GameStop before that happened.
Absolutely.
No, seriously, if you think about it, if you can scoop that company back up, that has a lot of backing and a lot of support over the years, and you rebrand it into something, just that's the whole thing. Is there's so much potential. If there's enough capital behind it, they could do a lot of things with the company. It doesn't necessarily have to remain a video game store that like you go in and buy cheap games and buy like a brand new game and then try and sell it back 5 minutes later and they're like 35 cents. And it's like, no.
Hey, if GameStop became a dispensary, I heard this before. That'd be an awesome thing. I would fucking be in on that. Excuse my language.
That's
I would be in on that right away.
Oh, like even just a place where like they had almost like every title of every game on every system, and they had like lounge rooms where you could go in and smoke, and like, but like it'd probably be all like vape though, right? Like they wouldn't want like smoke around. But I don't know, man. Like there's
They might push out the esports thing though if everyone's getting baked playing.
I
Hey
think
guys,
they should
you guys hear me?
yeah.
I
think
want to
they should-
inject. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think they should branch out instead of just video games into tabletop games and stuff too. Because if they had an area, a lot of businesses open up where you can go in and literally they'll have tables there. You can play Magic the Gathering, D&D, whatever the hell you're interested in. And they could sell all the books for that, miniatures, all that kind of stuff too. I mean, GameStop, the name works with it.
legit. Think about it. I've seen the rise of like all these like Palladium type arcade places. There's a place in London here called the Rec Room, and you go in and it's like one of those casino style arcades, right? And like if you made like if you made a place that was like a stadium, right, where you would have
That's going. Sundial is going.
Think of it though, if you had like a stadium, right, and then the central core of the stadium is obviously like the war zone, right, like the battlefield where you have like your big tournaments and stuff, but then you have like kind of stores in the big arena around it. So you've got an area that's like an arcade, you got a couple of restaurants, you got, you know, they could build like because I miss arcades. I used to go to the arcade all the time when I was a kid, and like they kind of phased out, and it's unfortunate. But I'd like to be able to bring arcades with like the stand-up cabs back, and I don't know. There's so many, there's so much potential for GameStop's future. I literally will hold on to that dream. I'll pipe dream until I'm dead about it. But
I'm right there with you.
I'm not for sale.
So I think Callisto was trying to say something earlier, though.
Oh, me? Is that me?
Yeah, you're trying to
Yeah.
say something a bit ago.
Yeah, I just want to inject something on the GME piece. I mean, not a financial advice, but if you're shy on the average cost that you have, maybe 20, 30, even $40, you can break even if you want to, but not a financial advice, because that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I've been doing it every 2 days, and I'm shy to the average cost right now. I'm shy like 20, $25. So once I hit that average cost, maybe I'll make a little bit, then who knows? But I'll still hold. But that's just, suggestion, not a financial advice.
So
Go ahead.
Sorry.
And Tilray is wrecking, dude. Oh my gosh.
It's out of control.
It is.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
fire up a question about margin?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I don't know the answer to that.
Well,
I don't know.
So me, like a lot of other people, started a Robinhood account, right? Or we got active in it, and then lo and behold, it's not a true cash account; it's a margin account, right?
Yeah.
So I've been having a tremendous amount of difficulty understanding for instance, what margin maintenance percentage is, right? So do I stand to lose given what that is, which I don't even understand. I've been trying to figure out.
So you enabled margin on your account? It's enabled right now?
Well, so I have a Robinhood account. From what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but with Robinhood, can you even have a true cash account?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not enabled, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Mine is not enabled. So, but they do instant deposit. Does that mean it's margin? I don't think so, because after a few days they get the money. If you enable margin, then you have a margin, right?
Well, so I did the instant whatever it's called, like, right? So you link your bank, and there's up to, what is it, like 5 days or something. So what I did was somewhat foolishly I bought a couple shares, what I could afford in my bank account, right? But So the funds finally cleared maybe like 5 days after that. So I'm just kind of confused as to what my potential situation could be if I did technically borrow money. My funds have cleared now, right? But I don't know where that leaves me exactly.
No, I haven't borrowed money from. I didn't do margin, so yeah.
So my understanding of Robinhood, and I don't use it, but from what I've heard from other people, is on the back end, it is a margin account, but you can disable the margin account features, and it's treated like a cash account. But the account itself and the way that Robinhood does everything, it's actually technically a margin account still.
That's what I've been hearing, but like I said, I'm a noob. I'm just kind of figuring it as I go, whatever, you know.
Is it because you don't have to wait for 4 to 5 days for clearing? Maybe that's why.
That was my
I
situation.
think it's so they can loan out your shares.
Yeah.
I've heard that too, yeah.
Yeah, because you get the same thing with Webull. They'll give you
They give you
Weeble's
1,000.
just 1,000. For me, it's just 1,000. I'm waiting right now, 4 to 5 days.
Yeah, I saw up to 1,000 on Robinhood or something like. I put in 500 basically.
3,000 on gold or 5,000 on gold, something like that.
So for people using Robinhood, have you attempted day trading, like selling the same stock 2 or 3 times in one day? And does it stop you from doing that?
I have avoided any day trading whatsoever. I've bought and held basically.
Yeah, I did not.
That would answer the question because, well, I guess it only counts for the U.S. But if you try to day trade on a margin account, you got to have $25,000 in the account to legally be allowed to day trade. So if they're going to stop you from day trading, then they're really treating it as a margin account.
I think it gives you 4 warnings, and then it'll like mess your account up.
Well, so can anybody explain to me? I'm sorry to be this guy, but one last question, I swear. Can anyone explain to me what exactly a margin call is, if they know? Also, not asking for financial advice, just a question.
It's basically that you're buying stock on credit, right? So that's the margin.
Yeah.
You're buying stock on credit. If the stock tanks, say 50%, that broker's going to say, hey, we want our money back now. So pay us the money for what you paid on margin is basically what it's going to be. The best thing to do is just deal with cash accounts and not margin.
Yeah, it says here, what are the risks of margin from Robinhood? Oh.
Robinhood is margin.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Robinhood is definitely a margin account. Because if you, I've had friends go in there and say, well, you have this little symbol on the bottom of the platform and it shows how many day trade. You can day trade. You just can't have, I think it's what, 4 or 5 day trades within a 5 business day period.
Yeah, that's the actual law.
Right. That's the law you would have with anybody else, with TD or anything. So people that I know that are using Robinhood or say, yeah, we see it, and they say there's little circles on the bottom of the screen and it shows how many day trades. So you're definitely dealing with that. So just make sure it's not within the same day in regards to the open and close of the market, and it includes extended hours as well. So if you think that you're going to get around it by going, buying during market open and then selling it at extended period, that still counts as a day trade.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 100% definitely a margin account then, because if you have a true cash account, you don't have day trading restrictions other than waiting for your funds to clear.
Correct.
So if I'm on Robinhood, right, and I did borrow money essentially while my funds cleared now. So if I haven't sold anything and my funds have cleared after, they have cleared by now, am I still liable for a margin call even though the funds have technically been linked to my account?
So you bought it on margin, or you bought it with margin or not with margin?
Well, so it's tough for me to, because I'm learning still, but I started a Robinhood account, right? You link your bank account. It takes X amount of days for your bank account to link. So they do the instant deposit, whatever that is. I did $500, let's say, and then didn't bought but didn't sell anything. And then by the end of the week, my bank account cleared, right? So what I'm wondering is, does that disqualify me from margin because my funds have cleared now? So it is real money. It was borrowed for a day or two, but once it cleared, it is now real money, right?
Yeah, as long as you didn't purchase anything over what you initially invested in cash, then you should be fine because now it's cleared funds. So now it's
Okay.
cash account.
That is literally okay. That is the answer I was hoping. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, for you, it'll be treated as a cash account, but we're thinking what they're really doing is they're still getting it on margin or whatever and then using your money, or they're at least, like they said, loaning out your shares and stuff.
I've heard you guys talking about this. Is that there are lots of people really they can take your shares and essentially get rid of them for you at like the minimal cost or value or whatever.
There should be something on. I think it's on Robinhood. I think it's under I think it's under account. Go under your account, and if you scroll to the bottom, is where I've heard that's where we would say day trades, also.
Okay, gotcha.
I have a question. Does anybody? Because I got the FINRA and it's really doing well. Now I'm seeing Tilray going really well. Now they're merging. Does anybody know if once they merge, what happens? Are they going to combine this or what?
The published info is that for every Afria share, you're going to get 0.83 Tilray shares.
Oh, okay. Is it going to Tilray or Tilray going to FINRA?
So the company will be called Tilray.
Okay. That's why everybody's there right now investing. All right.
And I'm
Yeah.
thinking that 0.8 is probably going to be reevaluated because why would everybody be buying in Tilray right now when Afria would be the better option if it's really
Because
going to
people are not really, because I think a lot of retail investors are not necessarily reading the fine print. I don't know.
Probably.
They're just buying and not really looking at the details.
Because I mean, if that 0.83 is really going to hold, then man, I'll buy in Afria even at the high price because you're still going to profit.
It was much closer last week, and this has just been like this run.
So
I don't, yeah.
So from a strategic standpoint, not a financial advice, but I'm looking 9:30 a.m. because I was at work busy, so I just got in 9:30 a.m. It came in at $54 for Tilray. No, it's 70 plus now. Did anybody within our team here got the info by this time or early in the morning?
Which info?
The Tilray going up. Anything from me? Did you guys hear anything in the morning?
We knew that they were just buying up a lot of cannabis stock, and if you look at not just Tilray, Afria, but you look at a lot of the stocks, they're following the same pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have
Sundial
the
went up
same
a
charts.
lot.
Yeah, Sandals, yeah.
Their charts are like identical.
Yeah.
Actually, the day gain on Sundial is 347% as of now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could be possible that everybody's moving here right now. Who knows?
I mean, a lot of folks can't buy the American companies if they're on certain apps like Robinhood. So
Yeah.
they don't have much choice about where to invest.
Interesting.
Even Organigram, it's up to $7.24.
Okay.
But they all did that little dip around like, let's see, 7:50 my time, 7:45. And then aftermarket, they're all jumping up.
Yeah. 9:30, 54, blah, 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 blah. So after 12:59, then dipped a little bit. And then there you go. Then at 2:05 p.m. Just bumped up.
So with this merger, it's actually not Tilray is not going to be the owner anymore.
Yeah, it's like Afria, isn't it? I mean, it's their CEO.
Tilray will become the whole. So this is not a merger. This is a reverse merger.
Exactly.
I was able to get 7 shares of Afria at $26. So
I think I'm holding 20.
oh yeah, good. How many do you have? You have more than 10?
I think I have 20 shares of it.
Nice.
Check. 20. I got it at 16.
Nice.
You know, it can be tricky when companies are merging. So
Yeah.
right now, you know, I think with the retail investors, I think traditionally there was a lot more wariness, cautiousness. Hey, thanks, Rachel.
I'll be back. I'll hang up a little bit. I'll be back.
See ya. If you are enjoying the broadcast, hit that like button.
And if anyone in YouTube has their own questions, throw them in the chat and we'll do our best to find an answer.
Virgin Galactic's buy rating got downgraded by some analysts. We did see a drop today. I think they're recommending a target price between 35 and I think it was 52 actually. I was holding 59 shares of that earlier, but I think I'm gonna wait for it to drop. So, Guy Williams, you're asking about how high we think Sundial can go. We don't really like to make predictions. But honestly, like with the volume, the amount of people that are buying it, who knows? I personally don't think it's necessarily the best cannabis company to invest in, but people are still buying it.
See, push to talk. We're seeing a switch too that it's not necessarily the company, but as is important, but the social media presence and publicity it's getting is kind of changing how the market's reacting.
For sure.
It's at 172 or was.
Looking at some of the level 2 on Sundial is really interesting because the bids and asks are all hovering anywhere from 340 to 360. So it's really interesting to see this much attention still aftermarket.
So what you're saying is we looking about 350?
I would say it's averaging 350 on the bid ask according to level 2 data, but what that does to the rest of the day until pre-market and open tomorrow, only time will tell. Me personally, I think that U.S. is going to federally legalize within the next year. It could be wrong, but that's my personal guess.
I think so too. Yeah.
That's my personal guess, and based on that opinion, I'm putting a lot of my extra play money, extra investment money into weed stocks, diversifying, of course, but I mean, don't follow these crazy hyperbolic loops, but if you see one that you really like based on due diligence and proven facts, then I think personally it's a good mid to long term investment based on the fact that America is going to go federal. Not if, but when.
It's gonna happen.
I'm trying to actually find an article that I read last week or the week before where Kamala was talking about it, and she basically said, yeah, we're fine. We don't care. We'll do it. Obviously, they say one thing, they do another. They say one thing, it takes them a while to do another. So we'll see where it actually goes. But I think that an overabundance of old blood is starting to come around to new ideas. So Weeble has a comment section underneath the trades that you do, and I just read a comment from somebody saying that he's taking his sundial profits and putting them into AMC in the morning.
Didn't a bunch of short information come out like at some point? What, today or yesterday about one of them?
They released a bunch of new numbers, but there's
Who knows?
it's so far across the board depending on what source you go to, anywhere from 78 to 200 odd percent, just focus on GME in particular. But there's and I don't think that 78% number is accurate to what our brains believe. I think part of that whole S3 formula change scenario played a part of why we're seeing such different numbers. Some sources are still using the old formula, some sources are using the new formula, and they're all going off of data that they're being lied to about from the hedge funders.
So nothing we see is truly accurate, most likely.
Is the spoon really there?
Well, if the fine for giving the wrong information would be so steep that they would actually feel it, then I would be more inclined to believe the info that came out. But the penalty for them giving incorrect information is just a slap on the wrist. They'll never feel it.
That's what it seems like. Yeah, it seems like there's
very much so in this particular situation. It's well less than they stand to lose if they get caught with the amount of money that they're.
No, we're talking billions versus what? Couple 200,000. 2 million? Well, I mean, it's billions versus the fine. Like, sorry, I'm taking the fine.
Well, right, like what is $1,000 to $1 million, depending on your situation. If you're, one of these elite people, right, like $1 million, you'd rather lose a million than a billion. If it's me, I'd rather lose 100 than 1,000, but it's so different. I don't know.
How many shares does everybody have in Sundial right now? I'm sitting on 105, and I could not be happier.
0.
What did you buy at?
Okay, full disclosure, I originally bought at 169, and I sold at 219 just to watch it go back up because I thought it was selling off. Then I bought back in. I sold 45 and kept 5 back at 169. Then I bought 100 shares at 229.
Good one.
I bought 100 at 110.
That's what's up. If aftermarket hangs tough at 350 and we open at 350, it could be fun tomorrow. And I thank you
I
for
think
that,
it
by
was
the way. I needed a good one after the run I've had this week.
Yeah, I think it was somebody in this group that I got that tip from.
So have we given up on GME, or is there something new?
I'm sitting tight.
Yeah, I only have 3. I'm hanging in there.
I would like to point out, though, that if Sundial goes to $4 a share, my exact position will be worth $420. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a screenshot of Sundial at 420.
That's perfect, by the way.
I just want to hurry up and get my knowledge together for options trading.
It's hovering. Lots of people buying and selling at 345.
So what's keeping it from going to $10?
I think it's just volume, that the amount of people that are selling. Because remember, there's a lot of people that bought Sundial 2 weeks ago, and they bought it at less than $1. Or even those that bought it earlier today at 2. It's gonna come down, it looks like, to around like 335.
Some of these links we posted it in the Discord channels. Um, I guess I should put some of them in a public place for people to read.
Yeah, for those who missed out on OCGN, it has dipped a bit today. People wanted. Not financial advice, obviously, do your due diligence. It's hovering on just under $10 right now.
What's the ticker?
OCGN. I can't say what's gonna come for it, but I bought in around $6 last week and it did pop up. I'm just holding it. Because if they do go through that phase 3 and get approved for distributing the COVID vaccine here, hopefully that'll be some nice returns. Wow.
Did you see how much OGI went up?
Yes, I got some OGI. I'm happy.
My total return is way more than I even paid for the stocks.
I'm not there yet, almost.
Do you trade options, team? So you do 200 to 300% a week just by trading in and out of stocks.
Nice one, Eric. Eric says he got 16 OGI at 113. That's a good price. Oh, and you got a Freya at 256? Nice. That's a good one.
So I bought into Plug Power and Sunworks, and they don't seem to be doing that great. I'm just wondering if I should ditch those and reevaluate something else.
I got into Plug Power within the last couple of days when it dipped, and I was wondering about that, but I'm thinking I'm gonna hold on just because the potential for growth. But I don't know. I haven't done too much research into it.
It's
Yeah, it
already
was
been
almost
pumped
one
up to 300% plug power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of my best stocks. I don't know, it was earlier today or yesterday. It was like up at the top. Now it's just like down at the bottom. I'm only down like $6, but I got like 300 in it. I just didn't. I was thinking of diluting it a little bit.
It's still got a 71% buy rating. 29% of analysts say 29% say hold from 14 analyst ratings.
Did you guys see that meme where it says, where it involves like the marijuana stocks, buying individual stocks in weed companies versus buying a weed ETF because the ticker is YOLO? That's really the ticker name for the ETF is YOLO.
Oh my god.
And it's not green, you mean?
It is YOLO. That is crazy. Wow, it was $26 just a couple of days ago. It's 31.
So, Tam, you got any like one or two tickers you think are not inflated? That if
All
you
right.
had some extra money kicking around, you
I'm
would,
searching right
take a
now
look
really
at?
hard for tickers that have not been inflated. Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking. I'm searching for tickers that have not really been inflated. I'm still searching. A lot of the like stocks under $1, $2 range has already popped up. I had one earlier. Let me go back to my document and check. Like even REI, it was $1. Now it's $2.15. It's an energy, oil and gas exploration stock. I mean, 1 year ago it was $2 as well, so now it's at about the same level as 2 years ago. 1 year ago.
Right.
If you go back to 2018, the stock was $16 per share, so they've obviously had some problems in the past 5 years. This is on Medica, Sundial, they're up there. Somebody mentioned Castor Maritime earlier, but it's not pumped all the way, but it's up high. It's like 5 times right now. It was 20 cents, now it's like $1.20. 6 times. It's weird. All these, usually the stocks people get for free on Robinhood that are cheap, those are the ones that usually end up getting pumped. I mean, I think OCGN probably can dip a little bit more if you want to wait. Are you trying to buy a stock today, though, to prevent day trading, or what's your situation?
I was thinking of diluting either I got some in Sunworks and then Plug Power.
Have you thought about just flipping Doge for the night?
Yeah, I can on Webull, and I don't really have anything set up for dealing with Doge.
Ooh.
I'll probably just let it ride and then see what's going on tomorrow. I'll make a decision then. I don't want any freaking flatline stocks. It feels like I got a couple now, but
I feel like Glue Mobile would be a flatline stock, but it won't fall below 1250. Dude, it's so crazy. All these people that follow me on Twitter, they start like 1,000. Now they're already up to like 12,000. Hopefully they don't lose it all, though, in some bad trades.
meaning like you post what you're trading on Twitter?
Nah, some people post what they're trading, but these are just like new users. I can see their Twitter accounts.
And they're following you.
Yeah. I'll comment on their posts like, I just sold this share. I'm not going to keep holding, stuff like that.
Right.
All these people posting
Well, the
stocks
stream
on
probably
Twitter.
has a lot to do with that too on YouTube.
Oh yeah. And then you can get a pattern and see who's actually pumping and who's holding. So many stock tickers.
Yeah, so my OCGN right now, where I'm at with it, my average is 11. So I was thinking of maybe bringing my cost average down.
Number 14 on top trends in Twitter is Sundial, SNDL. Almost 50,000 tweets.
That's crazy. What's Doge like? Number 5?
Would you consider getting into Nvidia? They're gonna have their quarterly report on February 24th. So that's like 14 days.
Yeah, and it's not like their video cards are stalling on the shelves either, right?
God no, they sell out.
I know, it's
Nvidia's
crazy.
almost $600 per share now.
Yeah, it's like 600.
I remember when it was 150 and I was spamming my Facebook and stuff for my friends to buy it.
Damn, in March 2020, that date when everything dropped, it was 200.
I got like probably a 15-year-old video card in one of my old towers. I was kind of wondering today, it's like, man, I wonder if that thing's any good for mining.
As a gamer, I realized that when the coronavirus hit and people were staying at home, that Nvidia stock was gonna skyrocket.
Yeah. Did it?
Yeah. And
I mean, it's like 600.
It's a stable company too.
I'll have to go look where it was.
They actually have a dividend yield of 0.11.
So looking at Nvidia, the 3080 Ti is probably coming in April, and the only downside is initially it was spec'd at 20 gigs of GDDR6, and now it's down to 12, and it's citing sources of the supply and demand. They can't get enough of the RAM to be able to make it a 20 gig, so they're making them 12s now instead.
29 minutes for Robinhood users.
If you have the extra money, I would go with Nvidia if you want something that's not too stagnant, but that can still grow, because in 14 days they have the earnings call. And if they do a dividend, you'll get the dividend if you're holding during that time.
What's the news on CM Life Sciences? Their blank check, they popped up today. Like 42%. I'm Googling the news. Oh, they're merging with Semaphore. What's that? Hey, Tim, where's your accent from?
My accent from. Is this my real voice or is this a voice changer?
Whatever it is, what is it changing it to?
Forrest Gump. Asian Forrest Gump. I'm joking. I had a speech impediment, so this is my voice now. Oh my god, it's up to $1.70.
I had to Google Forrest Gump's accent. He has a Mississippi accent.
You mispronounced that word. It's called Mississippi.
It's huge. It was at 153. Now it's at 169.
What software are you guys using to see all this information?
I'm on Robinhood Gold, so I'm seeing volume buys on there, but you can also see it on Webull. Mm. Where you put it in use? Which one is this? Oh yeah. So Keixen Auto Holding operates as a holding company whose subsidiaries operate as used car dealers. Company was founded in 2015, headquartered in Beijing. Oh, it's probably Keixen. A month ago, the article on the Nasdaq, it's headlined "Even More Reasons to Avoid KXIN Stock Like the Plague." What? Yeah, stress. I'm not a fan of it because I found out about the owner of Chinese used auto dealer. The more I dislike the company, bearish. Weird origin story. Management shakeups.
While you're looking that up, somebody give me some hope on OCGN, please. I got to get back to my original position, and I'm depressed now. I thought so. I just got in too high.
What did you buy in it?
14.
Oh,
It's okay. My sweet cannabis stock is offsetting the loss, so
yeah. I think it may have been like just a run up yesterday, but I think people will buy into it again.
You think Tilray will drop again?
Tilray is like really overvalued right now. I don't know. Or that's my opinion. I don't know. Its value is what people decide it is, I guess.
It's making my Ethereum look awesome though right now.
Yeah.
Hope it sticks.
I think people will sell it. I mean, once they start seeing how much money they're making.
GME is sticking at 49.50 after hours. Do we think this is just the new baseline for GME for a while?
I think so. I really do. I don't. I mean, what's it gonna do once it goes further down? People, I think for people, this is the value.
Has there been any more talk or any more speculation on AMC? Because my personal position on AMC is just to hold and go along with AMC. I like it, because its peak was what, I think 30. I'm in it I think I'm in at just north of 14. So I like it long term either way, but I'm just curious if any other news or speculation to come out.
What's the ticker? Gotcha. Gold Standard Ventures. It's a mineral exploration company. The firm engages in the business of acquisition and exploration. It focuses on the following projects: Carlin Trend, Railroad Pinion and Lewis. The company was founded by Luke A. Norman and Jonathan Charles Timothy Ode on February 6, 2004, headquartered in Vancouver. Gold Standard.
All right, so here's why their stock price went up today. If you check the news about 9 hours ago, there's a 30 million deal. They bought South Railroad. Oh, and that goes into Nevada, United States.
Wonder if they're mining lithium or any heavy metals or anything.
Let me check that
Precious
Google
metals.
Maps and go get my shovel and get me some gold.
Right.
Get me some gold or get my body full of lead. One of the two. Let me go buy up a house right beside this gold mine area. That'd be nice. I'll have a nice Airbnb right there. I think I might buy that one. It's actually, it only went up 20 cents after that. 20 cents is a lot, but it could go up more because news usually takes 3 days for everything to get on board.
But at those prices, it's like 31%, 32%.
20 divided by
28.
0.7. It went up about 28%.
Yeah, that's what that.
That's on the
Which-
first day of the news.
What we've seen lately isn't much, right?
And right now, yeah. Let me see which account has the extra cash laying around.
Cheap enough to put a decent call option on it too.
You said it.
Activision might be something to look at with BlizzCon happening in 2 weeks, and looking at their new video game releases. Might be a good buy. It's at 102.
Is it this year that Activision has Call of Duty, or is it next year? I don't remember who put out the last one.
I think Gold Standard should come down though a little bit. from
They're
this
still
high.
going back and forth on Activision and Treyarch making the games, right?
Ideonomics is sitting around $5 right now too. IDEX. That's the one I mentioned a few days ago.
Who makes the Battlefield game?
Is it Call of Duty Battlefield or which Battlefield?
EA is Call of Duty Battlefield.
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking.
What do you guys feel like the future of electric tractors are? Have any of you ever worked on a farm?
No.
I've done day labor here and there, but I think tractors are in the same vein as semis. If it's possible for one, there's no reason why it's not possible for the other.
It's all day, and I'm sure it's high amperage power usage too, because you're turning a lot of shit to move soil and all that.
Yeah, you need a lot of torque for a tractor.
Very true.
And if you have an electric tractor, you can make it a little bit lighter. You don't need that giant engine. You're just using a big motor and some batteries. And a lot of farmers have a lot of sunlight.
Part of a tractor's strength is its weight in some aspects, depending on the workload that you're doing.
Yeah, for that traction.
Well, you can make that weight by the tires.
Well, it would be the batteries at that point.
And the batteries as well. The batteries are heavy. But if you're on a farm, you don't want to drive to get diesel for your tractor. You want to just plug it in and charge it when you're not using it.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you're at your farm, you can just swap out tractors.
Yeah, but you don't drive to get diesel. When serious farming operations drive the diesels to the tractors so that they never have to leave the field. You take the diesel to it, you fill it up, and you keep plowing from wherever you're at.
Yeah.
It's a never-ending shutdown as far as, they're all GPS coordinated out now, where you're more or less sitting in a remote-controlled car, making sure it doesn't go off the rails.
By the way, a side note on the weight for tractors, you'd be surprised, but a lot of farmers will actually put antifreeze and water in the rear tires on the tractor to add weight. So weight's not necessarily an issue because it seems like they want more weight.
Yeah, for their traction. They'll put salt water in their tires too.
Wow, learning so much about tractors.
So yeah, carrying more batteries would actually be a plus.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think getting it from the field to a power source might be kind of a hangback, kind of a detractor on that.
Maybe you have a vehicle with like solar cells that's just a big battery and they can just swap out or something.
Wire the whole field with wireless charging, and then you can just drive around and soak up power while you're.
Yeah, like the
don't till the wires.
So I saw a video out of, I think it was Linus Tech Tips, maybe a year or two ago. I'm gonna have to go back and do some digging. There was a technology that was emerging that was long range wireless charging, in the sense that there are these wireless panels that could be hooked up to the ceiling, and when you're in that room, your phone is charging.
Yeah, I heard or watched something about that recently too. It wasn't like the wireless charging now where you had to be on the plate. They were actually sending.
Yeah, it's very infantile tech. It's nothing that's big enough
It was
to
like,
even.
yeah.
At least at the time that I watched the video, I'd have to say maybe start look at somebody that might be looking into that tech.
It was like microamperes, like tiny amounts of power they were sending.
I feel like I remember him hearkening it closer to a Wi-Fi signal in the sense that it's a different wavelength. But I'm only telling you half the story because I don't remember all of it.
So if you look at Ideognomics' business model, the electric tractor isn't their whole business. They also have other electric commodities that they're using, like home goods, motorcycles. They have patents that they're using.
Was that the IDEX, IDEX?
Yeah, Ideognomics.
Yeah.
like they have electric bikes that are in Malaysia, for example. And if you ever been to a third world country where they drive a lot of bikes around, I promise you, electric is better. Because I was in the Philippines and everybody's driving the old Harley Davidsons, and I could barely breathe from all the pollution. So I see moving to electric very necessary.
Even at Burning Man, people have switched to electric bikes.
Yeah, and this in the Asian countries too. I mean, a lot of those bikes were two strokes, which was just crazy pollution.
Just dumping burnt oil into the atmosphere by the megatons.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've gotten better with the four strokes, but mid to late '90s, early 2000, a lot of those little rice burning bikes, little mopeds and stuff, and I mean, they use a shit ton of them. It's crazy, but yeah, they are all two stroke and just you could see the air is just so bad.
Haven't there been some studies done that the coronavirus has actually removed, like, I don't know, 5% of the Earth's pollution due to the lack of travel and movement? Air pollution, not ground, obviously.
Yeah, they were releasing numbers on that last year about because people were not moving around worldwide that the numbers came down exponentially.
To the point where you can actually see it on a satellite in some cases.
Yeah, it removed a lot of the aerial debris for sure.
Which
So
kind of
IDEX,
further staples the idea behind EV in the sense that look at how many millions of gas burning cars we took off the road for 1 year and how big of an impact it had.
Not to be devil's advocate on this too, like I want to be able to see through the sky as well, but I also have to consider the amount of energy it takes to mine the lithium and mine the materials for the batteries, plus when the cars die and you got to dispose of that stuff, that shit's got to go somewhere when it's all said and done. So we have to be considering what the net positive and net negative is, for switching to EV. We want less air pollution, cool, but you got to consider what the trade-off is and the amount of energy that is spent to mine those materials and then dispose of those materials, and then what that effect on the environment has. So I find people tend to just focus on one thing, but it's a yes and when it comes to all of that.
Let me ask you a question. Are you breathing that air near the mining sites?
Well, no, but it's not. That's not. That's
Was
not
that question directed to me, or
are you breathing the air while you're sitting in traffic?
Facetious hyperbole is where he's going, but the amount of
planet as a
gas
whole, I guess, right?
Well, the planet as a whole, the fact that how much diesel and coal we spend to generate electricity to create these cars or to power them, it until it's a full scale flip or an alternative energy source to coal actually forms that we can generate more of our power from a cleaner energy source, we're not offsetting it as much as people like to make it seem.
Well, that's my point. Is like I'm for it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also for being honest about it, which is you may be offsetting part of it, but there is a trade-off to being able to create a vehicle to offset, say, air pollution. You're also going to inevitably increase, its effects on groundwater and water tables and having batteries buried under the ground in landfills, disposing of it. I mean, there's going to be a cost for whatever route that it goes. There's going to be a cost to the environment. Only time will tell which cost has the least amount of negative effect. We just we're so early in the process. We just honestly, if we're honest about it, we don't know which is going to be the best for the planet long term. But I'm glad we're trying stuff.
Yeah, I was noticing IDEX is last 3 months it's up 400%. So I don't know what that means, but that's a lot. And lithium batteries can be recycled. It's intensive. So I mean, in the future, hopefully, there becomes a technology that makes that a lot more fluid, and it will make sense in the long run.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
I
that's
just,
why we
I
were
was just,
talking about
I
one
was,
of the companies that does it. No, wasn't one of the tickers we were discussing looking into the tech behind recycling EVs in general?
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but I mean that technology would be huge because, I mean, even
well,
now
it'd be
they,
gigantic. Yeah.
oh yeah, I mean they want you to bring your drill batteries back to Lowe's and put them in the cardboard box and all that. I mean, they don't want them in landfills per se. Right now, sure they're going there, but I think like car batteries, I doubt you'll see a Tesla battery ever end up in a landfill.
I hope not. Just you always got to remember, whatever we make, it ends up somewhere. Now, whatever company can innovate and come up with the most environmentally uh, uh, cohesive way to dispose of all this EV technology, because it's going to break and it's going to get thrown away. Everything breaks, and so will electric cars. They'll break, and you get a new electric car eventually. So whoever can come up with an innovative way to be less intrusive, the least intrusive on the environment, and dispose of this stuff, and have a way to actually show how they can prove that they're doing it the most effective and the most friendly to the environment as a whole, they're going to be who I'll be looking at. Somebody can do that, I'm all in, because they're
Huge.
gonna own the world, man.
Yep. At least
I
in the
just figured
interim.
it out. I think I just
What did
figured
I
it
say
out.
about Sundial? It's dipping down to 335, just about 335.
So
think
when
people
GME cracks
people
off
are
and we go to the moon, I'm gonna buy a rocket and shoot the EVs into the sun instead.
see, that's what we need, a slingshot for EV batteries. That's what we need.
To the moon.
I think, to answer your question, my opinion, just in the other aftermarket, I think people are just like when we had trouble hitting that $3 mark here. I think people that they've got their own caps and they're just pushing back, and people selling off and doing what we're doing. I can't wait to see what happens to it tomorrow. I remember being when I was in the car business when the first Priuses came out and the hybrid vehicles came out, and people were trading in their vehicles for the hybrids, saying, I'm going to save. At that time, they were saying, I'm going to save so much money on gas by buying this vehicle. It's going to pay for itself. And at the time, it was laughable for the first ones that came out, because if you do the numbers on what gas was per gallon, how many miles they got per gallon, and how much that new car cost them at whatever, $25,000, they would have had to have owned the car for, we ran numbers on it before, they'd have to own the car for an average of like 14 years for it to pay for itself in the gas savings. And I don't know many people keep a car for, longer than 6 or 7 on average. The industry average is 3. But that was when they first came out. Technology's come a long way now.
I hold my vehicles until they literally can't be fixed anymore.
Ride it till the wheels fall off.
Oh yeah, I beat the shit out of them. I got like
same.
$280,000 on my GMC truck. I mean, 280,000 miles on my truck.
Oh, same. I had 215 on my old car before it finally laid down and died on me. I mean, I drive them until they're dead, but the industry is about 3.5, 4 years where it was when I was in it. Most people, I mean, most everybody has a car payment their entire life. If everybody, that's they do, and they continue just to have a newer vehicle, because the reality is you're going to have a car payment even if it's paid off. You're going to pay to have a car that don't require maintenance, or you're going to pay for a car that requires maintenance. You're going to have a car payment one way or another.
Yep.
Yeah, I find the maintenance
Thankfully,
payment is much lower than normal car payments.
yeah, especially if you can fix them yourself. You get a shoe hole there, and it's really cheap.
Yeah, you want to get good at auto repair. be broke and have to fix your car yourself. It'll be amazing how much of an expert you can become off of YouTube fixing a Malibu. I should know. I could almost tear one apart and put it back together.
Same here, and I've got to do that for the cars for the whole family. So yeah.
Daddy, how do you know how to change a starter on a 1999 Celica? Because Daddy didn't know how to make enough money to pay somebody else to do it. So Daddy learned how to do it.
Gotta have ratchet wrenches, an air compressor, a bunch of air tools, a set of oxyacetylene torches, and YouTube. You can pretty much do anything.
I told my wife that from now on, you know, like as cars get more and more advanced, we're just going to be buying older and older cars because I don't want to buy something that I can't work on at all.
My truck I love it, but it's got more baubles and trinkets and buttons and features than you can shake a stick at. And I just look at it and I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't fix any of that. I don't know how to fix an air ride suspension.
So I bought an 03 Avalanche not too long ago. It's like my side truck beat up.
My favorite vehicle I've ever owned was an 02 Avalanche, but I put a 250,000 miles on that beast.
That's what I'm saying about this truck. This truck is probably the favorite vehicle I've ever had. It's got just enough amenities on the inside, heated seats, nice satellite radio, like all the bells and whistles for an entertainment package, but everything else is still analog. I've done everything front to back, bumper to bumper, underneath it, and never had to use a computer stick once.
Bro, I put a 250,000 on that truck. All I had to do to that 5.3 Vortec, was a $400 alternator. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Motors, for that product.
Oh yeah, I'm knocking on 2 right now, and the engine's strong. But I just redid like wheel bearings and brake lines and typical Wisconsin replacements.
I got a guy who's an import mechanic. He deals exclusively with, his bread and butter is Land Rovers, but he hits Bentleys. He'll do Bentleys. He'll do a Rolls every now and then. He's even worked on Ferraris and Lambos. He does imports, man. He does really stuff, but he drives a 1999 Land Rover diesel, and he'll go pick up, anytime he can find a diesel, he'll just go pick one up and just kind of stow it, because he knows that he can drive it for 200,000-300,000 miles. Engine goes out on it. He'll spend $4,500 on a new engine, drop a new engine in that beast, and keep driving another 300,000-400,000 miles. 20-year-old diesel engine in a Rover, and just destroy.
Late 80s, early 90s Land Rovers anywhere in the States, if you can get them, they're monster trucks.
They're a tank, dude. They'll outlast you, man. If you just know a little bit of what to do with them, they'll outlast you.
Take care of them and all that, and as long as you can source parts, so whether it be OEM replacements from across the pond or even aftermarkets that have been made since, they'll never die.
But it's just like stocks and stuff too. I look at it that way. It's just you just start learning and start adding to your toolbox, and before you know it, you're able to be a lot more self-sufficient than you thought you could be before. I'm because of this group and learning more. I'm looking into the micro future stuff, learning more about that now. That wasn't even in my vocabulary 2 weeks ago.
The idea that just because you don't go to school anymore doesn't mean you never stop learning. Every day, go into every day and try to pick something up, whether it's tractors for people here that have never heard a damn thing about tractors, or making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Don't miss the opportunity to put more knowledge in your brain ever.
Everybody should know how to connect a bush hog to a PTO. Everybody should.
PTO. Yeah, man, if you want to learn something, I mean, with the internet we have now, it's like, it's up to you to go get it, because it's out there.
Right, you could literally ask Google anything and it will tell you the answer.
Yep.
It's almost a marvel to actually look at the K through 12 education standards over the last 10 years have actually kind of been on the decline in the US, and it's kind of a marvel considering our kids now have access to more knowledge than any of us ever did.
So not to get too far off topic, but I was just looking at some of the stocks I have. Aurora Cannabis. I think I bought it earlier today or last night. It's like up 50%.
I've been holding ACB since 2010, I think, like super early. Just kind of one of those I picked up super early. I thought Trump was gonna do federal legalization, so I started buying into a lot of weed stocks that were super infant then. And I've taken a bath on ACB just looking at the stock prices drop and drop and drop. But it's one of those that I keep hanging on, and yeah, that nice little uptick this week is I'm almost out of the red.
So you've actually come down on your position in it then.
Yeah, definitely.
I sure wish Doge would pump up again one more time tonight. That was fun.
I think the first time I bought ACB, I was probably buying at around the $2 to $3 range. And I mean, like I said, that was quite a ways back. So I just kind of kept, I got an extra $20. Buy a couple more. I got a couple, and just little by little was hoping to bank on that to be my long-term nest egg kind of thing. Yeah.
And your average walked all the way up with it.
Yeah, little by little.
Yeah, I wish I'd walked more into it. I got 4 shares in the 13-20 range. I went light just to try it out. It's like, oh man, I wish I'd pushed a little more in there.
I think it was just really like I jumped ahead of the market. I thought that was going to be the kickoff. I thought Trump was going to do it, and we were going to start to see the boom happen that we're seeing. All the speculation. We got a new president. Maybe he's going to do it. If it doesn't happen within the next 4 years, then who knows? But yet again, I'm back on that hype train. I think that we're going to do it this time, and I'm moving a lot of my investments towards weed stocks because of it.
Well, I'm hoping that it goes through. I mean, that's going to be good for any of us that are invested in it, but it's be great for whatever states that'll do it because the tax revenue. Colorado's seeing the benefit. It's just stupid to me. It's like, look, Colorado's got a surplus of money. Just do it, everybody. Let's go.
Yeah, it's the money element that's really going to make it happen, I think. I mean, it's obvious now. It's like, wow, this is a really big moneymaker.
A side note, I do wish that Doge was popular as it is now while Trump was still president, just to hear him say the word Doge one time.
Robinhood's saying that if you try and place a trade, it might not go through. If you're trying to buy Dogecoin.
Yeah, I'm on Binance for crypto, and I'm very, very happy with it. I've had no issues, no pushback, no nothing.
I'll second that too, Tame. Just the way that they, not that market order is a good idea, but I've seen some really heinous crap they pulled on me. It's like, I'll never promote Robinhood ever to anybody.
They've even sold people shares illegally.
I mean, the more stuff's coming out, and I'm not with them. I just heard through grapevine and through news, but I'd ask everybody, is like, well, why would you continue to give money to someone that has proven they can't be trusted with your money? I know it's convenient, but if it's me, I'm out yesterday and finding somebody else to be my broker.
I think a lot of it has the ease of access to the Dogecoin thing is so huge right now for them.
Binance is just as easy. That's why I picked Binance, because I could get Doge on it.
But they're not hyping on TikTok and stuff. It's all Robinhood. They're still gaining a bunch of people every day, dude.
Yeah, TikTok. I don't know about TikTok, man. They do weird decisions, the people on there. But yeah, Binance used to have a really bad rap because of that hack and everything. But honestly, probably because of that, the company's probably way better now because they pay attention and want to make sure it works well.
100%.
Is Binance a wallet as well, or what's a good wallet to keep it?
I don't know how to answer. Is Binance a wallet? I don't know.
No, usually I don't know if finance is or not, but I know Kraken and Bittrex, what they do is on the back end, they do create a wallet that is used, but they control all that on their servers. You don't actually get access to your private key for that wallet to do things with it. If you want that, you have to trade or transfer out of the exchange to a real private wallet.
Cool, thank you.
So Tame, what are you flipping Doge with? I think I asked you this before, but I forgot. Right on. Like zip done, boom.
I have to say, Kraken probably does have the better charting. One of the reasons why I went a little more towards, I have accounts on both, but I went a little more towards Bittrex is because I was able to immediately understand and use the charts on Bittrex, but Kraken had a lot more to it that I didn't understand. So, and I was brand new. So, yeah.
Mic check, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
I missed you guys. I ain't gonna lie, I missed you.
What guys, one of these times when someone asks if we can hear them, we just all need to respond to them and say, no, I can't hear you. And then see if they get confused.
Shoot. You know what? Do that to me tomorrow. And I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say, you know what? Be quiet. Everybody just needs to be quiet. Guys, what's the 411? Your boy's just getting out of work, man. I'm trying to see what's Gucci. What's up with y'all?
Well, we put some stock tickers to watch in the Discord's tickers channel. We saw that GameStop went back down towards the $50 mark today. There have been some spikes in cannabis stocks like Tilray, Origami, the Indian marijuana stock. So many spikes in marijuana stocks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
SNDL went
boy.
up nicely.
OCGN is creeping back out of 9s. It's up into 10 again.
Sundial is
Man.
already over $3.30.
I freaking told y'all 2 weeks ago about Sundial, bro.
It hit
told you.
368 in aftermarket.
Thank you. Because of you, I put some money in there and I got in at $1.18. So I'm pretty happy with that decision.
That's good. So you got in there at a good time because I was at $1.20. But yeah, I mean, I was legitimately just thinking about pulling it out because I was hearing all this stuff about like Canada weed and all this other bull crap, you know. And so I was like, 2 seconds away from pulling that stuff out, and I said, you know what? Whatever. I got it for freaking. I had 80 shares of $1.20 in there. I came up freaking $230, baby.
Congrats.
Awesome, bro.
To be honest with y'all, this is my first ever come up in the stock market ever since I started. I am hyped. Who would have thought?
Feels good, doesn't it?
Who would have thought? Your boy working for the sheriff's office. God dang. Who would have thought would have came up on some Canada cannabis stock on his first income stock?
Isn't that weird?
Awesome.
It's illegal to possess a small amount in most states, but you can invest in corporations that produce large amounts.
That is crazy.
I could be walking down the street and go to jail for 10 years, but at the same time, I could just be investing with it on stock trading platform and not go to prison.
That's so just so unorthodox. You know what I mean?
Yeah, based on your share percent of the company, you could hypothetically be like, yeah, I own about 300 pounds of marijuana.
Oh
I thought you were in Cali, Tame.
I'm not in Cali. Do I sound like I'm from California?
Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were from California, dude.
I'm from the South.
Oh.
Hey, real quick, man. Did Kata end up calling the FBI or what?
Why?
Because she was going straight savage mode last night.
She called a couple agencies today. I think she got some answers, but I don't remember. I was freaking tiling the floor, dude. I couldn't even touch my phone. I had grout all over me.
Oh man, yeah. I'm trying to see what she came up with because she was going in last night.
I was gonna prank call some people, some investment firms about GameStop, see if it's a good investment, but I never got to that last week.
Oh, you cracked me up, bro.
I was gonna be like, hey, so I have like $20,000. Should I put it on GameStop options?
Oh shit, dude.
Make that a meme, just like the Battletoads years ago, and that would be another way to hype the GameStop stock, actually, without like directly attempting the hype. You know.
What is that firm Rory and Kitty works at? Mass Mutual. Let me call Mass Mutual real quick.
Sure, bro. That freaking straight up tell you to freaking put everything in it. That's what I would tell you to do. I just want to. We're live on YouTube right now. You to all my YouTube chatters, I love you. I'm the people's champ.
No, I'm not gonna say I'm live on YouTube. I'm gonna say this call may be monitored for quality assurance.
Oh shit. So real quick, y'all. So from what I understand is we were kind of huffing and puffing last night trying to figure out these real numbers. Has anything changed?
You talking about GameStop?
Yeah, with GME. Has anything changed yet? Or are we still sitting of the uncertainty?
Smoke and mirrors, from what we can tell.
Yeah, it depends on what you're choosing to believe on it, because we got the numbers that say one thing, but then we're not sure any of it's accurate.
Okay, cool. So everybody's still in the with those two numbers, with 226 and 79 or whatever that is.
I have a good business idea.
What you got?
A vibrator that farms cryptocurrency.
Oh my god, you're crazy.
It uses electricity.
I'll buy it.
You may as well
But
do
they
something
already
else
have
with
that.
it. Already have that?
I think on all those chat channels, they're at least linked up. I think they were tipping the internet performers with Doge, right? And every time they'd get tipped, they, not that I know from experience.
No, that's tokens. That's tokens. It's not Doge. It's tokens. But each token's worth 5 cents.
The vibrator would go off, I think, when the token deposits got to a certain level.
Oh my gosh.
Not that's
insane.
mining, but I mean that's kind of mining it, right?
No, you could turn that into mining. It's going to use electricity anyways.
Y'all so crazy. Y'all dirty.
I'm not dirty. I'm just thinking about things that use electricity that don't have much purpose.
Don't give me that. You know you got a dirty mind. Don't give me that.
It's all part of life, man. It's a big circle.
Okay. No, here's what you do. You make the self-contained ASIC like miners that you sell to the people watching the streams, and they have to sit there and mine the crypto, and it immediately gets donated to the performer, and so they all compete to mine more and more and more to get their request fulfilled.
Y'all are really getting into this. I like it. Hey, also real quick, y'all, because I'm at to go pretty soon, so I just want to get a few questions out here that that I thought were pretty legit questions. So, am I able to sell any of my shares after market?
What brokerage firm do you use?
Robinhood.
You could sell after market on some orders. You have to set it to sell after market though.
Until 3 p.m. though, and then.
Why did you say 3 p.m.?
I'm saying I'm Pacific. Sorry. So 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. You can sell. Otherwise, it's gonna wait to execute when the market opens. Or if you do early extended, then it'll do it at
It'd be 9 a.m. Eastern. Yep.
Eastern.
Okay, so since I live here in AZ, I can sell from 6:30 in the morning all the way till 7:30 a.m. and then I can sell until 6 o'clock. Do you say? Or
Well, is it off by half an hour? Because it's 9 a.m. Eastern. You'll be able to start selling and buying.
okay, so that's 9 Eastern. So I'm Mountain.
Yeah, and Arizona fluctuates. It's weird because I remember visiting there on school vacations, and like you guys do or don't do daylight savings, right?
Yeah, so we do daylight savings times.
So you'll be able to do it at 7 a.m. 7 a.m.
No, we don't change at all. We stay the same the whole year.
Arizona does or Nevada? Because I know it was when I went to Hoover Dam, like at certain times they were the same, and then at certain times of the year they were different.
No, we don't change at all. We stay the same.
Good for you.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm talking
that's the way it should be.
By we, you mean Arizona?
Yes,
I
sir.
think Hawaii is the same way, right?
Okay. So that being said, because all I'm talking about is just selling. So I'd be able to sell my share from market open all the way till market closes, and then after hours a little bit.
But market opens early because normally it opens at 9:30 Eastern, which would be 7:30, and the extended hours on Robinhood are 9 a.m. Eastern or 7 a.m. Mountain.
Oh, okay. Because
If you're in New York, you can start trading at 9:30. But if you want to start trading when the guy in New York starts trading, and you're in LA, you have to be ready to start trading at 6:30.
But Robinhood lets you start 30 minutes early, the extended hours trading.
Oh,
Cool.
okay. Extended hours. Okay, so I see here. So open hours, Mountain Time MST, 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then extended hours is 3 to 7 p.m. And what exactly is extended?
But you should be able to start at 7. Because I know that on Robinhood I can start at what is 7 a.m. Mountain or 6 a.m. Pacific. I can start trading.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You
And
can,
then
if
you
you
have
don't want to
2
get up,
hours
just
after close.
you can put your limit order in and it'll execute if it's available when it opens.
For sure. What's the difference between extended hours and open hours? Pretty much nothing.
You can see more volatility because there's less volume and activity.
I see. I see. But as far as like the extended hours, it doesn't really affect any of the like selling and buying of a share.
It might just take longer for the order to be fulfilled.
Okay. Okay. For sure.
So
For sure.
I guess that the actual investors in the US can generally start trading at 4 a.m., but the majority of extended trading occurs between 8 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So it actually starts earlier than that. It's just these are the hours that Robinhood has allocated for us.
I see. I see.
Just
Yeah.
like
Okay.
investors can trade until 8 p.m. Eastern after the stock exchange closes, but the majority of extended trading occurs before well, we know that it ends for us by 6 on Robinhood Eastern.
Okay. Yeah, because I was curious because market was just about to close when I was dealing with my sundial stuff, and I was like, damn, should I? Because I wasn't sure if I was able to sell like after market closed. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sell my sundial just because it's probably gonna go back down. So I was like, I'll just sell right now and just kind of take my winnings and do whatever. But now that I know that I have the extended hours to sell, now I can just wait. That's cool.
Yeah, and what you're probably going to see, I mean, I'm no oracle, but at least when we saw that there was these big bull runs happening on GME, on AMC, with Sundial, we're probably going to see it rise up again in early hours trading. It may dip and then pop up again.
Okay. 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 Yeah, I was just kind of curious as far as like how all that stuff goes, because I was like, all right, you know what? This is my very first come up on my stocks, my stock career. I'm gonna take the W, and I'm gonna learn after I take this W on what I could do next. So that was my main question is if I so let me backpack off that topic.
Ooh,
So
it's dropping right now. Speaking of Sundial, right now, coming down to like 325.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It's 325 right now. Yep. So say I want to sell a stock and it's not on extended hours or open hours, then what happens?
What do you mean? You haven't selected?
Yeah, so say sundial, right? It's 327 and market or extended hours here in Arizona ends at 6 or something like that. From what I just saw.
If you don't, I mean, it's going to make you designate unless you just hit trade. If you do trade, then it's just going to do the market hours.
Or
Oh,
it'll just, if you load a trade, it'll just kind of sit there and hang until market open. Or if you load a pre-market sale, it'll execute pre-market in that half-hour period, depending if you're doing limit order or market buy.
Okay, I see.
And
But
the other thing, I don't know what you work for a schedule, but if you want more market hour window, if you go to Webull, you can do 4 a.m. Eastern time to 8 p.m. Eastern time with
That's like the
extended
full
hours.
hours. Yes. And they have so many more stocks and tickers available. They have so many more. They have like all the OTC. They have, yeah, it's
and I've
just.
been really struggling with my Webull account. So I have my Webull account set up. I got like $100 or whatever in it, and but all the tickers that I want to invest in, I just cannot seem to get one that Webull supports. And it's like, Jesus, it happened so much to the point where I was just like, damn, okay, let me download another brokerage. And I downloaded E-Trade. And as far as I know right now, E-Trade pretty much has all the tickers that I was looking at. And I'm like, huh.
Yeah, there's been a lot suggested on here I can't find on Webull, especially like Canadian stuff. They just don't support it. So it's almost like you gotta roll 2 or 3 or 4 if you want to do everything, because Webull also does not do Dogecoin. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
exactly,
you
exactly.
gotta
But
do
the,
Kraken for that.
I mean, to be honest with you guys, like, like I said, like this is not financial support. I'm so new to this stuff. Like, this is my first month in, but you know, to come up on freaking $130, that's sorry, it was $230. I mean, I feel pretty good about myself. But that being said, I'm really, really, really bullish, and I learned that word last week. I'm really bullish on Blue Sphere. I'm like really, really like, I'm just waiting for my funds to go through, and I'm dropping 100 on that stock as soon as it goes through. I'm dropping it. I don't care. Like, there's so much research going on right now in that stock that it's like, I mean, it could blow, it could just completely tank, but since there's so much stuff going on with it right now, I'm gonna take my chances and I'm going in.
Yeah,
And
if you're that excited, I mean, you want to do it right away. You know, on that day, just wait for a good dip. You know, usually after open or around lunchtime, you'll see a low point in each stock, depending on what's going on and how much hype there is going behind it. But you know,
yeah,
buying right away just at one spot sometimes isn't the best. You want to get the best deal you can. You know.
yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. And the thing is, like, this thing doesn't even look like it's even being touched right now. So I'm like, thank God. Just let it be where it's at, like right now. Just let it be. Let it be, bro. Let it be. Let it
Nah, man, let
be.
it go down again. Let it go down sub $2 so everyone can just buy in again and wait for the next peak.
Which one are we talking about? Sundial?
Well, yeah, sundial, but anything really.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm talking about Blue Sphere. It's literally at like 0.3 right now, 0.03 right now.
What's the
So
ticker? The
BLSP. Like, I'm trying to get up on there, but my dang E-Trade takes forever. God, I've been sitting on these funds this whole week, dude. Whole week.
And what is Blue Sphere? Why are you excited about it?
So Blue Sphere is basically like, long story short, it's a company that uses like reusable energy, so like nasty trash and like all different types of crap, and they turn it into energy. That's kind of like long story short. Which, I mean, you look at what was going on with Donald Trump and the what is that, that stuff that he got out of the climate stuff.
The
The
Paris
Paris,
Accord.
yeah. So he got off that, and like things were just really not looking too good for the company. They ended up moving to. Man, I wish I could remember all this stuff, man. But
Are they incinerating or are they like percolating and making like biofuels out of some of it, like pre-landfill instead of capturing the gas at a landfill? Because they started a facility up here in Maine like that, and it shut down because it got too complicated and it wasn't working, and there was millions poured into it.
I'll post the
I see.
link.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna post this thing here. That way you
Cool,
guys can
thank you.
kind of see. It's very, very interesting, bro, because they're actually working with a few other companies to make this thing happen, and it's making moves. It's very slowly, but it's making moves, bro. And it's very me personally, I feel like I want to jump on it. Anybody else that wants to jump on it, feel free. Saying freaking financial advice, you already know the
It
drill.
seems like green is the way to go. Yeah, it's not available on Robinhood, guys. Another reason to leave Robinhood.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not on Robinhood. Just a heads
It's
up.
not on
But
Webull either. Not available.
yeah, not on Webull either. Yeah, trust me. Been there, done that.
Yes. Some of those penny stocks, they just look at them and they ignore them.
It's on Fidelity and Schwab.
Cool.
Yeah, here I'm gonna drop this in Discord for y'all. This guy, he did a very in-depth video on it, the goods, the pros, and the cons. And me personally, I feel like it really, what's the word I'm looking for? I think the pros definitely outweigh the cons. The only thing is you just never know. But me personally, I don't care. I think it's a
You
great
gonna
deal.
drop that in general?
Yeah,
The general
I'll drop.
tab?
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat on YouTube, and then also drop it up on this thing here in general.
Do you know
Just
what?
because.
Do you know what change they made in the company or what they did in the beginning of the year that made it go up? Because just 6 months ago, the share was literally worth 0.
Well, yeah, it's because Joe Biden is now in office.
Because of Biden, yeah.
The volume
Everything
says
13,000% up.
477 million as daily volume.
It's just green energy. Everybody's all about green right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen something be up 13,000% in 3 months. That's a first for me.
GameStop.
13,000%?
Look up
Wasn't it something crazy?
OZSC.
Sorry, say that again.
I think it's OZSC.
I'm not sure about GameStop at its hype. It probably at the height, but now it's only 300.
Oh yeah,
300%.
that's what we're talking about. You know,
Right.
like
Yeah.
how it went from.
How long does it normally take for funds to go through? Because I'm hearing 3 or 4 days, and I'm like already about to complete the 4th day, and I'm like, ugh.
Which
Come
brokerage?
on now. E-Trade.
I don't know that one.
On Ameritrade, I can transfer to a direct transfer from my bank, and before the transfer actually goes through, they let me use the money on my account and start buying stock.
Oh, okay, that's the same thing Robinhood does, which is pretty nice. Maybe I should just go with that, because the instant pays are really worth it, bro.
However, on the cash account, sometimes when I sell on a position, that money isn't there right away, and I can't buy again with that money. I have to wait.
Oh, I guess, yeah. I would rather have instant deposit than waiting on money you just made, you know what I mean? Yep. My name is AZ Backpack. Yeah, like Arizona backpack, like you're wearing a backpack.
It's a beautiful state. I visited there quite a few times when I was younger. I love it.
Yeah, Arizona, man, this is where it's at, bro. I love Arizona.
I want to
I
go to
skied
Sociopolitical in Arizona.
Ooh, that's always pretty fun. I'm the guy that I'm the original organizer of that. Me and my buddy Tom Hall.
Palooza?
Yes, ma'am. You talking to the boy? Your boy John
Oh my god,
Hall.
I want to go so badly.
Yeah, your boy John Hall.
I need a bus.
John Hall, Landon Lincoln, Toozy. We call him Toozy. His name is Twin, but we call him Toozies. We got my boy Fandan, little Daniel. Of
So do you have a schoolie then?
course, I got everything around here, man.
Oh my god.
Nah, I'm just totally kidding. Man.
I
I'm
need
just
one.
joking. I am just joking. I don't have nothing. I'm just a regular dude out here in Arizona. You think I do that?
Well, I have no reason to doubt you, I guess. But that's like I want to go out there and do that last week in January.
Yeah, I heard. I hear a lot about it, man. Last year I didn't really hear too much about it, but probably because of COVID and stuff. Man, guys, I don't know. Okay, so I hate to keep bringing this up, but I still think the GME is gonna pop off. I don't know about y'all, but the last one lasted a month, and it is not nowhere near a month yet.
I'm with you there. I don't know when, but the short interest is still so high.
That's what the heck I'm saying. Who is it? Is that Kata, or is that Nebraska?
Yeah, it's Kata.
Kata.
I'm
Okay.
the same person. I'm Kata in
Oh.
Nebraska.
Oh, that is hilarious. Ah. So Kata, real quick, you ended up calling. What's the word? What's the news? Getting info.
No, I'm waiting for the New York Stock Exchange to send me the reports I requested.
What a savage.
I also think DFV, deep fucking value, would have sold by now, or whether he has or not, but he held high and took it all the way down. I think there's so much going on that it's still not obviously a dead stock. It would have crashed. People were talking going down to $30, $18. Hasn't gone anywhere near that.
It literally hasn't even gone down at all. Like, I mean, obviously, from maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, yeah, but
yeah, from Dirty Thursday to now, but yeah, no, it's holding steady. I think 50's been the bottom, right? 48, 47, that was it.
Yeah, that's the bottom,
I did call FINRA today. I talked to them.
That's who you call.
What'd they tell you? Nothing?
They told me that they get all the information directly from the stock exchange, which kind of contradicts their API code in their website that links to Morningstar. So I sent in a request for the New York Stock Exchange for them to send me the numbers.
You still holding shares, man?
Heck yeah.
I'm holding my shares. I haven't done anything with them. They're just going to sit there until my daughter has kids.
I got 15 shares I'm sitting on. Shoot, I'm ready.
I'm still holding.
Heck yeah.
All of my unrealized loss was worth finding this Discord.
Oh, agreed. Agreed.
Same here.
That is hilarious.
It was like the best investment I've ever made.
Guys, I cannot wait to make money with y'all, for real. Holy moly. Make money with y'all, learn with y'all, grow with y'all.
Yeah, and I think what makes it cool is like everyone here wants to learn and grow, you know, and there's some people that really know their shit and they're helping us along the way. But I think I would say, 75% of the people in here are all learning. To what degree is up, is differentiating, but everybody's learning.
I mean, I only started doing
Sometimes
this.
the best way to learn is the hard way.
I've only been doing this since the first week of January.
Yeah, I started January 2nd.
I started January 5th.
I started January 3rd.
But I think
late to the party, but
I've learned so much more because I'm getting information and then I can discuss it with you guys. And that's so much more than just learning it and second guessing yourself.
Oh yeah, I definitely
Right.
agree, sis.
Yeah, and just you talking about micro futures, like I spent my lunch break Googling about it and looking at it. It's like, I know I'm
You
not
were
the only
breaking out.
one. Sorry.
I was driving when you said that, and I was like, "What in the world is that? What is that, dude?"
Micro futures?
Yeah,
Oh my god, it's like the best thing ever invented, I'm coming to realize.
really.
Yeah, I think you
Elaborate.
can easily make like $500 a day if you're really conservative.
Really?
And she's paper trading it too. I don't know if you know
Yeah.
that.
I have to make sure I have a consistent strategy down, paper trading, before I'll put any money in, because it's kind of like shorting where you have an unlimited loss potential. It's high risk, high reward. But there's a way to mitigate your risk if you do it correctly.
I think tuning that, like doing paper trading, if it's micro futures or even options with calls and puts, it's really important. I haven't even tried to screw with it. I've been so busy with work, but I would never put a real dollar in anything until I actually have some like proof. Like, see what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I easily made $3,500 and then easily lost $4,500.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, "Is she doing this for real?" And then you said someone said it was just paper. I was like, "Oh my god! I thought you were doing real money for a minute." I was like, "What?"
I mean, I think it's just as important for me to experience those losses paper trading because I now know the mistake I made.
Yeah.
I need to download, because doesn't Webull do the paper trading?
Yeah, but not options, which sucks. I wish they did. So you can just paper trade straight stocks on Webull, but you can't do paper trade options.
If you're paper trading straight stocks, I like wealth base.
You just get a fund of however much you want to have, and then you just can trade it. In layman's terms, I guess.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna do that and like end up getting like $100,000 and then telling my girl like, "Baby, look at this! Look at
It's
this!"
a good way too if you don't, you don't have the money to put something in, but you have like a really good suspicion on a stock. You can kind of put it in and see what happens.
Oh, okay. I see. That's pretty badass, man.
The big players, they come up with thesis statements or a thesis, so they'll research it and they give themselves a reason. This is why I want to do this in this stock. This is why I think this stock is either going to do this or this, whether it goes up or down. But they don't just go on a whim. I mean, they're doing major research, like full time.
Okay. 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 Oh. Yeah, BLSP is still at 279. Man, that's insane. I'm glad. I hope it either dips down a little more or stays consistent. I'm getting in that shit.
So how did you find about it or hear about it or whatever?
So BLSP, I heard about it a week ago, maybe even a week and a half ago, and I'm all over YouTube, bro. I'm in every single live chat. I subscribe to anybody and everybody that has that does lives on the stock market and stuff like that. And I was in this random one, and somebody was talking about BLSP. I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's tight. I mean, they were talking about renewable energy and all this other stuff. And I checked it out and was like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool. And I sat on it because obviously I couldn't find it on my thing. Well, actually, I don't know who it was. It was the same time we were talking about Roblox. Y'all remember the Roblox conversation?
Yeah, like last weekend or the one before or whatever. Probably last weekend.
Yeah. Last like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that's when I found out about it, when everybody was talking about Roblox, and then I joined this other thing, and yeah, they were talking about it. So I was like, oh damn, that's pretty cool. And I said this week I finally started an E-Trade because Webull didn't work, because I tried to buy it on Webull. That didn't work, so I was like, okay, cool, you know what, I'll just do another one. Like a few days later, then I downloaded E-Trade, and E-Trade has it, so I'm like, all right. But yeah, that's kind of how I came about it. And like I said, like I'm so bullish on this, but I would rather get into it now than later. And if it goes to zero, then oh well, I lost $100, whatever. You know, a lot of people don't have the spending power, which I get. If you don't have any money to throw in, you're not willing to lose, then I mean, obviously don't do it. But me personally, you know, I have a full-time job, so I can get $100 like in a day. So I'm like, all right, that's cool.
Exactly. You're not throwing like $1,000 at it or $4,000 at it. I mean, you're talking about $100, which is like, why not, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, if anything, to be honest with you, I think the smartest move, if you do have a pretty decent source of income, $100 should be your actual like shit you put down on it anyways, just because you're gonna see some very significant gains off of that. But that's just me.
Or losses.
Yeah, or losses. That too. But I feel like you have more pros than cons if you lose $100 than if you gain it on a stock that you invested in early. You know what I mean?
Or, you know, did research and feel good about it and have something behind that, not just like, oh, I got a feeling in my pinky, I want this one.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Right.
That is funny.
So when you're checking all this stuff out, do you like if you're sitting on like watching people for speed and stuff? Are you watching, kind of having these the headphones on while you're checking for speeders? Is that when you're watching most of this stuff and checking things out, or?
Oh, I ever since I downloaded Robinhood and like all these stock stuff, my eyes have been glued to the stock market, bro, and like all these different types of investors and just looking up a lot of stuff. I don't really know what a speedy is, though. I'm not sure what that is.
Well, you're law enforcement, right?
Oh shit! No, I work inside of a jail, bro.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I am law enforcement. Yeah, that's so funny.
I thought you were like you're on the edge of the highway, like just waiting for someone to drive by at like 100, and like watching YouTube videos about stocks and stuff while you're just sitting there waiting for.
Bro, you just blew this guy's mind.
I think so. He's like, oh,
You crazy as hell, boy. Yeah, no. I mean, I try not to, be on my phone at work or anything, or like really do this stuff. But I mean, if there's like some downtime and I get all my work done, then obviously I'll try to do my best and try to educate myself as best I can. But
yeah, no, that's wicked smart.
Yeah, I mean, at least I'm doing something with my time,
Exactly. Yeah.
Shoot, guys. All right, I'm gonna hop in the shower, man, because I smell like dookie. I'll be back.
Good luck.
Gross.
So Doogie is poop, right? Just so I know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. AC backpack out.
Yo, peace.
Later, man.
Yeah, I mute the channel a lot so I can go back and forth between watching videos, and I came back at the wrong time.
Yeah, that was a different. That matched nothing that was going on today, really. Was nice to hear from Biscuit though.
He's alive.
Yeah. Better give us those daily updates. Like I was trying to tell him, bro, you can't do that to us.
Yeah, I think he got it. I was grouting a floor. My hands were covered in epoxy grout and shit. I couldn't touch my phone all day almost, except for lunchtime. But it was nice to hear from him for sure.
Well, I mean, he is the Camel Crew mascot.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, my customer was upstairs in her house, and I think I yelled out, "Biscuit!" She's probably like, "What the f is going on?"
Too funny. Hell yeah. Yeah, we got to figure out how we're gonna make. Oh,
Sorry.
what? No, go
I
ahead.
was saying I'm hitting server errors on Robinhood. I don't know if anybody else is. It's acting weird. I restarted it and still keep getting like errors due to the server.
You can buy aftermarket and pre-market on Robinhood, right?
Yeah, we were just going over the times earlier. So for Eastern time, it starts at 9 a.m. and it goes until 6 p.m. So it's not like full extended hours.
Right.
Have you guys look at the BLSP though? He brought up.
Yeah, I was looking at that like last week, but I was like a bit of a gamble, and I don't know. Is there some news about it or what?
I think it's just because the green thing.
Just look at the. I pull it out to 1 year, and it's up 20,000 to 27,000%. But then you go back 5 years, and it was way higher than it is now. So I'm just trying to figure out why it was way up and then went boom to zero, and now it's like trying to come out of its catatonic state. And what the hell happened? Like what?
Yeah, I never quite understand like what this means. Like yeah, like over the counter, so it's not even like securely listed yet, right? It's like, you know, like they could just like disappear off the market and then you lose all the money you invested in it. So it's like, that's why I hate those over the counter pink sheet stocks. But I was like hearing about it and like I looked into it a bit and it seemed like pretty cool, but then I was like, I don't know, man. Like this chart's super confusing. How did this company have like why was their share price like $22,000 and like now it's like 2 cents?
And the charts look
I just
manic.
don't. Yeah, I'm like super new to this stuff too, so like I don't know what this means. Is that
compared to
like
the other. Yeah.
is that like somebody like bought the company and then sold the shares or whatever to put it out on the market? Is that what that means? This is why I just like stress out about this shit, and I just like I'm not even gonna like waste my time like focusing on this kind of like just put my money into companies that are already built and like doing well. I think the Vanguard ETFs are pretty good, or like S&P 500 or something. Just something you know your money's like gonna at least be growing.
Yeah.
Because
You know,
it's stress, dude. It's stressful trying to like micromanage like a bunch of different like small cap and like penny cap stocks.
I have 21 positions open, but you know, if I threw $10 at that thing, it's like, what the hell, right?
Yeah.
Just
I
to
was
watch
just I
it.
know I was looking at my commission fees though, and I'm like, wow, 21 positions, 21 times $5, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to like limit how many positions I have because it's like in order for me to sell that, I have to pay another $5 in commission. So
Right.
it's like
That sucks.
plus I don't have like $25,000 in my account, so I can't like technically qualify for a day trader. So I can't just like buy and sell a stock in a day, otherwise I'll get pinned. So I have to be super careful about what I'm putting my money into. But then I'm like sitting here and y'all are talking about all these like hot stocks and you're up like 300%, and I'm like fucking pulling my hair out trying to not to like lose my shit.
I know.
That's why I mute you guys so I can like go watch videos and learn, because it's just like it's like driving me nuts.
You
Trying
do
just
have to
be
get
like,
outside the circle.
well,
Like
yeah,
market
no, I
support.
know, and it's like
Yeah.
I was hyping up ARK Invest and stuff, and then like I saw a video where like this guy that called the 2008 crash, I think it's like name's like Michael Burry or something. He like called out ARK for first of all, he's already shorting Tesla. Like he even told Elon, he's like, I'm shorting your company or whatever. And then he was like attacking Kathy and saying that her since all of her things are like ETFs, everybody can see what she's buying into, and like they know like how to like boycott her essentially, like, or how she's like left open to be boycotted by like people knowing what companies she's buying into, and how she's like, I don't know, and it's just like, man, like I don't even know what to do anymore. It's like, who do I give my money to like ensure that it's gonna grow for the future? It's just so stressful. Because like I feel like I've like gambled all my money away, even though it's like not really.
Well, you gotta find your balance between long term and day trading, and if you really want to do long term, then you need to look at the big ETFs, mutual funds, and that kind of stuff, and not
That's
be
what I'm
doing
saying,
what
like
we're doing.
S&P 500, because like that's like probably like the safest way you can invest your money. But it's like, fuck, man, it's like
It's slow.
1,300 a share, and it's super slow, and you know what I mean.
Yeah. I have
I've got
like
I've got enough capital that if I made the right moves, I could like make good money day trading. But I don't have enough capital to like actually legally be qualified to day trade. So I'm like caught between a rock and a hard place, and it's like, I don't know, it's just really demoralizing, kind of.
Well, get
I have
a
like 120K in mutuals. It's just
See,
sitting there.
I'm 32 and I lost my parents young, and I've been fighting to fucking like, I don't know, just like stay afloat essentially.
Survive.
And I've been sitting on this like pillow. Like I always like to sit on like a 10 grand pillow, but that's really all I got, right? Because like I don't know, fucking priorities, right? So Got to make sure I got rent paid and food on the table. I don't have kids, so that's like huge. But I mean, it sucks at the same time. I don't know. My life's fucking weird, but I get by.
Well, I'm sure you've heard us all talk about it, but if you do get a broker where you have a true standard cash account, then you can day trade as much as you want. But the only thing is sometimes you'll sell a share and it can take up to 2 days to clear the funds on that
To
share.
clear,
Sometimes it's immediate, you know.
Yeah, like my account's not a trading account. I mean, I can, but it's not like it costs a lot in commission, right? I need like a trading account, so I'm not like biting my nails trying to fucking put my money where, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Weeble's been really great.
Yeah, I tried to fire up a Weeble account, but I didn't actually get around to like confirming anything yet. So just because it was like taking forever because there was a big influx, I'll probably try when it dies down.
Right. Yeah, it's hot times right now. That's the big thing. And I think my midterm goals that like you're talking about, I think I'm gonna split half of my capital into like the long termers like Apple, your Googles, Alphabet, whatever you want to call it. Definitely not Tesla. But just the hardcore long term Disney, and then use half my other capital to play around with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a kicker because I always wanted to invest in Tesla, and like I didn't get into this until like this year, which is retarded because like I was sitting, like if I had just like did the same thing this time last year, I would have had like I'd be loaded right now because I would have just been like, well, all into Tesla. It looks like they're doing really good and they're taking off. So, but you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, obviously.
Yep.
It is what it is, but like now it sucks because it's like fuck. Well, I got enough to at least buy one share of Tesla and then like kind of like look at some other opportunities. But now I'm like kicking myself because it's just like there's all this like controversy now with him and the Bitcoin thing and his fucking just everything that's going on, right? And it's like I don't want to like get rid of it. I'm obviously gonna like keep it, but it's like I don't know. It'd be one of those things where it's like maybe they are way overvalued and then price ends up dropping and like staying where, you know, like around 200-300 because there's other companies that are doing well in the EV sector, and it's just like I don't know.
My honest take on Tesla's price is a lot of it obviously is the Elon thing, but I think that people are frustrated they can't buy SpaceX. So I think a lot of percentage of that stock is actually people investing in Elon, not just for his tweets and his craziness. They're actually like SpaceX and looking at it like that.
It's the only way I can invest in Elon like without actually investing in SpaceX directly. Apparently, you can invest in SpaceX by investing in Alphabet, but it's like they own 7% or 7.25% of SpaceX. So.
Right, and I think that was Google's play to hedge against Bezos.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, but
because
Elon, SpaceX is his baby. He didn't want it to go public, so I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be all that it is. Is, you know, Google owns a small portion of it, and that's it.
Yep. Well, I was thinking I'm single too, man. I'm like, I've got mechanical background. It's like, why shouldn't I move down to freaking Texas and just go bang metal with those guys? I might be able to get some shares.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just had some like ties to London, you know, with family and stuff, just because everything that's happened. It's been fucking weird. It's been kind of a confusing time, but you know, I like went to college and I got my culinary certificate and then went up north to Muskoka. It was great, you know, opened a lot of cool doors. Came back, fucking dropped cooking for a living and got into professional painting. Been doing that for 3 years, and then like, you know, everything was going really good, and then this pandemic hit and it just like fucking took a shit all over me.
So what kind of painting are you doing? You're doing like restoration or like interior painting or commercial?
So like residential and commercial, interior and exterior. So a little bit of everything essentially.
Nice.
Yeah, industrial too. So like we did like the LCBO warehouse. like 2 summers ago. Done a bunch of like Good Life gyms and stuff like that.
So that's a lot of spray work then, probably, right? Mask and spray.
Yeah. Mask.
Yep.
I do like drop ceiling panels.
Yep.
So I mask all the lights off. Do the dry fall stuff. It's not too fun. It smells like shit, but it pays the bills. I don't mind it, honestly. I find it kind of relaxing.
Yeah, I do general like home repair, but painting is one of my favorite things to do. It's just very relaxing, and you're making a room that looks like shit look awesome.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Very rewarding.
No, I find it very rewarding. I was tired of busting my tail in restaurants for fucking pocket change. I was like, well, I don't even like 15 years in the industry, and I was like, I don't even know why I bring a resume into places. They don't treat they treat everybody the same. I was just like, fuck.
Yeah, it's just turn and burn. That's what they call it, turn and burn.
Yeah, and it's like fucking people have the misconception that like cooks eat and they eat well. It's like, okay, first of all, that's partly true. Most times I'm like huddled over a garbage can stuffing something in my face before service. But then, after the fact, I get home, I'm so tired of cooking, like I never end up cooking for myself. Slap some peanut butter on a fucking slice of whole grain bread and call it a day, But no, man, like I got away from cooking, and like I've done way more cooking at home than I have. So it was for the better. Do something different, make more money, have a better sleep schedule.
Yeah, if you turn your passion into your work, sometimes it takes a hit. Like cooking,
Oh,
if it's
hell
something
yeah,
you're
dude.
into. Yeah, I used to be into old cars, and right after high school I got into auto body, and I still have a hard time fixing dents and stuff on my cars 20 years later.
Yeah, man, sometimes like your OCD can like really drag you down. It's like that strive for perfection, and then like the end result, I finish work and like app end shit the bed, fryers let me down, my expo's a retard. Just poor decisions all over the place. It's hard to control people, man. But I never wanted to do a management position. That was the only way I could fix it. But I didn't want to do it because I've been through enough stress and responsibility already. And I was like, man, I don't want to have to babysit people. I don't want to write schedules. I don't want to hire people and fire people. Like, it just wasn't for me. I'm like, I just want to go in. I want to cook. I want to make awesome food. I want to, get appreciated for the work that I do and like how much I haul. And that's it. Right.
I totally feel that. That's why I work alone. I refuse to like want to, grow my business to the point where I take on. I don't want to rely on someone every morning to show up. It's like so I take on smaller gigs just so I don't have to deal. And I hate to say this with a human with my business.
I love doing it. I was in leadership for like, gosh, 13, 14 years, maybe a little bit more even, of the 20 that I was in the industry that I was in, and I like it. I really enjoyed motivating
It can
people.
be really like uplifting to do a job like that.
Yeah.
It's like if you don't do it right, it can come crashing down very quickly.
Oh yeah. I think for me though, it's like I started with my team, so then being able to know the job inside out and then to inspire them to do and like understand the hard work that they're putting into it and just support them. I mean, it takes time to be able to just let go, like you were talking about control. That's a big part in trusting that they can actually do the job, and then inspiring them to want to do a great job. I really enjoyed it.
Totally.
Sure. Requires the right mindset though. I'm like, I guess introvert as the right word, but I've just been kind of like busy dealing with my own battles, and like I haven't really like I can focus on my shit, but like I was never at the point where I could like manage a crew of people. You know what I mean? Like have eyes everywhere.
For sure.
Yeah.
Most leadership, and this is one thing that I learned a while back. They put us through a course where we learned our leadership style and learned like the 4 main leadership styles. And how many of you guys know like the Beatles?
Oh, of course.
Love the Beatles.
Right? I'm like a big fan too. So you know
Love me
the four Beatles represent the 4 main leadership styles, and you can have like overlap, but that's why the Beatles worked really well together. And any team that you see that has these 4 styles of being, you can see how they really balance each other out and work really well. So I'll go through them really quickly.
That's a cool analogy. I'm ready to hear this.
Yeah, so John is like the dog. So imagine a circle divided up into quadrants, and the top 2 are like fast-paced styles. So you have John and Paul are fast-paced. They're super creative, they're extroverted, and John is like dominant, and Paul is like the influential one. And then the lower 2 quadrants, you have George and you have Ringo. And they're more introverted. They're a little bit slower to come around to ideas, but George is like the supportive one. He's the one that's going to make sure that everybody's ideas are being heard. And then Ringo is like the critical one. He's going to look at every single detail. Like on a team, the Ringo is the person who's making a list, and they're like using check boxes, and they're critical of any like crazy ideas that John and Paul are coming up with. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
So Kata is our Ringo.
Probably, yeah. She's very like organized. She comes up with lists and is like really good with data. Yeah, and like John and Paul are going to be the ones that are like big picture. They see like big picture ideas, and then you have the other 2, you have George and Ringo's will work on like the fine tuning of things.
So are we all gonna like start a company or something? No, I'm not even kidding. Whatever happened to like camel tokens? How do you make crypto? Like, can't we just like open our own blockchain?
I think there is a lot of big minds in here. There's a lot of potential in this group. I do feel that for sure.
I thought camel token was a thing. It's not a thing?
I have no idea. I am not the crypto guy, so
I know.
It was
I
brought
can
up
like
today that there was
I can
one.
cook and paint things. Like if we ever have like a headquarters, we can have like a lunchroom. I'll fire up dope food for everybody all the time.
Sounds good.
That'll be
I'll
my
make
job.
Cake. I'll make cake.
And then
I'm
I
good
can
with
make the place
pastry.
nice. Yeah, and then I can teach all you how to paint, and we can make the place look dope too.
Nice.
I still think we should make a coin with some ridiculous word for the name so that people have to feel really dumb when they say it in everyday life.
Yeah.
I think camel token is
camel
epic
token
myself.
It is pretty fire.
Especially for the meme and the youngies. I think it would take off like a freaking hurricane and a tornado.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say with a straight face walking into like a car dealership. Hey man, how much for that car over there?
16,000 camel toe.
I mean, isn't that what Doge was? Doge was the joke, right? The joke coin, meme coin.
I mean, it's interesting because like I was watching a video on Japanese candlestick charts, and apparently like there is like a term like you've got like harami and like engulfing bear and stuff like that, but no, there's one that's like just the star and they refer to it as doji. So I always thought that was kind of funny because it was like, oh, Dogecoin, you know. But some people say Doge, some people say Dodge, which really like confused me at first because I was like, they didn't say Dogecoin, they just said Dodge, and I was like, wait a minute, what?
It's not Dodge.
Oh, I know. These people though.
First time I touched it on January 2nd, I told my dad I just bought Dogecoin.
Oh, yeah.
And then I watched a YouTube video and I was like, oh shit, it's Doji because of the dog and everything. That's, let me use Doge, sorry, not Doji, Doge.
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 So the actual dog, they
Doge.
pronounce it Doge. I
Either.
think it's a Japanese dog.
It's a Shiba Inu.
Shiba Inu.
Shiba.
So maybe it is Doji. Like that's like how they would want it pronounced. Who knows?
I'm gonna trust my daughter. These kids seem to know.
Yeah, it's already internet culture. It is Doge. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
So what is your daughter saying though? Is she saying Doge?
Yeah, Doge. You
Yeah.
got Doge?
Yeah, language will always evolve over time. It doesn't have to be, even if it was DOG, which I'm pretty sure, because like I remember that meme from like years and years and years ago, and like the much wow thing and everything.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous, right? It's so adorable. Like the one picture where the dog's all tucked into the bed. It's like I actually, yeah, I posted a picture like a couple weeks ago or a week ago with Elon, like Elon's head on the guardian angel and fucking taking the little doji to the moon.
I remember this being really big, like back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of people started calling it because it was like if like when you spell the word dog phonetically, it sounds like DOG. So I think that's where Doge came from, but don't quote me on that.
Doge uses to. Oh my God, I have the wiki on it. I'm gonna put it in general. Who's got the hiccups?
Sorry about that.
Hell yeah.
Mic check. Testing, mic check. I mean, obviously you can hear me. I just hiccuped. What am I doing? I'm sorry.
Mic check.
Okay.
You ever heard that? You ever heard there's a joke. It's like what was it? A guy goes up to the sound test, right? He does the sound test. He's like, I have a Polish friend who's a roadie. I have a check 1 2. I have a check 1 2.
You crazy as hell, dude.
That was pretty good. That was better than a priest and a rabbi and whatever the fuck working in a bar.
Check 1 2.
I'm so pissed right now. I can't find my zigzags. I'm like freaking out.
It'll be okay.
To quit, bro. You must quit while you're ahead.
I stopped smoking cigarettes 2 days ago, so I'm kind of friggin' tweaking, but I got a vape, so I've been doing really good, but I'm amazed. I've been smoking since I was 16. I'm friggin' 41, so it's like,
Whoa.
this is big for me. Yeah.
Yes.
Boy, you are 41 years old. Don't do that. Holy moly. You are insane.
Yeah, I get carded constantly too.
Good
I look a
for
lot
you,
younger
though. Let it go.
Oh no, yeah. 48 hours is huge for me. It's like, wow, I've never done this before, and I feel good about it because you have to want to get out of it. You can't just like, I'm trying. It's like you gotta.
It's gonna
like,
be tough. Mind
do it.
over
Yeah.
matter. Yeah.
I think they say 3 days is like the marker, so it's like tomorrow's my big day. So
You can do it.
thank you.
Hey, for real, man. We're here, bro. Easy backpack got your back, like I say. Easy backpack got your back, brother.
Thanks, man.
Hey,
Yeah, and it's frustrating too. Like people who don't know what the addiction's like. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like smoking killed both my parents, but you know, here I am smoking. Fucking
You crazy,
hell.
bro.
And I
As
heard
long
you
as you
talking about
understand,
your
bro.
parents, dude. My dad was just in the hospital all last week for a heart condition. He his heart was beating too fast, so they zapped him. He was there for like 6 days, and now he's back home now, and it's just like it got in my head. It's like, man, I'm 41. I can't keep fucking smoking cigarettes. This is so stupid.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
A
crazy,
lot of it,
dude. They
yeah.
hit him with that defibrillator or what?
He had a rapid AFib, so he was AFib. So he had his heartbeat was just brrr on the upper chamber, but his bottom chamber was barely working. So they gave him a zap, and he's got this new drug he's taking. It's $2,000 a month. This medication, it's crazy.
Yo.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, bro. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a doctor or anything, nor did I go to school for any type of nutrition, nor do I even follow a good, healthy diet. But let me tell you something, bro. You should tell him to start consuming onions, for one, ginger, and turmeric.
Oh, that's all Indian food. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's
I mean,
That's
lots.
the basis
There's
of
lots.
every. That's
But
the
Indian
basis
cuisine
of
has like a lot of like healthy spices, and there's a lot of method behind the madness in their cuisine,
Oh,
and it's
it
for
takes
all the right
forever.
reasons.
He needs to exercise too. He's you guys are gonna laugh when I tell you what he does for work, but he works for, I won't say the bank, but he works in investments. He's an investment.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Get that boy on the mic. Tell me
Honestly,
what's
like
up with GME.
walking.
Yeah, he's shaking his head at GME. Trust me.
Yeah, I probably would. But hey, walking is the best exercise you can do for yourself.
Seriously.
Other than that, high intensity, like short interval, high intensity stuff, and then like walking. All that,
Pre-COVID, I was doing like 3.5 miles a day. That's what I would do.
it's the best fat burner, like because
said that, Carter?
you get a lot of growth
No,
hormone when you walk,
me.
but you end up
Oakland.
burning a lot of fat.
Oakland,
That-
you doing 3 miles?
I was doing that because of work. Like what I did for work, I would just be on my feet all the time, and I would do more than 10,000 a day, and that was my schedule for like 20 years.
God, y'all
Yeah.
making me tired.
You
Yeah,
just get
I
used
do
to
a
it.
lot.
That's why, like, when I climbed Kilimanjaro, I had never hiked before, but because of like all that walking I did, I didn't need to train.
Thanks.
That's in Africa.
Yeah, I went there, Tanzania, and then like had never hiked because like the amount of walking that I did for work, like I didn't want to do it on my days off. You know?
I hear you.
Man, this girl got legs of steel.
Wow, that's cool.
I noticed the same thing too. When we do exteriors, well, we do a lot of like condo complexes. So we'll do like garage doors and garage door frames, front doors, and like man, those jobs like my legs are killing me walking.
Because
back
the
and forth.
staging or ladders?
Well, I mean, like ladder work will always, leave my legs pretty sore. But those days where I'm like walking, I am so tired after the end of the day. It's good though. I like it. And I love working outside. That was one thing I was like super stoked about when I was like changing. Because when I had my interview, Brandon, my production manager, was like, I'm like pretty nervous hiring you because you don't have any experience, like professional experience. But he's like, I really like your attitude, so I'm gonna try you out. And it was like, honestly, the best thing I did.
Painting is
So-
awesome.
That's what's up, dude. That's what's up.
I just posted an article in news. Yahoo Finance just published one on Dogecoin's surging price and talking about how it's resurrected its technical development. So there's some news in there about what the developers are doing.
Oh wow.
The OG developers?
Yeah.
So you think they're gonna? I'll have to read it, but so
Yeah, I'm just reading it right now.
I hear a lot of people like throwing. I was working all day, but So Doge was 500 billion, I think, share, or yeah, it was 500 billion shares, and then it's 5 billion each year, I think. But people are saying it's unlimited, but it is a yearly cap. So
There's
still is
a decreasing rate of inflation every year.
right.
I literally have $1 in Dogecoin.
Well,
Nice.
hold on to it. Maybe in 20 years, that $1 will be worth like $100.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Well, you know what's stupid is that I ended up getting about $50 worth of Dogecoin when it was at a fraction of a cent. And then all of a sudden, well, sorry, I had $10 at a fraction of a cent. And it was like, this is when it rose up to like $8 like that first week or whatever. And I was like, fuck it, I'm holding this, I'm gonna hold this thing, I'm holding it. Man, the next day I woke up, that thing was all gone, bro. And this is when I was like new. And yeah, long story short, I ended up selling all my Dogecoin, and then the next day it like skyrocketed. I was like, oh man, and now this is happening. So I'm like, I'm over it. I'm just gonna put $1 in. If I make money, cool.
Yeah, no, man. Like that's from some of the videos that I've watched, the people explaining the stock market, you'll have that day where it just like swings down and your position costs, like it makes you like sick to your stomach almost. If you can't handle that, it's like going on a roller coaster, right? If you can't handle the G-force of that drop, like, sorry, but you're losing your lunch.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. I'm being pretty.
You're gonna
That's
lose
why I
your
said
lunch.
like I'm trying to like not listen to the noise too much and like get into all these hot hype stocks. I'm trying to like focus and learn about like where would be a good way to invest my money to make like passive income. That way in time, like within a year, I can probably be at a point where like I can just like forget about that and like it'll just grow on its own. You know what I mean? And then
Totally.
I can start playing with capital that I make.
Yeah, exactly.
I told my dad this morning, no more meme stocks for me, dude. That shit hit me pretty hard.
Well, you just gotta be careful. You can't buy a stock when it's up like 100 times. I mean, that's very rare. Nobody should buy a stock that's 100 times the value.
I agree with that, Tame, but I bought my first share was at 450 that day, pre-market, and it would have kept going up that day, dude, if they hadn't have played their dirty trick. So it's like shame on me, but more shame on them, I think. It was only one share, but that was dirty. So I still see the error in that way, though. That was not a great move, regardless of whatever Robinhood or whoever a higher up
Yeah, it
did
was
what they
like a
did.
once in a lifetime thing, and people were like, just as soon as it caught wind, people caught wind of it. They were just, yeah, it was a freaking bloodbath. Tell you that. And I was just like, I'm just gonna sit this out. It was like that's when I first got in. I'm like, I don't want to jump right into this. I mean, this seems cool and all, but like, I almost feel like I'm gonna screw something up. So like, I was just like, man, you know what? It seems too good to be true, so I'm gonna just wait it out. And then once the more information came out, I was like more interested in getting into it. But I was like, it's coming down, man. I'm gonna wait till it drops. I'll get in like I bought my first share at like 235, and then because at that point I was like, okay, well, if it's gonna do one of two things right now. It's gonna gradually keep going down, or it's gonna like skyrocket. So I just wanted to like secure little bit by little bit, and like, it is what it is. I averaged down. I'm like, I'm happy with my position because like I feel like there could be like a lot of long term potential with I don't know.
Jimmy. Yeah, so
Essentially, yeah.
Alright, so the stream's going to be ending. Make sure you subscribe to stay tuned tomorrow morning. Just check back in at 9 o'clock in the morning if you are following. That's when the pre-market action's happening. Usually you see a lot of the trade volumes during the morning hours. Anyways, thanks for viewing, and like the video and subscribe to the channel if you would like to see more. Thank you.
I mean, doesn't everybody though?
What do they say? Buy the rumor, sell the news, right?
Heck yeah, dude.
What's that, Tame? Cool.
My YouTube family, I love you. I love you. Was anybody even in the chat today? Like, anybody saying anything in the chat?
Yeah, they've been active.
No, I mean like right now.
They're still going.
Man, what are they talking about?
I don't know. We're about to shut it off.
I, real quick. So everybody, so technically everybody that's still on this on the YouTube, real quick, listen up clearly. So this goes back to the GME as far as as far as like what I know. Me personally, I still got huge faith in GME. I'm still holding. I got diamond hands. I'm doing my thing. I'm investing in some more stuff in the meantime. But right now with GME, as far as we know, the numbers aren't necessarily corresponding. So we don't have clarification, 100% clarification on these numbers, the short percentages. So until I find out the 100% clarification on how short GME is, I myself personally have 100% faith in GME that it's going to squeeze. That's me personally. I don't know about y'all, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, so essentially I'm in the same boat here. I got it on the back burner. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, Ryan Cohen didn't bring on a bunch of people to the board of directors for no reason. So he wants to do something with e-commerce. Let's just, like I said, put it on the back burner. You're not down. You didn't lose the money until you sell. So, I mean, sure, you don't have as much buying power right now, but who knows, man? That thing could be a gold mine that you're just sitting on right now and you have no idea. So,
Ryan Cohen's not one to get on a Titanic thing. You know what I mean? He's not that guy at all.
Real quick before the viewer count fully plummets out here, let's get some diamond hands in the chat. Hope everybody has a good night.
Let's go.
Like Tame said, we'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Stick around. Yeah, man. Harry, I bought some Nokia. I'm sitting on that long term, man. I wasn't looking for a squeeze on that, but definitely with their 5G plan, they got something brewing. So, all right. That being said, have a good night. Hit the like button, subscribe. We'll see you at 9.
Thanks again,
I
Tame.
love you.
Yeah, man, I'm sitting on that too.
Any other tickers?
Yeah, I heard something cool about it. As far as I know, they're an over-the-counter stock, so there's a lot of risk involved with that. But I mean, definitely keep it on the radar. I'm following CCIV pretty heavily. I'm really hoping for this merge with Lucid. Looking pretty good, but there's a lot of stuff still up in the air. That's
I've got
CCIV.
CCIV.
I'm holding.
Yeah, I'm holding CCIV.
And I tried to get into does CCIV, does that on Robinhood or not?
It is.
It is. Yep. What's the share price on it?
It's like 32, 33.
It was down to around 30. I think it was yesterday, the day before.